Hello, friends, and welcome to the City of the Immaculata, a place where we discuss various topics of history and theology. If you enjoy these videos, please like, and if you haven't already, consider subscribing or sharing the video with others. Thank you so much. Today's lecture is The Road to 1054, a history. This is the beginning of a two-part series on the events that lead up to the schism of 1054 when the Roman legates and the Patriarch of Constantinople dropped mutual excommunications on one another. This video today that we'll be looking at is going to be the first part. The second part will be the fight for the faith. Today, in this first part, we're looking at the fight for land. It's not going to be easy to completely extract one part from the other. As with all historical events, the themes are interwoven. And in this lecture, you'll find hints of the second and the first, and in the second, you'll have the context of the land disputes in your mind, which will, I believe, help you make sense of why some of the seemingly minute details of theology would be so caught up in the geopolitics of its day. I do believe that when you finish this series of lectures on 1054, you will walk away with a much better perspective of why it happened, the significance of the event itself, as opposed to just some of the isolated discussions around 1054 that we unfortunately see so often in others. A few points to consider. I did not intend for this to be an apologetics work. While I believe that Christians aren't absolved from the events of geopolitics, we also don't believe that land disputes between empires or provinces should be an excuse for furthering schism, and that's certainly not my intent with any of the lectures in this series that we're going to be covering on Orthodoxy. The covering of the land disputes here is, again, to give the proper context to why the relations had so deteriorated that something that's basically the in many ways the idiosyncratic grievances of two men could how could they ever cause a 1,000-year rupture? Also, while the Great Schism is fascinating in its own right, my own interests are more in the trajectory of the West. And in order to tell you how we get there, this event is, of course, an important detail with all of the proper context of the event itself, and then my goal is to eventually cover some of the wider areas of the scope of the trajectory of the West moving into the High Middle Ages. And this will be going up to the moment of the mutual excommunications, but we're not going to be reviewing their legality, who schismed from whom, all of these kinds of things that have honestly just been rehashed over and over ad nauseum. I find that those debates, while they could be helpful if people had the full context of the entire story, oftentimes it's just an exercise in futility, considering that most of the people that are listening to these lectures don't have listening to those debates don't have this full context. So I'm not so interested in that. There's plenty of other people that have done that. There is shelves of books that have been filled on the issue of the legality and the causes of the schism itself from the moment of the summer of 1054. But I want to cover everything that leads up to that moment, mostly. In this lecture today, we'll be going through a geopolitical interpretation of the events that lead us to 1054, which I think you guys are going to find very fascinating and will help you, especially as we, move closer to the next lecture and we go through some of the specific theological disputes that were at play then. Now, as you guys know, when I do these lectures, the question for every historian is where to begin. Do I begin back at the Garden and Adam and Eve and work my way forward? That's how you would do proper history if we were going to be truthful, but we always just kind of have to pick a point and get started from there. But you always have to realize, of course, that you're dropping yourself in the middle of the ocean and you're sort of finding your way forward from that point. You're not actually beginning at the beginning. But I do want to walk very briefly from antiquity to the events of the High Middle Ages on a sort of macro level that we'll be entering here so that you have a good perspective of where we're at in history. And a good starting point, I figured as any would be with Diocletian. So very briefly, the Roman Empire by the fourth century is becoming harder and harder to govern for one man. There are invasions along numerous borders, and despite the magnificence of Roman roads, it is still too far, too wide, too dispersed to communicate effectively and coordinate effective responses in real time to events as they're taking place. So Emperor Diocletian divides the empire into four parts, known as the Tetrarchy system, where you have two senior emperors known as the Augusti and two junior emperors known as the Caesars. Diocletian gets in history books, you'll see a lot of people that give him a hard time about this because things turn out so bad, but it wasn't a terrible idea in and of itself, but events proved themselves too much for this to work at the time. Rival claimants ended up battling over who would rule what area and what the borders of those areas would be and these sorts of things. It kind of unravels the whole thing. Eventually, Constantine wins out as the sole ruler, uniting the empire once again. But while Constantine intends to rule a unified empire, he does begin the process, or excuse me, I guess I should say he continues the process of compartmentalizing the empire into four governable parts, basically along the Diocletian lines, which is why they ended up keeping his name and become known as dioceses. Now, in another sort of shrewd political move, to avoid regional conflict growing in Rome, Constantine shifts the capital east to a city, and again, another shrewd move, a city that he names after himself, Constantinople. And this would be of course, one of the great medieval cities that is practically born overnight. Now, Constantine's successors, in the first and Valens, would again rule the empire in halves, and this results loosely in this two-part empire. And even when there are moments of unification, even when there are moments where the divisions and the ruptures are healed, the idea and praxis becomes solidified over time more and more into this idea of the Eastern and Western halves. I mean, you end up with two capitals. You have the so-called New Rome, which is going to be the capital of the eastern half of the empire, as well you have Rome herself, the Eternal City, the city with this prestige and this ancient history. It's not just going to disappear from the map. So because of that, what in effect happens is you end up with the people seeing them as having two capitals of the two halves of the empire. As well, you end up with two languages. More and more, you end up with a Greek speaking East and a Latin speaking West. You have a single religion, but one that finds itself over time in isolation from the other. And this isolation, as the would come into contact with each other, would more and more end up leading to conflict. All of this would have gone on indefinitely, but then in the 406, the Danube froze and waves of barbarians began crossing into Roman Gaul. The Romans were dealing with a lot of issues at this point. Anyways, it was becoming harder and harder to maintain a Roman military. They relied more and more on mercenaries. And so this begins this cascading series of Gothic tribes pushing further and further and further into the empire, with Rome attempting over time, somewhat successfully for what it's worth, to absorb these barbarian tribes into the empire. But then in 476, King Ottokar sacks Rome, bringing the western half of the empire into a period of disarray. Now, this instability was momentarily reversed when the Eastern Emperor Justinian, in his use of a very brilliant general Belisarius, brings his force into Rome, into the Italian peninsula. Now, Justinian had been eyeing the peninsula and the old capital from the beginning of his reign. All of the Eastern Empire, of the Byzantine Empire, as we would come to know it, would always want to have the old capital of Rome. It's just part of the historic prestige of an empire to have old Rome. Nobody then even would have referred to it as old Rome. That's actually a later moniker that's given to it. But in the minds of the people, and especially in the minds of the empire, you would want the city of Rome to be part of your jurisdiction. So Justinian sends out his great military leader, Belisarius. He begins reconquering, and what would not only be just an administrative victory, a military victory, but a theatrical one as well. Rome, as I was saying here, still loomed large in the minds of all Roman citizens, including those of Constantinople. So Belisarius invades in 565 in a really a very sweeping campaign, as you can see on the slides here. It's one of the great examples of military brilliance in history. As a matter of fact, the Belisarius's campaign in Italy. This begins a period of history known as the Byzantine captivity of the papacy, which I do plan to do a series on at some point. It's a worthwhile period of the papal history to discuss with you guys, but for now, it's just keep in mind that the Eastern Empire and the emperor himself would appoint the new pope, and very often he would be appointing them from among his own Greek-speaking clergy. So for many decades, the papacy was effectively Greek. The irony of this, though, of course, is as Eamon Duffy points out, that the period of the Byzantine captivity of the papacy, the Greek papacy, was one where the papacy actually, in many ways, comes into its own, and in a large degree, sort of firmly plants its prerogatives over and above those of the emperor in a way that the papacy, hadn't been able to do due to certain considerations of persecution and the inability to have that kind of leverage over the emperor up until that point. But for our lecture today, the important thing is that even though it would be pushed back after Belisarius, this establishes a permanent Byzantine presence in the Italian peninsula, in particular in the southern regions. Until that is the Norman invasion, which we will cover at length here in a bit, but realize for now that this is the situation taking place in southern Italy right as the events of 1054 get underway. Now, if you look on the left, the permanent establishment of the Byzantine Empire in Italy in the beginning of the 11th century, you'll see kind of two major areas right there with the Salerno kind of cutting through the middle of it, and then, a few other spots into the western coast of Italy. And that is a permanent occupation of the Byzantine Empire in southern Italy. And this will be the case until this period of the Norman invasion. But I want to focus for a moment before we cover that on some issues that are happening further east. particularly this spot right here, right in the middle where the so-called borders between the two halves meet. Now, much like the situation playing out in southern Italy, this area will have long-term ramifications between the relations of East and West, both politically and religiously. Now, we've got a lot of maps that we'll be looking at here for the next few minutes, but I really want to drive home a few points. First off, this is where we're at for the time being, and this is where I want to kind of focus our attention. On the left of the vertical red line, you will see on one side a region known then as Illyricum or Pannonia, and on the right you will see Daciae. These are two on the dividing line between East and West, two of the major Praetorian prefectures. Now, technically, up until the ninth century, these would be loosely considered two halves of the same empire, right? Like, we're not talking about two different, of- officially two different empires at this point, but this line is important, and I took the liberty to superimpose over it a modern map to give you an idea of where we are. Now, in this slide, you can still make out the line fairly well. I just kind of wanted to bring out of focus a little bit the modern map just to give you an idea. So just keep in mind that red vertical line right there dropping down. And then the next slide here, I bring in the modern map a little bit more clearly, and you can kind of see what we're talking about here. I have on the left of that line, we will find modern day Croatia, Bosnia, a little bit of Montenegro, a little bit of Serbia, Belgrade kind of borders that, and then on the right, what would be the eastern half of the empire, you would find, Serbia, Kosovo, Macedonia, so on and so forth. And that's where we're at. That's where we're discussing as we look at this half between East and West. Basically, like it cuts through the middle of what would be known as the Balkans in the 20th century. And it's hard to snap a nice little map for you guys for the perfect context to kind of neatly walk you through up to 1054. The historical reality, as you can imagine, is always much more dynamic than a little snapshot of a map would allow you to assess. These borders are fluid. Many times they're unstable. They're subject to change very quickly. And as modern people, we are used to neat borders that will last decades, will last generations. But it's not so for the medievals. So all I'm trying to say is just take period maps with a grain of salt always. That said, I do find maps helpful. To give you an idea, this is a snapshot of Europe 932. We're a little bit of a century before we enter this period of 1054 that we're going to be leading up to. And I just want you to notice a few things here. Notice the Kingdom of Italy in the north. This is going to eventually be yet another bane of papal existence with the Lombards. As well, we have the Papal States in purple. And then you see into the east in the sort of dark burgundy red color. We have the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, as we would call it today. Then we have the Bulgarian Empire, and to the west of the Bulgarian Empire, we begin seeing the areas that we're going to be discussing today, which just be these areas of conflict all around that sort of central region of this map right here. And as always, whenever you're discussing medieval Byzantium, before we get too far, we have to keep in mind the wider picture. And of course, in the 6th century, they fought this terrible war of attrition against the Persian Sasanian Empire, only to find themselves engulfed in a new geopolitical struggle that no one saw coming, when the Arabs emerged on camels out of the Arabian desert in the 7th and 8th century. That empire, the Islamic Caliphate, whether Arab or Turk, would become itself the bane of Byzantine existence for the rest of its future, for the rest of the Byzantine future. And we can see why. I mean, look at this map here. The Islamic conquest is in and of its own right just a overwhelming thing for the people of the time. And as you could see, it took a lot of the historic lands of Byzantium. Most of the southern the excuse me, most of the eastern Mediterranean and the north of Africa was part of the Byzantine Empire up to that point, and they effectively lost it overnight. Also remember too that the Byzantines had long been embroiled in terrible religious conflicts with those Christians who hadn't accepted the earlier Christian councils, especially those of Ephesus and Chalcedon. And this is going back a little bit far, but I do find that context helps people because those disputes had exhausted the physical, the mental, the spiritual goodwill of Christians of all sides of that dispute. And many Catholics are often taken aback at the sometimes deep-seated animosity that they find in some, I'll stress some, Eastern Christians towards those outside their communions. But if they had context of how, say, the Eastern Orthodox and the Oriental Orthodox were treating each other at this time, it makes much more sense. But that's just an aside. I just wanted to kind of give you guys, don't lose context of what's happening to the eastern half of the Byzantine, to the eastern half of the Eastern Empire. Now, I want to hone in here on Bulgaria and the rise of the Bulgarian Empire. In the same way that southern Italy would play such a prominent part in the schism, so too will Bulgaria. So let's spend a little bit of time with it here. Now, you may have noticed in that previous map of 932 that the Bulgarian Empire at this period is fairly massive empire for the time. Most of these are not massive land empires. They're pretty fragmented, and for the Bulgarians to create such a massive land empire was a pretty, phenomenal success of its day. They're often forgot about, but the Bulgarians were a fierce, formidable people. Now, in the mid ninth century, their ruler, Boris the First, is looking to convert to Christianity, and the reasons for that, he's seeking to consolidate his new empire under a single religion, and much like many of these rulers, be it Constantine, be it Charlemagne, be it Boris, we have to sort of look at them not just in the hagiographic sense, but also in the sense of what they're up against and what the success of having a unified religious identity for an empire does for the stability of a ruler is something that you certainly can't overestimate. Now, he initially makes a deal with the Latin Church, which would bring him under their jurisdiction. And you could see on the map with Croatia and the Frankish empires coming right up to the border of Bulgaria, bringing his empire into the Western jurisdiction isn't a far-fetched idea. Though in his mind, it seems for Boris that the privilege of an autocephalous church from Constantine was his primary concern. Autocephaly meaning a church that it would be independent. It would not be under the jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Constantinople. This was something that weighed heavily on Boris. Interesting for you history buffs out there, especially if you're interested in theology. Boris sends a series of questions, remarkable questions, to the Roman Pontiff, Pope St. Nicholas the Great. And we have this wonderful reply from Nicholas. expounding upon which practices are essential, which are disciplinary, how to set up the episcopate, so on and so forth. It's a super fascinating exchange that we have the privilege to have access to as moderns. Unfortunately, all of this is undone when in 861 Byzantine Emperor Michael the Drunkard invades Bulgaria, forcing Boris to renege on his agreement with Rome as he's given certain pressures, we'll say, by the empire in the east to side with Constantinople over Rome. And this is really a beginning of a series of tensions that we'll see between Rome and Constantinople. We'll talk more about that specifically next week. But for now, I just would like to point out that Boris, he had always kind of oscillated back and forth between Rome and Constantinople, at times, quite effectively playing them against each other to his own advantage. But after the invasion by Michael the Drunkard of his land and the political pressures of the Byzantine Empire right on his front doorstep, it was kind of a foregone conclusion rather, which sphere of influence his church would fall to. And then in 689, unprepared to discuss the matter, a Latin delegation was thwarted and the Greek episcopate claimed Bulgaria for itself. And this was the beginning of, again, some of these tensious moments between Rome and Constantinople, where they are both claiming very similar things to one another, but it's going to have a lasting effect of how the two churches would come to view their own place and the place of the other within the church. Now, just for some context of where the papacy is during all of this that we've been talking about, and which we will continue to talk about, I have come up with this little timeline here, and I just wanted to point out like a few points to sort of make note of. So we have the fall of Rome in 476. We have Belisarius under the rule of Justinian the First coming in and conquering Italy in the 530s, and then that puts the papacy under this thing that we call the Byzantine papacy for several centuries, and that kind of that disintegrates, especially after the rise of Islam, and the East becomes very much caught up in its own mess. And then finally, of course, the papacy, seeking some kind of imperial protection, eventually turns to Charlemagne in the year 800. And then in Charlemagne, the Carolingian Empire disintegrates, and eventually born out of it is going to be the Holy Roman Empire, which would last all the way up into modernity. But for the meantime, the papacy sort of falls into this its own little insular period known as the pornocracy. And by 869, you've entered that period. Most historians today are calling it the Dark Ages of the papacy. More salaciously, we like to call it the pornocracy. And of that's going to last for a century. And eventually you're going to see the seeds of reform sort of begin coming into play here. But I wanted to give you guys this timeline so you can kind of see the stretch of what the major points are during the papal progression during this 500 or so years. Then 1018, it all comes to a head when the Byzantine Emperor Basil II, also known as Basil the Bulgar Slayer, conquers and crushes the Bulgarian Empire, turning them essentially into a vassal state subservient to the empire. If you see here in this map, I picked this map because I thought it was helpful. Basil has the when Michael the drunkard sort of comes into Bulgaria, and then all the way up through to Basil II, they're pressing. It's sort of highlighted in green, but that huge Bulgarian empire sort of becomes compressed and cornered on one side by the Serbian kingdom, the kingdom of Serbia, and then sort of pressed on the other side by the Byzantine Empire pushing more and more into its sphere. And finally, in 1025, Byzantium takes the whole kit and caboodle. The empire strikes back. They are once again, as you can see here, a fairly formidable size and power. Now, I want you to notice and pay close attention what happens here. I want you to look to the western part of the empire. Of course, you see the Byzantine, the Byzantine parts of southern Italy, but also notice that red line on the far western half of the empire. And notice how Serbia and Croatia, totally shaded. They're not totally shaded as part of the Byzantine Empire. And I thought that was helpful for this map to point that out because what happens, Bulgaria is gone. They're completely subsumed into the empire. But that puts, at this point, the Byzantine Empire even further into the west. And so now, remember this old border here, east and west, going all the way back to the earlier periods of empire. You'll remember Croatia, modern-day Bosnia. These were all comfortably in the sphere of the western half. Illyricum, modern Serbia, which kind of straddled the border. Part of it was in, part of it was out, half east, half west, a little bit more east than west, but still. But now what you have is the Byzantine Empire sees these two kingdoms, Serbia and Croatia, in play, which causes the Patriarchate of Constantinople to see their episcopates in play as well. And as we will see next time, the Patriarch of Constantinople is effectively an arm of the empire that he would use to further the interests of the states. The emperor would use to further the interests of the states. Rather, really, than any strong religious conviction, it was more about what is best for the empire. And they would, kind of callously, effectively, at times, use the religious arm to help further those ends. So now Croatia is the de facto border between the Byzantine Empire and the Holy Roman Empire. And as you can imagine, this suddenly gives Croatia a lot more leverage than they had before. In the ensuing struggle, the Croats decided to stay with their historic alliance between East and West. They decided to stay with Rome. Now, when I say leverage, though, when I say decide, I want to be clear that in many ways, these people, especially of the Kingdom of Croatia and Serbia, up until the point of their being conquered, I would include the Bulgarians in here as well. These people were more than just mere vassals or satellites between two rival powers. They had interests of their own. And I want to be clear that so that when you're reviewing these things, especially if you're doing so from a apologetical perspective, that you're aware no matter which side you find them on today. We tend to have what's called a hindsight bias, but at the time, none of it was a given that Bulgaria or Serbia or Croatia, etc., would go either east or west. It's all kind of at play here. And oftentimes, the rulers of the moment were thinking about the interests, their own specific interests, and that's which way that would determine which way that they would side with these things. So don't think of these vassal powers as mere pawns to the larger powers. At times they have their own interests, and if they had skilled enough rulers, the rulers, such as we saw with Boris the First, were at times able to play the more extremely powerful players against each other to his own advantage. Now, I think a good illustration of sort of the tensions that are arising here and how Croatia ends up within the sphere of Rome is what's known as the Synods of Split. called in 925 by Pope John X. Here they worked out that the Latins would be excuse me, here they worked out that Latin would be the preferred liturgical language over the Slavic. They negotiated diocesan boundaries. They have a general trend towards Roman disciplines and authority. But later, there was another one convened by the Bishop of Nin, who his name is Gregory, Bishop Gregory. He felt that his diocese wasn't properly listed among the ancients at 925. So again, as always, there are these you can't just ignore these people completely, right? They weren't just subservient people. These ideas hadn't been completely, I think, formulated, especially in disputed territories where the emergence of the episcopate is coming for the first time. These people, like the Bishop of Nin, he would let his grievances known. Now, a little further east, while I think Croatia, the history of the region and of the kingdom is clearly within Western jurisdiction. A little further east, we have the issue of Serbia, and even more complicated than Croatia. Serbia was first evangelized by Rome and was under her jurisdiction until the ninth century. And as you can imagine, even before the annexation of Bulgaria, Serbia is increasingly caught in the East-West conflict. The conflict of this leads the rulers of Serbia to see it in their interest to side with the Byzantines against the Bulgarians. Now, Bulgaria at this time is at war with Byzantium, so keep that in mind. Bulgaria is also an enemy to Serbia. I don't want to play this as if Serbia is mere pawns to the Byzantine Empire here. I don't think that's the case. But with that said, the Patriarchate of Constantinople is definitely going to try to maneuver itself into the sphere of influence and to overtake the Serbian church. This is a long-standing reputation that Constantinople has. Just ask the Bulgarians and the Russians today about it if you think I'm making it up. So it's not mere Roman polemics for me to point this out here. The Byzantine Empire sees its political borders as its religious borders. So therefore, you have an increasing audacity of the ecumenical patriarchs. It's not so much that the ecumenical patriarchs are doing anything other than promoting and pushing the sphere of the Byzantine state, which they see it as part of their job, their duty to do. So what happens is that when Basil II conquers Bulgaria, he declares the established autocephalous Church of Bulgaria void. He downgrades it to an archbishopric under the Patriarch of Constantinople and also moves its location from the far, far northeast of Bulgaria and Drastar to Ohrid in the southwest of Macedonia. And we'll discuss that more in a bit, but somewhere around this point, we see the first mentions of a bishopric of Serbia which in the emperor's eyes would be under the new archbishopric of Ohrid. So that's sort of where the Serbian church, and the Serbian church is going to have its own history moving into the events after the Great Schism, but that's how the Serbian church sort of comes into the sphere of the Byzantine Empire. Now, Rome does make overtures at this point to bring Serbia back into the fold, but increasingly she's politically under the sphere of Byzantium and hence under the sphere of the ecumenical patriarch. Now, I, of course, have a whole video on the pornocracy papacy. You can find it on my members' videos on YouTube or on my Patreon channel, but to surmise, it is not a great time for Rome politically. From the 860s to the 950s, roughly, really all the way up to the ascendancy of Pope Leo the Ninth. But it's a fairly dark time, and it's mainly dark because the papacy becomes so embroiled in local factionalism that she tends to be unable to be as involved in the universal concerns that had been her concerns up to that point and would become her concerns later. We see the culmination of the ancient papacy, the pre-Charlemagne, or excuse me, the pre-pornocracy papacy and Pope Saint Nicholas the Great, right? This is this period of strong papal prerogatives. The papacy is sort of standing for itself very strongly. And then we see this slow descent to where when the Theophylact family in Rome sort of takes power and you don't have the papacy's not doesn't really have a protectorate in the Holy Roman Empire. At the time, it's mainly just controlled by these families in Rome. So you see, for example, Pope Stephen VI calls the infamous Cadaver Synod, where they exhume the the body of former Pope Formosius. You have as well just some of the more, I mean, there's a whole laundry list of just bad popes at this time, but just to illustrate, we have Pope John the 12th dies by defenestration when supposedly he was caught by a married woman's husband, and the husband was not too keen on catching him and throws him out of a window. But as well, during this time, we have the 10th century Benedictine monastic reforms of Cluny, which are taking place. Again, I have a series of videos on that. Go watch those. But by 1059, one of the reforming popes who was trying to, these men were trying to call the church back to her ancient self. And Pope Leo the Ninth was the first of these reforming men to be elevated to the position of pope. We're going to discuss that more in depth next week, but it's important just to kind of see the trajectory of these things over time. Now, throughout all of this, the mood between Rome and Constantinople kind of waxes and wanes. From the time of Nicholas and Photius up to the schism, there's moments of cordiality between the two, and then there's some tenuous moments as well. Especially as we get closer to the events of 1054, things become a little bit more tenuous. For example, Eustathius of Constantinople makes something of an overture, backed by a little bit of money, to quell some of the disputes, offering John the 19th a compromise of having the Eastern Patriarch oversee his own sphere while Rome would quote unquote rule over the universal sphere, though that was mainly as far as Anasius was concerned, was a like diplomatic title. And of course, Rome, even in the worst period of the Roman pornocracy, Rome never lost sense of her place in the worldwide church. She just became so focused on the insular problems of the church that she was unable to sort of tend to these wider things that were taking place. So, you know, as a as a teaser, we're going to talk more about the specifics of this in the next lecture. But for now, just keep in mind that the feeling, while not terrible throughout the entire century leading up to 1054, it's also not great. All right, so we have established at this point, generally speaking, two land disputes. One in southern Italy and one along the east-west border of Illyricum. And this sort of sets the two stages that are going to take us right to 1054. And I want to spend some time here on the more immediate conflict surrounding 1054, which is the issue of southern Italy. So in the year 1000, southern Italy was sort of a hodgepodge of principalities, as you can see here. Most prominent of which, of course, would have been the Byzantine Empire's lands, but you also had the principalities of Salerno, of Benevento, and some other ones. In the year 1050, though, the Normans land. And what can we say about the Normans that hasn't already been said? I mean, in some ways, they are like the last of the old barbarian raiders. They come from that old Norse Viking stock. Most of the people, certainly a people like the Byzantines who considered themselves Roman, or the Italian people would have considered the Normans just absolute like trash. Like just very violent men with swords and not much else. And for a few centuries at this point, they've been mingling with Christian civilization. Several of their Norman rulers have converted. They've come under the belt of Christianity in name, if not always in practice. So even though you might have been dealing with Christian Norsemen at this time, it didn't do a lot of good for their neighbors or for anyone that these Norsemen laid their sights on. And in the mid 11th centuries, they had their sights on Italy. Norman Robert Guiscard starts conquering southern Italy. He takes Salerno, he takes Calabria, he takes Apulia. Emperor Constantine the Ninth, emperor of the Byzantine Empire. Interestingly, as you can imagine, the empire has some real vested interest in seeing the Normans fail in their endeavors. So interestingly, the emperor here wants to ally in a way that they hadn't in recent decades with the papacy against this common enemy, the Normans. Now, the problem, though, is that while Basil II had left the treasury well off, he'd kind of left the state in an unstable position, and you have this series of problems with the Byzantine emperors in the Byzantine dynasty at this point. Following the Byzantine dynasty, if you guys just enjoy machinations and confusion and which Michael are we talking about again? Like you will enjoy studying the history of the Byzantine dynasties. If you are, I would recommend a fantastic book, A History of the Byzantine State by George Ostrogorsky or Gorsky. If you're interested in that, he's got a wonderful classic book on that subject. But that's sort of where we're at right now. And the empire, the emperor, he's looking wherever he can to find allies wherever he can because he's got trouble all over. So Pope Leo the Ninth tries to head off the Normans and is captured and held prisoner in Benevento. Byzantium loses even more territory when they lose Trani, and it falls to the Normans under Peter II. And in a something of a stabilizing moment, we have Guiscard turns to the papacy as an ally. Though for the sake of our discussion today, it was too little too late as it that takes place after the series of events that has already going to begun that affects what happens in 1054. Now turning back for a moment to the east. Remember we said that Bulgaria has now been demolished. It's been humiliated and it's conquered by Byzantium. And unlike, say, the Croats or the Serbs, which still maintain some powers of leverage, Bulgaria is basically a vassal state. And remember as well, we said that the emperor liked to use the Patriarch of Constantinople to leverage state power. Well, such is the case for the church in Bulgaria at this time. And to review this, what happens is so the in 925 the Bulgarian church is established. And there are overtures by Simeon the First, ruler of Bulgaria, toward Rome under Pope John X. Initially, what happens is Bulgaria as an empire is granted autocephaly. They're granted the privileges of being a patriarchate. So you have the Patriarchate of Bulgaria, and they are an independent church. They are not seen as under Constantinople's influence or domain or jurisdiction. And Constantinople doesn't like that. Constantinople has its sights politically and religiously on Bulgaria. So when Emperor Basil II takes over and conquers Bulgaria, he demotes them. He actually demotes an autocephalous church to an archbishopric. So, in that sense, so much for, autocephaly being what defines the limits of a church, because we know that these autocephalous churches, as far as the emperor was concerned, are just mere political political tools that he can create or dispense with as his needs may be. And this leads to a series in the same way that there was sort of a quote unquote captivity of the Roman papacy for a couple centuries. This leads to a successive series of archbishops of Ohrid that are Byzantine. Now, unlike the issue with the papacy, when these popes were appointed by the emperor during this time that we call the Byzantine captivity, Rome's pretty far from Constantinople, and the popes had a lot more leverage. And the popes, those Greek-speaking popes, used that distance to help leverage their political and their religious position. Just all you have to do is turn to the issues with Pope Agathos, for example, to see an example of that. Not so for the poor Archbishop of Ohrid, who is right there under the boot heel of the Byzantine Empire. And so they are, much like the state had become, the Church of Bulgaria becomes a vassal to the Patriarch of Constantinople. And this isn't a popular thing. Like, don't think that this is like a wave of popular support. Like, this is a top-down policy. In 1040, after the death of Basil II, Bulgaria went into rebellion. One of the grievances of the rebel leaders, Peter Dalon, is that the captivity of their episcopate by the Byzantines is unbearable for them. So that's just sort of an aside to show you that this is an unpopular, hostile occupation. As well, there are other uprisings in 1066, 1071, and 1079. So as all of these events are taking place in Italy, it's like a Norman Armageddon over in Italy. The papacy is in captivity. The Pope is literally being held captive and held for leverage for the Normans. One principality after another is falling to the sword of the Normans. It's a nightmare situation, and in the middle of this, in the midst of it, a letter arrives. And the letter is from this man, Leo of Ohrid. Leo is a Byzantine. He was the ecclesial administrator in the Hagia Sophia, and he's appointed by the emperor as Archbishop of Ohrid in 1037. And he sends letters to southern Italy, some specifically addressed to the Pope himself, with the approval of the ecumenical patriarch. And one of these letters lands in the hands of a cardinal working in southern Italy by the name of Humbert of Silva Candida. And it's this letter given to this man at this time that was going to lead us directly to the road to 1054. But in order to discuss that, you're going to have to tune in next time. Today we were focused on the land disputes and the situation around southern Italy and the situation around modern day Balkans, Bulgaria, Serbia, modern day Bosnia and Croatia, and all that happened there that set the stage for the events that would happen in 1054. So tune in next time as we discuss the fight for faith. Until then, please like and subscribe. Hope you enjoyed this video. I will see you next time. God bless. Hello, friends, and welcome to the City of the Immaculata, a channel where we discuss various topics of history and theology. If you enjoy these videos, please like, and if you haven't already, consider subscribing and sharing it with others. Thank you. Today's lecture is called The Road to 1054, a History. Just a quick reminder that this is part of a wider series of videos that we're doing on the channel. They're exclusive as of the recording of this video on our Patreon. That is our patreon.com/ City of the Immaculata channel. These videos include the ones that we've been discussing, the Road to 1054, and then we'll be moving on to the Azymes controversy, and then we'll be discussing Peter the Aleut. We'll follow that up by talking about Caesaropapism, and then we'll look at what I'm calling the making of modern Orthodoxy, and finishing it up with Orthodoxy as reactionism against the Catholic Church. So please stay tuned for those. So I decided to make it a two parts in this first in the series of lectures that we're doing. I did this because while the two topics are very much related, they are also their own unique problems, which I felt could go with being treated on separately. I would recommend before watching this one, certainly before watching the next ones, to finish the previous video before this, the fight for the land. Today we'll be covering the fight for the faith. Just some points to consider, and I brought this up in the last one, but I want to emphasize that this is not intended to be an apologetics work. Now, we are going to be getting a little bit deeper into some of the issues that are theological, that are theologically relevant to the schism. So it's going to lend itself more to sounding like I'm giving an apologetics critique of the Eastern Orthodox Church. But I try in this to be somewhat critical in my attempts at doing history here and trying to present both sides. I would also add that while the Great Schism is fascinating, my own interests are more around the trajectory of the West. In order to tell how we get there, this is an important event leading to the future, coming into the High Middle Ages, coming into the modern period. The schism with the Eastern Church and the ramifications around all of that are going to have long-standing consequences. We're going to be going up to the very moment of the mutual excommunications. We're not going to be reviewing their legality here. We're not going to be, there's been a lot written about who was responsible specifically for the events in the summer of 1054. We're not going to do that. It's been done a lot. I know this is super interesting to people for whatever reason, but I think you'll find this one helpful. And this is mainly going to be through the lens of the Gregorian reforms, to add that specific narrative so you can have that context as you're reviewing the events of this period. I do want to stress that you cannot truly separate the land disputes from the theological disputes, even though I have done that here. You could easily have some of the theological disputes that really never went anywhere had not serious problems of land conflicts not propelled or at least exacerbated the other disputes disproportionate to what they may have been at other times. So while these are two separate videos, I did that more for convenience than any kind of clear distinction for the people that lived through the events themselves. So I began by just kind of giving a quick recap of where we are, the trajectory of the papacy. On the left of your screen in yellow, I have what I would refer to as the Formosian conflict with the papacy of Pope Stephen the Sixth, or the Fifth, rather. I guess it depends on how you're counting. The issues with the Holy Roman Empire kind of got out of hand. There's some conflict with one of the men who work for the Roman Curia. His name is Formosus. Formosus himself ends up becoming pope, and there is a lot of factionalism that's starting to take place at this time. When Formosus dies, he has quite a few adherents and he has quite a few enemies. Well, with Stephen the Sixth coming after Formosus, Stephen the Sixth is basically in the pocket of the imperial powers, and so they actually exhume the body of Formosus, and this really kind of begins this trajectory towards this dark ages of the papacy, which some people would refer to as the pornocracy. But you have, at least here in the yellow, this sort of back and forth, mainly with pro Formosian popes, but there's also the Stephen faction in there as well, and they're sort of battling with each other until finally there's a military general who comes to power in Rome named by Theophylact, and Theophylact has a very powerful wife, and they end up kind of taking the city. And so we'll be talking about that here in a little bit more, but that yellow there is this area that we call the Dark Ages. It's also known as the pornocracy. And then you lead to this period, which I would call the um, it's the period where the Holy Roman Empire is intervening again in the affairs of the papacy, and because there's just a lot of strife at this point in time, and this kind of walks us all the way up through the year 1048. I'm doing a very quick recap, as you can see. There's a lot of popes that come in this period, but these are sort of the three in this, in this little less than 200-year span of time here, what the kind of three overarching periods are. Now, if you ever wondered why the papacy is this uniquely independent bishopric, whereas, say, the patriarchs of the East or Protestants, for that matter, seem to be almost wholly tied to the secular powers, well, you have to really look no further than right here. Now, a lot of people begin with the reforms of the 11th century, but you kind of have to back up a little bit to make sense of even those. Now, there is, of course, the argument, one which I think is correct, that in theory, the bishop should always be distinct and autonomous from the state. And it would get too far afield, but the goal was never a complete and total separation, but rather a clear demarcation of the powers of the episcopate versus the powers of the princes. This is a conflict that's existed many times, in the East. They just never managed to break away from state control. Protestants sort of placed themselves back in the protection, willingly placed themselves back into the protection of state powers, whereas Rome did manage to break away, and for, a significant period of its history moving forward, the overwhelming majority of it has managed to stay independent. Now, the so-called pornocracy period is really just a time when the Carolingian Empire has fragmented. The city's embroiled in its own internal conflicts, just as the empire sort of falls apart, and it's involved in its own conflicts as well. This alliance with the papacy that Charlemagne had created really just kind of dissolves. Charlemagne, who had been acting as something of a protectorate for the independence of the papal states and the papal office, well, that's all now gone. And as I was saying, Theophylact, General Theophylact, and his wife Theodora, and then subsequently their daughter Marozia and her husbands and lovers, they become the most powerful family in Rome, and it is they now who, quote unquote, protect the papacy. The problem is that they end up using the office more for nepotist advancement of their sons and grandsons rather than considerations of the holy institution that it's supposed to represent. And even more importantly, it kind of goes inward in many ways. Now, I want to be careful there because Rome was never completely insular, even during this time, even during this quote unquote dark ages. It was never out of the picture. She was still involved with events that were happening around Christendom. But regardless, it was a situation not unlike any other bishop where their appointment was based solely on the discretion of the local nobility, which in turn kind of made them more concerned with local rather than with sort of regional church-wide issues that Rome had historically been interested in. And this internal factionalism becomes more and more tenuous until it boils over into outright conflict between, say, Marozia and some of the other factions within the city. While all of that's happening, we also have a little reform movement that takes place, Cluniac reforms. Founded in the 10th century, it achieved its independence surprisingly by its association with the papacy, even though the papacy was during this Dark Ages. It was just kind of worked out because William of Aquitaine, writing the charter for the monastery, grants Cluny to the papacy, which, as we were saying, is sort of it's tied up with its own concerns. It's not really worried about what's a monastery in southern France is up to. It, they said, sure, we'll accept responsibility for Cluny, but what that did was it freed up the monastery, whereas unlike other monasteries of the age, which were all very homogenized and standardized in such a way that kind of brought them away from the original purpose of monastic life, Cluny was really able to focus itself on reform. Now, the reforms that it was primarily interested in were one in the liturgy. Cluny was famous for its liturgies. It made it central to their monastic life. In this, it was heavily focused on unifying the Roman liturgy across the European continent. It was very interested in lay investiture and would become even more so in later years, but even in this beginning here and with the rise of Cluny. And this is about the vesting of bishops by secular rulers. They're interested in the laxity that had grown around clerical incontinence, and most importantly, they are concerned with simony, the buying and selling of religious offices and goods. And you will find it fairly consistent down through the preceding centuries. This becomes the main areas of concern for the papacy in the High Middle Ages. This is very tied to the Gregorian reforms, all the way up through the all the various Lateran councils. These are the primary things that the papacy is going to be interested in. And the reason that this happens is because as the Cluny reforms grow in popularity, you more and more find prelates who are reform minded themselves, they are interested in seeing these reforms enacted as a wider church policy. And one such bishop is Bishop Bruno of Toul. So Bishop Bruno, he from a very early age was showing signs of sanctity in his life and manners and habits. He's consecrated in 1027. He becomes Bishop of Toul during a time of famine and war and political instability there, and he becomes known in this region and respected for his ability to broker peace as well as to manage just some of the unstable things that he's kind of dealing with. Famines and wars, you can imagine, especially in these periods, are just particularly damaging on the population and the people. So he gains a reputation, and he is friendly toward the reforms that are taking place in Cluny. He's not a Cluny man himself, but he becomes known as a bishop that's friendly to the reforms that are happening there. Now, at the death of Pope Damasus II, the people of Rome request Bruno. There's a public, there's this public acclamation from the people of Rome, from the people of Rome themselves, mind you. This is even though he's in Toul, word had reached them of this holy bishop up there, and they said they wanted him. They wanted Bruno. Bruno makes clear, though, that he would only take the chair if, when he arrived to Rome, he hears for himself from the people their desire for him to be pope. So he walks barefoot and in beggar's clothes to Rome. And it's really an astonishing turn of events, one that I think few historians, even few church historians for that matter, really seem to appreciate. One of the reasons that he dons the pilgrim's clothes is because he wants word to travel before him that he's not going to be an imperial stooge. Unlike all that had been happening all the way back centuries before with Formosus and all of the things that had happened in the scandals around that, all of the scandals around the Theophylacty, all of the scandals around Holy Roman Emperor Otto II being involved to try to clean up some of the mess. He's making a clear signal here that I, Bruno, I, Bishop Bruno, come as a pilgrim, not as a man of the empire. He was coming as a servant of the servants. The time of captivity is over, is what he's saying. You guys are about to get that old-timey papacy back. As well, he takes the name of Leo, and this is another indication of his intent to be a reformer. Most importantly, though, I think, is that as he's making this journey, he's picking up other reform-minded men and convincing them to come with him to Rome and be a part of this historic moment. He says, I need a few good men. So he doesn't just go right to Rome. He travels to various places. He stops by Cluny. He calls upon Hildebrand there, later to be Pope Gregory VII, to come with them. He brings Frederick of Lorraine, later Pope Stephen IX. He brings Archbishop Hallinard. He brings a man named Humbert. He brings Udo of Cluny. And these men are going to bring reform to the papacy. He doesn't, as I said, he doesn't come alone. He comes with a whole host of men that are all very much tied up around the reforms of the Cluniac monks. So Leo crosses the Alps. The standard of the time was for the Pope to enter Rome on horseback like a triumphant general. Leo enters in rags and barefoot. And the Roman people, they ate it up. I mean, they were ready for a change. When he gets there, this is getting towards the period when the papacy would no longer be elected by acclamation. The people are very much fickle, as you can imagine. And so, in an attempt to get the papacy away from imperial and secular control, they're eventually going to start the conclave, and they're going to begin electing cardinals. But all of that's to come in the future. For now, he comes to the city. The Roman people see him. They see the holiness that he exudes, and they acclaim him pope. Now, I want to take some time to go through some of the timeline here because I think it's important for the context of where Leo is coming from and why it would be so consequential later. Now, you'll notice he enters Rome winter of 1049, and he immediately sets about convening a series of synods to address primarily two things: the lax morals of the clergy and the issue of the selling of church offices. So we end up with synods in February 1049 of Easter. We have the synod in Rome. The issues there are going to be simony and clerical marriage. We have a Summer Synod and the Synod of Potvia. The issue is, again, simony and clerical marriage. October 1049, we have synods in Reims and Mans. The emperor presides in the one in Mans, and he helps to kind of, he's trying to integrate imperial support for the reform. The summer of 1050, there's a synod in Rome, and the issue there is going to be Berengar of Tours, who is going to be some very consequential later in terms of the debates that are happening around the issue of the Eucharist, and as well, of course, simony and clerical marriage. Then we have the issue of the synods of Salerno and Siponto, issues there to strengthen the papal presence in southern Italy, especially against the Normans. And then, as well, two archbishops are deposed for simony. And this is an important one to point out. These synods likely did come to the attention of the patriarch in Constantinople. A patriarch, mind you, that for some time now had been used to a sort of hands-off papacy, not too concerned. Now all of a sudden that you have a papacy in southern Italy, parts of which are were considered, the territory of the Byzantine Empire, and Constantinople was very aggressive at this time about its lands and its territories. So there are certain people I've read that want to make an issue about, well, maybe this is summer 1050, Leo's kind of, is he picking a fight here? Though I think it's important to point out that there's nothing that he's doing here that is really any different than what he would be doing in these other synods. There's nothing unique about Salerno and Siponto that like would stand out and make these any difference than the other ones. As well as he also had mutual support of many of the bishops and clergy and people of these dioceses when he was going around doing these synods. We're going to come back to that though. For now, let me see. We have the Synod of Vercelli, comes back around to Berengar of Tours, and then, of course, simony and marriage. Then there's another synod in Rome, simony and marriage. In the winter of 1052, the Synod of Pressburg, Reisenberg, and Bamberg, simony and clerical marriages, and then attempts to bring Hungary in closer to Rome. And then finally, in 1053, there's a synod in Rome, and at that point, the issue is going to be the Normans. So it's really a monumental thing, and I don't think you can overestimate the importance of this. Most of the time, when the popes came to take the chair of Peter, they kind of stayed around the chair of Peter. But I would like to, for a moment, just to kind of hone in on one of these synods, just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on around them. They become fairly uniform one to the next, how Leo goes about them. So I think, I just kind of picked the Synod of Reims here because we do have some good extant information on it. But the way that Leo goes about running them and the proceedings of them, the Pope comes in, he's there, he presides in the Synod, he's present, which is important. He's kind of saying that not only are the boys back in town, but I'm here with them now too. So it's kind of a new thing to have the Pope of Rome traveling with these synods that are being formed. Now Reims in some ways exemplifies the uniqueness of it all. First of all, as I said, Leo presides over them, and then he comes to Reims October of 1049. He says he's going to hold a council, and Henry the First of France is a little bit angered over this being held without his calling it, without his, the princes of Europe at the time had kind of come accustomed to thinking that they were actually the heads of the church. And he orders a levy to sort of flex his own power. He says, I'm going to order a levy at the exact same time, levies which the bishops as subjects need to attend. So any bishop that attended the levy over Leo's synod, Leo deposes and excommunicates. It's several bishops, that are there. They Leo hears the complaints from clergy and from the people, and then he calls upon the bishops accused to come to Rome for further proceedings. Several bishops called upon don't comply, and they're deposed and excommunicated. So this is kind of, again, like I said, this is like the boys are back in town and we're not playing around. And that's why there's going to be such a strong reaction. Now, at certain points, you'll see complaints about particularly people that aren't fond of Rome, and the argument is here, well, they're going to take the other sides. Basically, like I'm against Rome in the year, I don't know, 1823 or 1956 or 2025. I'm against Rome. I turn back to these pages of history and I see some bishop from the Synod of Reims who's angry at the papacy at this moment in time. Well, yeah. Yeah, they probably are kind of angry at the papacy at this kind of time. But the argument is, does the bishop actually have this kind of authority? And as far as the that's I'm saying that because I think that's where actually the true argument lies. Now, whether or not that's kind of not here or there for this particular lecture, but I just want to point out that like this is one of the arguments that you'll hear against the papacy of this period of time, that it's exerting some kind of authority that it doesn't have, it shouldn't have had. And the argument to that was, well, no, it was just reasserting its authority that it had kind of let lax, and other people stepped into that power vacuum, and then Rome came and reasserted its authority, and there was a lot of gnashing of teeth over the fact that Rome was doing this. But that doesn't just the fact that there was gnashing of teeth and people that weren't happy about it doesn't answer whether or not Rome had the authority to do it, which Rome had its own ways of establishing and proving that authority. Again, that's kind of a different conversation. But for now, so one of the accused, Bishop Hugh of Lagrace, flees and then goes back to Rome and seeks clemency. There are 13 canons that result from this synod, several of them dealing with simony and extortion. It's just an extraordinary victory for the papacy at this moment. The monarchy, the Henry I of France, he backs off. The bishop realizes that they don't have the upper hand here. There had been simony, those that were standing up in deposition against them and accusing them, like there had been simony, there had been instances of extortion, and now the tide of reform was too strong. The papacy was reforming, and those corrupting forces were unable to hold back the tide of reform. This event in Reims, took little over a week. And in 1 week, Rome had come and reasserted its authority. And it's kind of incredible when you think about it. So the question that kind of arises from all of this, one question that comes to my mind anyways, is should the episcopate be untethered from secular oversight? And if so, to what degree? Now, I'm not going to answer that here. It's would kind of take us too far afield from the road that to 1054 that I want to keep us on, but this is a subject that touches upon the Orthodox problem and the Protestant problem for that matter. The papacy at this moment, as I'm saying, she's breaking free from the secular interests that had held her, in some ways that had held Christianity since the days of Constantine. Early on, the church didn't have the kind of state leverage that she would have after the Constantinian and the Theodosian reforms and the Justinian reforms. So when we're looking at this, I don't care which group you are, whether you're a Catholic or an Orthodox or a Protestant, we're all kind of looking back at the same early process when the faith emerges from underground. And we see that process kind of playing out over time and how the state and the religious powers would interact with one another. The Catholic West ends up going in one direction where the papacy and the bishops were not under at least the spiritual authority of the state. And in the East, it went in a very different direction And so let's take a little bit of a closer look at that direction, the direction of the East. I think it's best to begin with a quick recap of where the Byzantine state is. And gosh, the the Byzantine emperors, it's like it's pretty wild with them. I stress that a lot, but it's just that's just how it is. I mean, you have some very high highs and some pretty some very low lows. Guys you're rooting for, and those guys that you're rooting for, unfortunately, more often than not, seem to lose out. And then guys that leave you thinking, "Holy cow, how is this going to end?" So the quarter century leading up to 1054 is one of relative instability in Byzantine terms. We start with Basil II, the Bulgar slayer, who I was speaking about in the last lecture. I mean, he leaves the empire significantly larger. It has engulfed the entire Bulgarian Empire, as well as there's contentious issues over the Kingdom of Croatia and Serbia. But he leaves the empire in a little bit of a chaotic, chaotic mess. I mean, the treasury's better off under him, and it may have been able to salvage it had not Constantine the Eighth been so administratively inept. And then you end up with third, and he's poisoned by the next Byzantine emperor, Michael the Fourth, who himself is an epileptic. Michael the Fifth, he's deposed, he's blinded. Blinding your opponent was a good way to keep him because the Byzantine Empire did not let blind men run the empire. So if you wanted to just really make sure that your guy wasn't going to be your opponent wasn't going to be emperor, you would blind them, and then they would get sent off to a monastery. So Michael the Fifth, he's sent to the monastery, and then Zoe and Theodora, they have a short reign until Zoe marries Constantine the Ninth, who is going to face all of these conflicts on multiple fronts of the empire, and he's sort of the man of the hour as we step into this period of 1054. Now, I do want to go through and spend a little bit of time on some of the Byzantine grievances with the Western Church. It's so easy to sort of isolate the issues of 1054 around 1054, but you have to realize that there's issues that go way back to the beginning. In some ways, it goes at least goes back to the beginning when Constantine sent the capital to the east. And then, as we were saying last week, all of the sort of landed interests that you end up with, and you have sort of two capitals at that point who are naturally going to end up rivals of one another, even if they're supposedly, or not supposedly, even though they are in effect brothers. Brothers will rival with one another. So, just sort of a quick rundown here. I'm sure some of you guys are aware of some of these, anyways. You have the Council of Constantinople 381. Rome rejects Canon 3. You know, Canon 3 declared that the Bishop of Constantinople has a primacy of honor among the bishops, second only to the Bishop of Rome. He basically usurps the spot due to he says this is what the argument is at the council, that it's due to Constantinople being the quote unquote new Rome, another title that it liked to give to itself, placing it over Alexandria, and Constantinople is going to be resentful to Rome and Rome's sort of staunch opposition and rejection of this canon. And you're going to find that's something of a theme moving forward. As well, you have the Council of Chalcedon 451, Canon 28. Once again, you have Rome denying Constantinople, which said that it had equal privileges with the Bishop of Rome. And so Rome is once again rejecting one of these sort of canons that Constantinople is sort of slipping in there. Rome is rejecting it. And again, just kind of a kind of a nuisance. Like, Rome kind of came and bailed the East out in Constantinople, which is itself a very common theme of this period of history. But okay, so Rome bails us out, but we're still gonna like slip this in there. Oh, wait a minute, Rome actually rejects that. Now, this is like people debate this stuff to no end about whether Rome had the authority to reject it, whether the Eastern bishops recognized it. That's neither here nor there for this particular lecture. The point is that it was a point of contention. It was a point of contention, and it was yet another instance of just Constantinople finding itself upset with Rome. Then we have the Acacian Schism, where Patriarch Acacius of Constantinople issues a compromise document with the Monophysites. Once again, Rome rejects it. Pope Felix III excommunicates Acacius, and this was not actually ended until Pope Hormisdas. And one of the most embarrassing moments for Constantinople, they're forced to sign his agreement of reconciliation, as well as we have the issue surrounding Second Council of Constantinople 553, the issue of where Pope Vigilius is arrested for his refusal to assent to the council. There's, for a good debate on that, go see Ubi Petros and Eric Ibarra's on the Matt Frad channel. They had a good debate around that period of time, and I know they went into Pope Vigilius in some detail. We have the Lateran Council of 649, Pope St. Martin the First at the Lateran, along with Maximus the Confessor, St. Maximus the Confessor, and those two basically going against the entire East once again. We also have the so-called Council of Trullo, an important here because it's one of the first times that Constantinople and the East, we have them sort of holding this little thing together, and it kind of sticks. But Rome, unlike some of the earlier councils of the church, where Rome was like, okay, we don't really like this canon, we don't like this canon, but they're generally accepting of the council as a whole. There's many canons that Rome rejects of Trullo, and it really, really is not the Constantinople is not very happy about that. We have the iconoclast controversy erupting, where once again Rome is in opposition. Then we have the Phocian Schism, where Patriarch St. Ignatius of Constantinople is wrongly deposed. Patriarch Photius is installed by the emperor, and the papacy intervenes at the behest, mind you, of the parties involved, including Photius. The papacy intervenes and sides with Ignatius, which kind of makes the West, the papacy in particular, a thorn in the side of Photius at this period of time. Okay, so as you can see, it's a rough run of things. And Rome and the quote unquote old Rome, as as I guess they would want to call us, and then the new Rome and all of her grand visions. And here you've got this crabby old Rome over there, and she's constantly like saying, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that. We don't accept this, we don't accept that. And you would rather just kind of be done with it to begin with, but there's a lot of prestige with Rome. There's a lot of prestige with the papacy, and when it's useful, we're very quick to turn to Rome, and we're very quick to turn to her decrees and these things. But yeah, when there's a problem, that's when the majority of the time this relationship is it's tenable. It's tenable, and these issues erupt, but you can kind of see it. You can kind of see the direction that it's heading in. And Photius, I think, in some ways, was kind of a breaking point. While there had been all of these many problems before between Rome and the Patriarch of Constantinople, this one seemed to have a little bit more staying power in terms of the idea that maybe something isn't quite right here between these brothers. At least I think that's the advantage of hindsight. That's what it looks like in hindsight. They wouldn't have been thinking that at the time. But for me, like trying to look back and say, okay, when do I really want to place where it's like, okay, this is really like leading to something that's inevitably going to end bad. You have two quarreling brothers. and you can sometimes sense that a fight's going to break out. I would pinpoint it at the Phocian schism. And I think rightly in some ways historians are starting to look towards this as being in some sense just as significance as 1054. Even if this one did happen to end in a resolution, it wasn't a full resolution as it left a lot on the table unresolved that would spring up against the Western Church in the coming centuries. But in the meantime, let's see the overall trajectory of the Patriarch of Constantinople leading us up to 1054. So somewhat follows, the same time period. I go back to the 880s, kind of when things are happening as they are in Rome and the other list that we were looking at. But we have, for example, Patriarch Stephen the First. He's a eunuch. He's appointed over Photius. After the whole Phocian conflict, we have St. Anthony the Second. He arbitrates a compromise actually between Photius and St. Ignatius of Constantinople and brings a resolution to that conflict. We have Patriarch Nicholas the First, who is deposed by the emperor, a common theme. Then he's reinstated by the next emperor, another common theme. We have Euthymius, deposed and exiled. We have poor Patriarch Tryphon, deceived into resigning. It's actually kind of a sad story. He was intending to do something good, and it turns out he was actually signing his own resignation. Following him, we have Theophylact, who was made a eunuch so that he could be a prelate and it could be clergy in the Byzantine court. And he made a series of unpopular changes to the divine liturgy, which almost erupted in schism in the city between the imperial powers, which wanted to enforce those reforms, and the sort of old guard of Constantinople, the old conservative who didn't want to have any changes to the divine liturgy. We have Eustathius, who, in a attempt to sort of compromise with Rome, opens a series of Latin churches in the city. And then we have Patriarch Alexius, who himself, in almost anticipation of sort of what's happening in Rome, tries to fight the secular interests. And unfortunately for the patriarchs of Constantinople, they're never able to succeed, nor are the monks. There's a group of monks that for the next several centuries try to break from the what it's a little bit confusing because in Constantinople, the monks that were closely involved with the imperial court were called the independent monks. You would think that they would be the ones that were trying to break free from the empire, but they weren't. I mean, not necessarily from the empire, but at least from the imperial influence. But it wasn't. There was another group of monks who were the actual independent monks who were trying to do something that was not completely dissimilar to what was happening in Cluny, but they were unsuccessful. History would be kind of interesting had Byzantium managed to do that, but it's a different thing when the emperor's in your own city and you're trying to like Rome always had the Mediterranean between itself and the Byzantine Empire, and the patriarchs of Constantinople didn't have that luxury. So when you're reading when we're going to go into this in one of the future lectures, when you're reading about the Patriarch of Constantinople going into, it kind of goes into tailspin by the time that you get to the conquest of the Turks, but it's just one deposition, one exile, one resignation after another. It's almost massive and overwhelming. But the seeds for that are actually doesn't begin with the Turks. It actually begins with the Byzantine Empire itself. Then we have our man in Amsterdam, Patriarch Michael Cerularius, and I've heard his name pronounced several different ways. I'm going to try to just be consistent in my own pronunciation here and just say Cerularius. This guy has been psychoanalyzed so often. And I will say one thing right off the bat here before we proceed any further with this lecture, I will say that the Eastern Orthodox have had the wherewithal to not canonize this guy. And as far as I know, there's never really even been like a cult of saint around him, which for us as Catholics is a good thing. We shouldn't necessarily see Cerularius and what he kind of does here as a bar towards reunion, but he's a complicated character who makes a complicated story even more, well, complicated. He's got a very storied life too, even before he becomes patriarch. He is born into a noble family with very powerful civil officials and military leaders. He has very lofty political ambitions. He's sort of trying to rise up the political ladder in Byzantium, which is a very difficult thing to navigate at this time, very dangerous thing to navigate at this time. He's exiled and becomes a monk. Now, much is made of his conversion, questions of whether or not it was genuine, whether it was opportunism, and he does seem to have a little bit of that in him. He's kind of like a career bureaucrat, you know. Not brilliant, but he's loyal to the machine and he's willing to defend the machine to the end. And he comes into the light of history already with grievances against the Latins. He seems to have been a part, at least formed, how much this is, again, like sincere religious convictions and how much this is just him being a bureaucratic representative of Constantinople. It's just impossible to say. But there's a contingent of, it's kind of like a purist movement among the Greeks who, especially in the sort of recent decades, bumping up against the Latins as the Bulgar Slayer, as Basil II conquers these areas, the Byzantines more and more come into contact with Latins in Croatia and Serbia, and more the Greeks are just like incensed by these differences, liturgical or otherwise, that they're finding among the Latins. And so you're starting to see the polemics ramp up a little bit, and he at the very least seems to be influenced by some of those polemics. And again, whether he's just leveraging them or whether it's a sincere conviction, it's difficult to say. So he advances up the ecclesial ladder and becomes patriarch in 1043. And he sees the patriarch in ways not totally dissimilar to the Cluniacs, and in that sense, he's not completely dissimilar to his own predecessor. But, you know, he has ambitions, even though he's friends with Constantine the Ninth, he sort of has these ambitions to thwart Constantine the Ninth's plans. It's kind of an odd thing. But again, I think if you think of Cerularius less as a man who has like friendships and more as a man of like just a bureaucrat, you know, he's loyal to the state apparatus more than he is even to the emperor. And so even though Constantine the Ninth is his friend and Constantine sort of helped him advance up the ladder, it doesn't seem like Cerularius necessarily had any particular convictions to be loyal to the emperor, in particular Constantine. And you're going to find in the next coming slides just these instances where it's like, what is he doing? Why would he do that? Like, can't you see the emperor like struggling to do this thing, and Cerularius just comes in with like a grenade into the room. But we'll get to that here. So I want to review the just kind of quickly the conflicts of southern Italy that are taking place. We went over this in depth in the last lecture, but just to get you guys caught up again. So we have the Normans. They've successfully invaded most of southern Italy, long associated with Byzantium and a Greek community down there. And the Normans began supplanting the native civil and religious governance with their own. Now, at the same time that all of this is going on, it's when Pope Leo the Ninth has come to the papacy and he's working on his reforms. And while he's, you know, trying to focus on these reforms, this Norman invasion in the south of Italy sort of comes to take over almost all of his concerns because the Normans are pretty awful at what they're doing down there. And so Pope Leo IX sort of sets out to build a coalition to confront the Normans. And this army is unfortunately defeated, and the Pope himself is captured. And while in captivity, he's actively working with Emperor Constantine IX to form an alliance against the Normans to sort of help. This would be like a return return of the brothers here, where there would just be a formal alliance between the papacy and Constantinople against this common enemy. As all of this is going on, as all of this is happening, a letter arrives in southern Italy addressed to the bishops, and most especially to the Bishop of Rome. And this letter is written by Leo of Ohrid. The contents of this letter will ring down for centuries. The bulk of Leo's letter is given to the Azymes controversy, which we will be doing a deep dive into next lecture. Be sure to tune into that one, it's going to be a good one. But he also covers improperly keeping the Sabbath during Lent, improper dietary restrictions. He's got a list of complaints. But I want you to pay close attention to the ending of the letter here. Listen to this quote: "These things, O man of God, having read often with your people, and having taught them thus, and being corrected, order them to change their ways in many similar manners, so that you may gain the salvation of their souls, and announce to the archpriests of the bishops enthroned in Italy, and adjure them to make amends regarding all these, so that you may have the greatest reward, even even you may have among your remaining beautiful things. And if you do this, I will set forth through two writings the greater and bulkier, that is, better developed, of these things, as a clear demonstration of the true and divine faith and teaching and salvation of God of those who, up for themselves to believe beautifully and in accord with right worship, over whom Christ, in due season, has set his very soul." This sounds like Leo of Ohrid is concerned with the salvation of what's essentially the entire Latin Church. He's saying that this is a matter of the salvation of their souls, and that they need to correct these things in order for them to be a part of the body of the church. The implication is that you've already placed yourself, O ye Western man of God, you've placed yourself outside the bark. You and the entire Latin members, clergy and lay alike, are out of the ship, and you'd better fix this grave error to get yourselves back right with the Lord. Leo's letter is very strong in its tone, quite scathing, actually. This letter is received by a Byzantine bishop named John of Trani, who hands it over. Well, he reads it and then hands it over to the Pope's legate in the region, a man named Humbert of Silva Candida. Now let's talk about Humbert. He's a Frenchman, he's a Burgundian, a Benedictine monk. He comes into Bishop Bruno's sphere while in Toul, and in some ways he seems to be not unlike Cerularius himself, which is going to be kind of a problem for us. For us, I mean for the church, for the East and West, because we've got two men that are very similar in some ways, very, very brash, abrasive, not very given to diplomacy, a little bit hard-headed. There's even some Latins, in the same way that you'll find certain Byzantine chroniclers writing about Cerularius in some of his connivances. You've got some Latin authors talking about, especially how Humbert is kind of a hothead, and he's definitely not the guy that you want to send in for negotiations. But he comes to Rome as part of Pope Leo IX's entourage. and he's made cardinal of Silva Candida. And he's among these new reform-minded prelates who are, they're all kind of done acquiescing to the demands of rogues. Now, I'm not saying that Leo of Ulrid was automatically rogue here. He does seem, anyways, if you read his letter, to have been somewhat sincere in his concern over the Azyme issues. It's harder to tell again with Cerularius, but for Leo, he at least seems to have been genuine, if a bit misguided. If there's, I've seen some historians sort of chalk it up to sort of a cranky old man. I don't know. That's kind of hard to psychoanalyze somebody from a millennium away, but be that as it may, Humbert had been dealing with these rogues, secular and religious leaders, left and right, all over the place. I mean, one of the things you got to keep the stuff in mind, the context of all of these things. Where he's working at in southern Italy is right the hot spot of where the Normans are just terrorizing everybody. One of the things that they're dealing with is that there are these Norman knights who were defecting from their own ranks, defecting from the Norman ranks, and they're going on what's effectively a rape and pillage campaign in southern Italy, just terrorizing everybody. It's chaos all over. The population, clergy and lay, is falling apart at the seams. And yet, for some reason, Michael and Leo think, you know what? Now's the time to drop this doozy on the Latins over there. Like, they don't have enough to worry about. They're not preoccupied with something. Let's go ahead and drop this bomb on them. So Humbert is working in Apulia during this time as the papal secretary, and again, he's working to kind of thwart and hold back some of the Norman advances while maintaining a, tenuous hold on the terrorized local population. And then Bishop of John of Trani gives him this letter. Bishop John of Trani himself is one of the Byzantine clergy down in southern Italy, and he hands the letter over as he's instructed to do by Leo of Ulrid in the letter, and then Humbert translates it into Latin and gives it to Pope Leo. Meanwhile, back in Constantinople. Now, originally the Pope had turned to the historic protector of the Holy Roman Empire, but that kind of came to nothing. So in 1053, a delegation went to Constantinople. It was Bishop John of Trani, who we mentioned. It was Argyrus, the military general of the region, and the Patriarch of Venice came along with them. And they began working out a deal with Emperor Constantine, working to solidify an alliance with the papacy. And folks, you have no idea how close, you have no idea how close, instead of a schism, how close we came to possibly having one of the great moments of alliances between the East and West. It's tantalizingly close, and yet, as we know what's going to happen, it wasn't to be. For one thing, Cerularius at the same time is exchanging letters with a man named Nicatis Testathos about the Latin abuses. He's writing these letters back and forth, and they're beginning this actually it's going to be the beginning of a trend of this infamous Byzantine lists of the Latin errors, which continues in some sense down to this very day. And Eastern Orthodox just recently published a two-volume work on the so-called Latin errors. Well, you can trace, fun trivia fact here. You can trace all that back to this very moment. Even worse, though, he starts shutting down Latin churches in response to Norman aggressions. He's shutting down the Latin churches with the city, including the papal legates. He allows the magistros Nikephoros to remove the Latin Eucharist from the tabernacles and trample them underfoot. He's completely and utterly and wholly opposed to the Latin Azymes controversy, which again, I have to save it for next week, but He knows, for example, that the general Argyrus is will commune with the Latin host, so he starts refusing this guy who's one of the diplomats there to work on this alliance. He starts refusing him communion. So instead of trying to save the last remaining remnants of the emperor's landed interests in the west, in southern Italy, it seems like Cerularius is doing all that he can do to undermine that. He's had these letters sent to southern Italy. He's kind of sabotaging things that are happening in Constantinople. Now, one of the things that I've come up with in the apologetics is whether or not Cerularius actually had anything to do with Leo's letter. Possibly Leo was just writing this on his own accord. I've seen more and more historians agreeing, though, that that's unlikely. And let's kind of paint the picture here. So you have Basil II, Emperor Basil II demoted the Patriarch of Bulgaria down to an archbishopric. Go into that detail in that last lecture, and then placed all the administrative governance of civil and religious life in Bulgaria in the hands of the empire. Now, Leo of Ohrid, is a Chartoflex in the Hagia Sophia. And this is an extremely important role with the Byzantine Church, and it places him in close proximity to all the imperial religious figures, including the patriarchs of Constantinople of this time. The Chartophylax, he's in charge of the patriarch's correspondence. He's acting as the patriarch's vicar. He had the right to not only answer correspondence in the name of the patriarch, but to also represent him in meetings and synods. So this is an important man in Constantinople. And even if he does end up in Ohrid, because as we noted last time, the Emperor Michael the Fourth appoints him the Archbishop of Bulgaria in 1037. That position is actually under the control of the empire. And when you're under the control of the empire in religious matters, you're pretty much under the control of the Patriarch of Constantinople. So Cerularius has close ties with Constantine the Ninth. After becoming a monk, he himself advances in the court, as we said. So even though Pope Leo the Ninth was potentially an ally with the empire against the Normans, Cerularius begins this campaign against the Latins in the city at this very moment. He also commissions an historian named Ibn Butlan to write a treatise against the Azymites. As well, Humbert's letter to Michael is addressed Michael, Universal Patriarch of the New Rome, and Leo, Archbishop of the Metropolitanate of Ohrid of the Bulgarians. So, in their minds, in Humbert's minds, and he's writing on behalf of Pope Leo the Ninth, so possibly and most likely Leo the Ninth as well, they see this as this letter that comes to them in southern Italy denouncing their use of Azymes and their fasting practices as coming from these two men, not just from Leo. They see Cerularius's hand all over this letter. So he follows Leo's letter with his own as well, Cerularius. Now, this letter is something of an after the fact justification. It's an attempt by Cerularius to exonerate himself from what had just happened in the summer of 1054. So he lists about 20 errors of the Latins, and he even includes his thought that they had been in schism since Vigilius. So he begins the letter. It's a very, very kind of bizarre thing. And it's not something, as far as I'm aware, that the Eastern Orthodox have ever held. I think this is unique to Cerularius's own peculiarities. But he contends that the Pope had been cut off from the church since Pope Vigilius in 555. So for, roughly 500 years, he's saying that the Latin church has been cut off from the whole church. And then he goes on to issue the series of these lists of things that become quite popular in later centuries when they're making these lists. And he begins with the Azymes, with the Latins fasting on Saturday, eating unclean foods, having clergy that shave, using pork fat in their foods. They have certain lax practices, he says, during Lent, and that's disputable as well. Most of these are disputable, but anyways, the filioque, he calls that they have different liturgical intonations, and as well that they prohibit priestly marriage. So how does Leo respond to all of this? As you can imagine, he's a little bit preoccupied. Now, we do have two letters. One we're not sure was ever sent. In Terra Pax Hominibus, he responds to the accusations that the Latin use of unleavened bread is heretical, reasserts that Rome is the church with the authority given to it by St. Peter, by Christ. He makes use of the donation of Constantine, which a lot of people, there's a lot of polemics about the donation of Constantine and the so-called papal forgeries and the papal use of these things. I think Catholics have given answers to that, so go search those answers out if you're interested. Leo makes reference of it though, so I'm bringing it up here. It has a more assertive tone, and again, the historians don't quite know if this one was even sent. I've seen quite a few of the historians that say it probably wasn't sent. It's also that it was probably penned by Humbert in Leo's name. The other letter, Scripta Tuae, it's milder in its tone, and we're fairly confident that was the one that was sent. It still asserts Roman primacy. It's an interesting contrast between what Leo sends versus what Cerularius sends, because Leo just doesn't really seem interested in having these sort of theological disputations so much as just kind of asserting the ancient privileges of the Petrine See in these matters. And then not so much to enforce them on the East, but just to like allow for them in the West without being accused of heresy in the process. You don't ever really find the Latins engaging in that kind of silly list making that becomes very popular in the Byzantine East, except for one guy, our friend Humbert. Humbert has a list. Now, much has been made of Humbert's list, and there's some silly accusations in it, like he was notoriously under the assumption that the Byzantines had removed the filioque. But some of the accusations, they're true, actually. While they could have come from a more charitable pen, they could have come maybe from a more diplomatic pen, pastoral. They weren't incorrect, as I've seen some under the impression that they were. So he gives the defense of the Azymes. He accuses Cerularius of simony, accuses them of castration of their clerics. I've seen some people kind of poo-poo that idea, except for the fact that the Byzantine clergy were known to castrate their clerics. It wasn't a universal practice, but it was very common in Constantinople. He accuses them of rejecting the filioque, as I noted. He says that the Greeks are lax in their moral life by allowing married clergy. There's the rejection of the primacy of Rome. He accuses them of rebaptizing Latins, which we do seem to have evidence of that. As well as he says that they are guilty of promoting schism by saying that there's no salvation outside what he rhetorically calls the Church of the Greeks. So some of them are real problems that should have been addressed at some point, but right at this moment, it just doesn't seem like the prudent of all decisions. As someone like myself, desirous of reunion and lamenting the fact that this ever happened, I would have preferred maybe someone who wouldn't have been so triggered and tempted to take the bait as Humbert was. But all right, let's do a rundown here of the timeline of events because this is going to be really helpful for you guys. So if you would follow with me, we have the fall of 1052, the winter of 1053. Letters are being exchanged between Michael Cerularius and Nicatus, as well as letters are being sent to all the patriarchs. In the winter of these sort of hostile polemical letters that are being written by the Patriarch of Constantinople. The winter of 1053, we have Emperor Constantine's governor in southern Italy opening negotiations with Pope Leo IX to form an alliance against the Normans. So the emperor has said, look, I know that Pope Leo is in this fight as well. We should we have this common enemy. We should have this fight together. Winter of 1053 as well, the Normans capture the key Byzantine Apulian towns. Early 1053, the letters of Leo of Ulrid arrive in southern Italy. The letter is handed over to Humbert. March of 1053, Pope Leo returns to Italy with less troops than he had hoped to raise. He wanted to go try to raise troops in the among the Holy Roman Empire and some other places, and he doesn't have much success. Spring summer of 1053, Cerularius closes the Latin parishes in Constantinople, ostensibly over their use of Azymes. Summer of 1053, Humbert pens his Adversus Graecorum calumnies against the calumnies of the Greeks. There's a pamphlet war that's going on at this time that's kind of interesting. We have Humbert and Cerularius sort of exchanging letters. Like I said, it's debated how much of the ones are actually been sent to one another. June 18, 1053, there's the Battle of Civitate, and the Pope is captured. The summer and fall of 1053, Bishop John of Trani, General Argyrus, and the Patriarch of Venice, Dominic, went to Constantinople to convince the emperor and Cerularius to ally with the papacy, and of course Cerularius refuses, again using Azymes as the pretext for why he will not join this alliance. Late 1053, Cerularius makes some mild overtures. It's not, nobody's quite sure why he made these overtures at this point. It was possibly at the behest of the emperor. In January of 1054, Leo's letter, the Scripta Tuae, is sent to Cerularius and Leo of Ulrid. 1054, Constantine continues to keep the diplomatic ties with Leo open through Agyrus. Hope for an alliance against the Normans is still quite strong. April 19th, 1054, Pope Leo dies. Sometime in April 1054, the papal legates arrive in Constantinople. So that's sort of the timeline of events leading us up to to the end of this road here. And I want you guys to have that because you kind of need to like have this all how all of these things sort of converge at the moments that they converge and in the timeline that they converge too. All right, so we're getting close. I want to make sure we're all caught up on that timeline. A delegation is formed and it makes its way east. So, what are the papal delegation's intent? Well, you've got among them Cardinal Humbert of Silva Candida, you've got Cardinal Frederick of Lorraine, and you've got the Archbishop Peter of Amalfi. These men are the ones that lead the delegation, and they arrive April 1054. Of course, the most pressing issue is the issue of southern Italy. It's an existential crisis for the papacy at that moment. Leo the Ninth, kind of his last hope is this reunion. He's in captivity. They're seeing it as something of an Armageddon, of an apocalyptic situation. It seems hopeful, though. The delegation reports that the meetings are productive, as do our Byzantine sources. The delegation is warmly met by the emperor, Constantine, upon arrival. The meetings go well, everything's going fine. Unfortunately, all throughout this, Cerularius is refusing to meet with the legates. And for reasons uncertain, historians don't there's no like unified agreement of why Cerularius does this at this moment. I've heard a few different disputes, this could have been his moment to shine. He's had all of these issues with these men. They're here now. Let's have a public dispute. The legates were itching to meet him. They needed this alliance. Was he trying to avoid them to allow the emperor a chance to work his negotiations? Well, that seems unlikely because there's a flurry of letters that are exchanged with one another. And then given his known temperament, an attitude towards the Romans. But B, he writes this letter to Peter of Antioch later that though the papal delegates were actually, he thought that the papal delegates were actually agents of Argyrus, the general whom he had refused to commune on his last trip there. So he's kind of claiming later to Patriarch Peter III of Antioch that he says, I look, I made an honest mistake. So make of it what you will. But the fact is that the entire thing stalls. April turns to May, May turns to June, June to July. The letters between Humbert and Cerularius become more tense, more polemical. The whole thing really begins to deteriorate. The emperor, he does try to intervene, but Cerularius just won't budge. And then sometime in early July, Humbert drafts a bull of excommunication. Then on July 16th, 1054, after 100 days of waiting in Constantinople, after what should have been a relatively quick diplomatic trip to make an alliance that could have forged a century-long bond between East and West, instead, Humbert walks into the Hagia Sophia and drops the bull of excommunication. Included in the excommunication is the Patriarch Michael Cerularius, Leo of Ulrid, and their followers, and then they left the city. And months later, Michael Cerularius drafts his own bull of excommunication. We look back on events like those that happened at 1054 as inevitable. And while all things certainly are within God's providence, the mistakes are our own. Hopefully, if nothing else, you realize over the course of these last two lectures that this wasn't inevitable, and that at several points, had men's heart not been so hardened, this may have never happened, at least not at that moment, at least not so permanently. In fact, as I said, we were enticingly close to forging a very substantial and possibly long-lasting alliance. Now, fortunately, in our own times, on December 7th, 1965, the two excommunications were lifted. Rome lifted its excommunications, as did the Patriarch of Constantinople. And the church began to make serious inroads towards reconciliation. As I see it, our goal is to not let men like the ones all those centuries ago win the day, to instead help let cooler heads prevail, and in time, Lord willing, see more and more images like the ones we see here. I hope you enjoyed these lectures. If you do, if you enjoyed this particular one, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. Tune in next time, we'll be covering the Azymes controversy. Did the Orthodox Church concede the debate? I'll see you all then. God bless. Hello, friends, and welcome to the City of the Immaculata. This is a channel where we discuss topics of history and theology. And if you enjoy these videos, I please ask that you like them. And if you haven't already, consider subscribing or sharing it with others. Thank you. Today, the topic is going to be the Azymes controversy. Did the Orthodox Church concede the debate? And just a few points to consider in all of this, that while the theological debates about the use of unleavened bread is important, the primary question that we will be asking in this lecture is whether or not the Orthodox Church conceded this debate. And that's an important distinction to make. And when we get to the end of the lecture, I want to drive this point home. But for now, I would just like to highlight that the question's not going to be so much around the theological debates as such, but rather where it stands in the Orthodox Church today. Because Azymes was singularly the most contentious issue at the period of the Great Schism and moving forward for several centuries. And as it stands today, the issue's never been resolved. So we're going to do a deep dive into this today, and I want to begin with where the Greeks would have been coming from with this controversy. And even really before getting into the historical framework of the controversy, a few things to consider because this was for them a theological debate, and I don't deny that, and there's possibly a theological debate to be had around it. So I do want to introduce you to what exactly the controversy is, even if that's not going to be the heaviest part of the focus of this topic. The Greeks see the Eucharist ritual as an unbroken chain linking each liturgy to the past, which is also what the Catholic Church would say, but for them, the matter which records indicate was leavened bread is part of that essential bond with the ancient church. So if you break the custom with the traditional matter, leavened bread, then you have essentially cut yourself off from the ancient church. So this is actually about a departing with tradition and custom first, and only second, a theological debate. And from the theological debate with the Greeks, you will find much around the scriptural exegesis as well. They will turn to the church fathers. And even though the church fathers will have sort of conflicting points of view on this, the Greeks will contend that they are the lineage that goes back with this essential, to them, essential link with the past. Now, there are debates about exactly when the Western Church started using this, but for those of you unfamiliar, azymes simply means unleavened bread. So when we talk about the use of azymes, we're talking about a matter, the bread, that would have not been leavened, would not have been arisen bread. And we don't know exactly when the Latin Church started applying this. It seems likely that it was relatively recent in the previous century or two, in the time that the problem first came to the attention of the Greeks, but there's some evidence that it possibly goes back further than that. At the very least, we have figures such as Alcuin of York, who's venerated as a saint by the Eastern Orthodox in the British Isles, writing of its common usage by the ninth century, as does Bede. So we know right away there are men who were saints, as far as the Orthodox Church is concerned, saints who were aware of it, who engaged in it in the church, and if not engaging in it, certainly weren't condemning it. These are men that the Orthodox consider holy. In the ninth and 10th centuries, we see it become ubiquitous, a universal practice of the West. And there's several possible reasons why this happened, some practical, some theological. The West, for example, had a practice of reserving the consecrated host. As well, there were concerns about the host being crumbled and dropped and desecrated. We're not really certain when the Greeks really began to take it up in earnest as an argument against the West. There had been disputes with the Armenians who were to the east of the Byzantines, and oftentimes when you read these polemics and then you turn to the ones against the West, which happened later, you begin to see some similarities there. I kind of hold that I think there's enough evidence that shows that the Greeks themselves believed that the Latins were essentially partaking in the same errors of the Armenians. And even though the theological arguments are going to be different in some of the respects, because the Greeks have to contend with the unique Latin arguments that they didn't contend with the Armenians, the certain historical circumstances between the West and the Armenians using Azymes is going to be different. But they seem to believe that the West, in its use of Azymes, were also denying Chalcedon, which explains some of the later justifications for calling us Nestorians in this context. Interestingly, though, Photius doesn't bring it up, which means he either wasn't familiar with the custom, or what I think more likely, he didn't consider it enough of a problem to cover in his polemics against the Latins. Nonetheless, the arguments that they're going to use have four essential characteristics. Some polemicists that you'll read may hone in on one of these aspects or more, but across the board, it will be at least one of these. The very first is the accusation that the practice is Judaizing. Judaizing is a common accusation made by the Byzantines against Westerners at this time, and it can be a bit confusing for some people because the Eastern Orthodox have all but dropped this in their list after list after lists that they've made in their polemical diatribes. But at the time, the Westerners as Judaizers is the very top of the list of things that we're accused of being. Second, there's an argument that the Eucharist, our Eucharist, is dead, that it had no yeast, therefore it has no soul to enliven it. Third, that it is contrary to sacred scriptures, which, as many of you could guess, turns into a back and forth, centuries long debates about scriptural exegesis. And fourth, it was celebrated without leaven, hence being the Azimos, the Azymites, as they would come to refer to us as. They would make the claim that since it's not the bread that Jesus used, it is therefore not the same sacrifice. Now, the key players in these early arguments, as it sort of comes into the list of grievances that the Byzantines have with the West, are going to be, first off, Leo of Ohrid. And Leo's quite polemical in his attacks of the practice. He calls the Westerners Judaizers. He says that they are cut off from the body. It's a pretty harsh letter when you read it. We discussed it a little bit last lecture when we were talking about the situation around the schism and the letter that Leo writes to the bishops of southern Italy and to the Pope. The accusation is essentially that because of Azymes, we are cut off from the entire body of the church, and therefore we're also risk of eternal damnation because of the use of Azymes. We have Patriarch Peter III of Antioch, who's a little more pastoral in his message, saying that they, as in the Easterners who are engaged in this critique of the use of Azymes, that rather than maybe the approach of Leo or Michael Carolarius or some of these other characters, that they should instead, according to Peter, gently seek to bring the Westerners back to what he considers the right and true custom. We have Nikitas Stathatos, and he's quite scathing as well in his attacks. He writes in Adversus Latinos, calling Western practices, quote, horrible infirmities, and calling our Mass a, quote, dead sacrifice because of the Azymes. Now, Patriarch Michael Cerularius, who was, of course, instrumental involved in the Schism of 1054, he's not a theologian by training. He's more of an imperial bureaucrat. So, of course, you're going to have to take somebody like that with a grain of salt, as we discussed last lecture. But his effect on the future discussions is important. He sees it as Judaizing. He writes a long list of, quote, Latin errors, which will later become standard fare for Byzantine polemicists. Yet it's interesting, Byzantine anti-Azimite canonists, they're getting frustrated looking for explicit condemnations of Azymes in their historical canons, and they begin to apply Cerularius's tactic here of Judaizing because while there may have been canons lacking for Azyme prohibition, there were canons against association with Jews and their customs, for example. So that's kind of what they start leaning into. So while Cerularius is writing this letter to the other patriarchs, he doesn't seem to want at least to, he's a very calculating political figure. So in my interpretation of this, the reason he doesn't put Azymes at the top when he's writing to the other patriarchs is because he probably assumes that it's not as contentious an issue for them as, say, the Filioque, which of course would have longer standing significance going back to Photius. Yet that doesn't stop, as I'm saying here, later canonists from getting, turning to Cerularius in this accusation of Judaizing and using him as the source for that particular polemic. Now, typically, the Catholics do not respond in kind. When it comes to the Catholic justifications for Azymes, you're not going to get a series of diatribes condemning the Greek practice. Now, to be clear, Catholics would write their own defenses of the Western practice, and at times they could be quite harsh towards the Greek practice, but they really don't engage in the condemnation of the Byzantine practice. And the one exception, even to the, I would say, the sort of snarky approach that you sometimes find in controversial polemical writings, at least for this particular subject, the exception would be Cardinal Humbert in 1054, and we discussed him at length last time, but even he doesn't condemn the Greek practice as such. He just condemns them for condemning the West. Now, many of the justifications revolve around scriptural exegesis, as well as the authority of the Roman Church to deem which customs are and are not acceptable. Now, I debated whether or not to go into the specifics in this lecture of what the theology around all of this was, how the Catholics justified their use of Azymes specifically, specific scriptural passages and these kinds of things. But it's surprisingly a pretty dense topic, and on both sides, the Greek and the Western side, to cover it, to do any justice to us, would have taken up entirely too much time. But I cannot overstate enough, since this is less about the theological debates in and of themselves, that this was the primary theological reason for the schism of 1054 and moving forward. Interestingly, unlike his previous polemics and lists, when Cerularius sends out his letter to the other patriarchs explaining his part in the events of 1054, he elevates the Filioque to the top. And then by the crusading era, though, Westerners will become known commonly in the East not as papists, not as filioquists, but as Azymites. And it's one of the most consistently referred to errors in all of the Byzantine lists that you find in the, roughly 20 or so Byzantine lists that I'm aware of. I do believe Azymes is in all of them, but it's certainly in the overwhelming majority of them. So if we're going to look at the arguments after 1054, after Cerularius and Leo of Ulred sort of dropped this gauntlet down on the Western Church being cut off as it is because of their use of Azymes. Some of our sources are the Opusculum contra Francos. This comes sometime after 1054. This particular list says that because of the use of Azymes, that the Roman Church is slandering the name of Saint Peter, as is the entire Western world. We have Leo of Pereyaslav in the 1060s. He says he actually accuses those who partake of the Latin Mass. This is how bad the polemics get, folks. Like we're not talking about like a minor error that they're accusing us of here. He says that the those who partake of the Latin Mass, and mind you, this practice has been going on for centuries before 1054, practiced by men whom today the Eastern Orthodox venerate as saints, that had been engaging in this practice. He's saying that those who engaged in it deny the God man. They deny Christ himself. We have John the Oxite saying that the Azymes is the chief of all the divisions. It's the chief cause of all the divisions, even between the churches, East and West. Patriarch John the Eighth, he's joined into it by 1106. He's writing three lengthy treaties against the Azymes error. You have Nikon of Black Mountain before 1204, who he largely derives his works from the Opusculum. We have Stilbes, who points out, at least by 1254, that by use of the Azymes, we have a incorrect liturgical rubrics, and this is going to affect things later when the conversation changes a little bit because they're going to say that we have a defect in the form. We have the dialogue of Panagiotes with an Azymite. Of course, here using by the 1274, this was the pejorative. When you talked about the Latin Church, you didn't call us papists, you call us Azymites. And then we have Iones of Kitros sometime in the 13th century. Interestingly enough, and I'm showing this here because it's an interesting thing to point out that the letter states in this 13th century letter, it's a question that's posed in it about whether or not there are Orthodox bishops ordaining Asmite priests. And it's interesting for two reasons. One, because the answer is not explicitly no. It's kind of an equivocal answer that he gives. And two, it's also interesting that this question would need to be asked by a bishop because it's certainly the case that by the 13th century, as deeply rooted as some of these polemical diatribes are, that it should be a common thing that the Asmites are Asmites. I mean, it would be like calling us Arians or something. It was a pretty serious thing. And here you have a bishop questioning, hey, by the way, rumor is that some of the bishops are ordaining Asmite priests. Like, is that allowed or is that not allowed? So it shows you sort of the confused nature of the Eastern Church around this particular subject. Over time, various emperors are going to employ tactics to try to pull the churches back into reunion. Many of the Byzantine emperors truly desired the church to be unified, and it's an admirable thing for me as a historian and as someone who genuinely would like to see reunion, to see the emperors of Byzantium attempting this as they did. And one of the means that they deployed was debate. And we have several of these debates over the coming years and centuries. And I just wanted to highlight a few of them. For example, we have the debates of 1112, where Emperor Alexios, again desirous of reunion, has these debates held in the city. Involved in the debates are Eustratios of Nicaea, John Phronos, all on the Greek side, and then we have Peter Grossolanus for the representing the West. Now, to his absolute shock, when the debates began, everything seemed to be like it was going to be like a very cordial, normal kind of thing. Then the debates begin, and immediately the Greek clergy, in an almost coordinated fashion, did something of a gift gallop and hit the Latin representative with the torrent of arguments. He says that, quote, he let loose a torrent of polemical arguments. And the chief issues that they centered on at this time were the Azymes and the Filioque. And the event was, in the wake of this debate, there was a flood of anti-Azimite literature published and released in Constantinople. They saw this moment as just one of a towering victory of Orthodoxy against the diabolical Azimite West, much to the emperor's chagrin. This was followed by an astonishing debate, somewhat well known if you're familiar with East and West dialogue over the centuries. The debate between Anselm and Nicetas in 1136. This again was assembled by the emperor, Emperor John II in this point. Then we have Nicetas of Nicomedia representing the Greeks, Anselm of Heidelberg representing the Latin West, and the three primary topics were the Filioque, the Azymes, papal primacy. In a somewhat astonishing, though not positively reliable, we find that Nicetas concedes the Azimite issue. I have a little bit of doubt around the veracity of that claim. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. It just seems unlikely, from what we can tell about like debates today. At best, you get somebody to kind of like walk away with their hat in their hand quietly. Rarely do you get somebody who actually concedes that they lost the debate. But regardless, instead of helping anything, in Constantinople in particular, you know, the debates, all of these debates seem to actually foment resentment more than anything else. They seem to add to the contentious nature of the differences. And the Byzantine clergy who held this particular matter so dearly, they only dug their heels in, no matter how much the Latins may have made reasonable appeals, even if Nicetas conceded the Azyme issue, at least at the very much like conceded the validity of it in the Western custom, there was no way that that would just have made the Greeks even like more convicted in their denunciation of the Latin errors, as they would say. A tipping point in the controversy is going to be tied up in the Fourth Crusade in the Latin Empire, 1204, 1261. In the ways where the debates felt distant before, kind of esoteric, for Constantinople, this kind of cemented it. And even though, as I have discussed on this channel with the Massacre of the Latins in 1182, which was its own atrocity, we don't have the same long-lasting impression on the West about the Massacre of the Latins because it happened to a foreign group of Latins in a foreign country. And whereas for Constantinople, the sack of Constantinople was their city. It's what they were in. So before this event, something like the Azimite controversy and calling Latins Azimite, it now where it was in the past, like I said, kind of vague, kind of distant, now it gets tied up with usurpation and betrayal and these kinds of things. Now, I know there are various historical ways to view the Fourth Crusade. Basically, the emperor set the city up for catastrophe when he brought the Venetians to the walls of the city and then abandoned them outside the walls. Regardless, it crystallized in the people of the city from then forward this idea that the West was a different faith and they were ever ready to hear about those differences. So we can't underestimate the significance of that. But In the same way that people sometimes anachronistically read back more into, like, for example, 1054 than there is there, I think sometimes they do this with 1204 as well. While 1204 certainly was significant, and it's true that for the average Greek-speaking person, the sack of Constantinople was more palpable than 1054, and the Azamite controversy or the Filioque, there was still a lot of interaction back and forth between both the two sides before the sack of the city, during the Latin Empire, and then after the Latin Empire. For example, as we'll see when Emperor Michael VIII takes Constantinople back, he immediately goes about setting up negotiations for a reunion with the West. But also, even under the Latin Empire, we see things like this debate in 1234, when Pope Gregory the Ninth sends a delegation of Franciscans and Dominicans to Nicaea to debate. And the key issues would have been the Filioque and the Azymes. Interestingly, the Greeks, this debate, admit that the Filioque was more important. It was more important a dividing issue, despite the centuries of polemics up to this point. I find that to be an interesting concession in the, it's not like the turn of things, but you can see the mind, especially, I mean, we're in Nicaea, we're not in Constantinople, but you can at least see on the mainland, right, and the wider picture of things that these representatives of the East in Nicaea are willing to contend that the Filioque was actually the great dividing issue. Yet at the same time, they also want to say that it's impossible for the Latin Eucharist to be valid because of the Azymes issue. So it's not like we're out of the water. They're just starting to flip which one in their minds is the more important issue. By the end of this council, I mean, by the end of this debate, rather, the Franciscans refused to budge on the permissibility of the Latin customs. They, again, didn't walk away condemning the Greek practice. They didn't try to say that the Greeks needed to conform themselves to the Western practice, but they would not budge on the permissibility of the Latin customs. So, once again, the debates prove unproductive. But then we get to the Council of Second Lyons 1274, and this is, I was saying, it's a reunion council led by the efforts of Emperor Michael VIII and his desire for an alliance with the West. Now, the Latins were firm on their convictions here as they were back in those debates, even more so here, that the use of unleavened bread in the Mass was valid. The Latin Church also allows the Greeks to retain their rights, including not using the Filioque in their creed nor Azymes in the Eucharist. While at the council, the issue of Azymes was being surpassed by other issues, back home it was kind of a different story because it was still very contentious among the clergy. And once again, there was this, as these debates are happening and things are looking up, at least on an imperial level, on the grounds, these debates seem to only fuel further resentment. We find that to be something of a common theme, especially when the Greeks come home and have to report that the West will continue to recite the Filioque and will still partake of the Azymes. The old hardliners at that point become emboldened. And this gives other players in the equation a chance to come in and leverage that resentment to harness discontent. And subsequently, the emperor dies, and his successor, Andronikos II, comes to power and repudiates the reunion. But again, it leads to a flurry of anti-Asmite literature. This is where the Panagiotes dialogues come from. We also have the letter to all Christians. The heresies of the Franks come from this era, as well as the errors of the Latins. So it's not like, even though maybe the Filioque is starting to bump its way up, it's still a major dividing issue by 1274. Now, this is an interesting development. There's no clear, obvious reason why this happens, but there really does begin to see a noticeable shift in the anti-Latin rhetoric around Azymes. Somewhere in the late 14th, early 15th centuries, the interest of the Greeks in Latins as Azymites slowly dissipates. And that's kind of astonishing when you consider it. Going back to Cerularius, going back to those canonists, going back to all of the Byzantine lists, going back to all of the long diatribes and the debates. It was a dead sacrifice, to quote Stathos. And then now, suddenly, it's going to just quietly recede into the background more and more and more as time goes along. One exception to this is Simeon of Thessaloniki's Dialogus contra omnes heresies. But regardless, more and more the filioque takes front and center, and eventually purgatory and even the papacy comes to overshadow the Azymes issues. So I just find this like extraordinary. It's an extraordinary turn of events that this even begins to happen, especially without any indications of concession. I find this an extraordinary evolution in the debates. It's almost as if we were take the Monophysites and the issues over Nestorius, and somewhere, 300 years, 400 years removed from the Council of Chalcedon, that it was no longer the issue of Nestorius and the nature of Christ. Rather, it was some other thing that the Monophysites do. And that the issue of Christ's nature just sort of recedes into the background. Like that, that's just kind of it's an exceptional thing. And it's one that I see very few theologians, very few historians kind of driving home. Despite it starting to dissipate, though, we still see it creep up. At the Council of Florence, 1431, we have Mark of Ephesus, the leader of the anti-Unionist as he will become. Before the council, before the council begins, he writes a letter to Pope Eugenius telling the West to quit their, quote, imperfect and dead sacrifice. That's how, before we even begin negotiations at Florence, that's how Mark of Ephesus is writing to the papacy. And he even wants to begin the debates at the council around the issue of Azymes, though he's overruled in that even by his own Greek fellow Greeks. And the emphasis shifts at this point. Many people aren't aware of this, but the Greeks at Florence do something of a trick of the hand. Instead of the historic Asmite controversy, which was one of matter, the type of bread that was being used, the Azymes, instead of that, they switched to the epiclesis, one of the form of the Latin Mass. And this began something of a trend that I notice about Catholics. As a convert to the Catholic faith, I feel like sometimes I have an outsider's perspective still, even though I consider myself a Catholic I consider myself among the sheep. I do notice certain things about Catholics that maybe Catholics that have been doing this for longer don't notice, but I just want to say this is an aside, but I want to say that it feels sometimes like watching a bull being led by its nose ring when I watch Catholics engaging Eastern Orthodox. When one issue becomes embarrassing or they want to tuck it away, like the issue of shaven priests, they kind of just quietly stop bringing it up and then they move on to something else. They grab the Catholics by the nose ring, and now all of a sudden They got some new thing that they're upset about, and the Catholics just kind of let it happen. And I think this is because overall, trying to be charitable towards my Catholic brothers here, I think Catholics just really want to be back in communion with the East, which just isn't always reciprocated. So to me, it's a bit disingenuous to get to the Council of Florence, and now it's no longer Azymes, rather it's the epiclesis. It's the calling of the Holy upon the Holy Spirit at the Eucharistic liturgy. But regardless, the council comes to an end. The West once again concedes that it is willing to allow both customs to exist. They don't ask the Greeks to stop their own customs. But in a portend of what's to come when the council is over, Mass is said, and the Greek bishops refused the Latin host. And then they return to Constantinople, and upon returning, Mark of Ephesus, the only Greek clergy who refused to sign off on the council, accuses the Latin bishops of becoming not filioquists, not papists. He accuses them of being Asmites, saying that they left with two different sacrifices at the end of that mass. And they themselves seemingly kind of knew that when they did so by refusing to commune with Latins. In his Epistola, he says, because of the Azymes, the Western liturgy is dead and it's without the Spirit. See, Mark of Ephesus wasn't going to drop it. I think as a conservative, he probably knew you just can't let this thing just disappear like that. This is why the West, this is why the quote unquote Latins are separated from the branch. Everything else really comes after that, with maybe the exception of the Filioque. But as far as Mark of Ephesus is concerned, Azymes was the issue. He wanted to begin the council with the issue of Azymes. He calls it two different sacrifices that we have taking place. He says our liturgy is dead, that we have no spirit. Now, there are several defenders who begin to argue that it was more an issue of the custom rather than differences of the faith. And more, I mean, this is what the Latins had been arguing the whole time. More and more, you're going to see the Greek church begin to take that position. Though in the meantime, you start to see this goodwill kind of dissipate, I think. The Latin church, especially after, I think there was a lot of bitterness after the Council of Florence, where there's sort of a resentment towards the accusations. Accusations would ultimately amount to accusations of idolatry, not dissimilar to what the Protestants would say, because as many of you are aware, the Protestants would say ours is a idolatrous sacrifice. So moving into the early modern period, the Latin Church, despite maybe some of the seeming resentment that you can find in some of the literature, the Latin Church is still always ever ready to drop the debate. And as debates are taking place, as discussions are taking place during this time, the Azymes issue is largely it's just dropped from the interfaith discussions. By the 17th century, in fact, the papacy has become the most contentious issue. It's not even no longer the filioque. In Constantinople, it is very much alive, though, in their polemical writings. So I want to say I think this is a bit puzzling at times, even for me. And I feel like I get used. I'm pretty much used to the messiness of history, but sometimes trying to figure the Greeks out and their approach to these things is a bit. While we're trying to remain charitable, trying to figure them out about all of these, I don't know a better way to say it than flip-flops that they take on some of these issues. It's disappearing from the wider conversation. It's becoming less of a contentious issue as far as the conversations that we're having. The papacy is starting to become sort of the big one. Yet it's alive in their polemical writings, very much alive in their polemical writings. Catholics are still Asmites. The anti-Asmite tracts are still being written, whether it's Constantinople, the city proper, whether it's Mount Athos. And despite it receding into the background on the wider picture, we also get at this time the most thorough and the most polemic, I think, of all the Asomite literature in the entire history of the controversy. You have Eustratios Argenti's Treatise Against Unleavened Bread, and this was sort of like the first, like a real systematic treatment. So it begins what I think is just a trend in the situation that Catholics have to be. We need to be made aware of this in our conversations, in our dialogues with Eastern Orthodox. That regardless of how much something recedes into the background, regardless of how much we're ready to drop the stuff that they may be arguing with us, you can't just assume. And that's just yet another frustrating dynamic in all of this. The sort of ad hoc fashion that these topics rear their ugly heads when someone decides to take it up or when it's convenient. Whereas in the official capacity, at least as far as it appears, it's all but forgotten as we move into the 20th century. I personally am of the opinion that the 1755 decision to rebaptize Catholics, decided among several of the patriarchates, was a major blow in the schism. Some people want to say 1054, some people want to say 1204. I tend to say 1755 is actually one because there was a lot of interfaith goodwill and dialogue and discussion, and I think there was progress being made. Whereas at this time, the Latin Church really became resentful towards this particular act, this decision to start rebaptizing. And in this decision, Azymes is included as one of the reasons for why they decided to do this, but it's not the principal reason. As well, in the encyclical of the Eastern Patriarchs, written in response to Pope Pius the Ninth's letter to the East, Azymes are mentioned, but again, it's not the principal reason. And increasingly, it just kind of disappears in Greek polemics and apologetics over the 19th century. By the time you get to the 20th century, none of the major thinkers place it among the theological topics of major importance. Then in the 1960s, we have the mutual lifting of the excommunications between Rome and Constantinople. In the 1970s, we have an official body called the Joint International Commission for Theological Dialogue. This body has held many, many joint meetings in the last 50 years at Patmos and Rhodes, in Munich, and Crete, and Bari, and Velamo, and Freezing, and Balamand, in Belgrade, and Ravenna, Vienna, and Chieti and Alexandria. They're slated to meet again soon, as far as I understand. In several of these, the Eucharist is explicitly touched upon. For example, the 1987 Bari document, which you can access online, called Faith, Sacraments, and the Unity of the Church. And guess how many times, folks? Guess how many references to Azymes we see mentioned in this document? Zero. Whereas Mark of Ephesus, that pillar of orthodoxy, said that the Latin liturgy is quote unquote dead and without the Spirit because of our use of azymes, azymes which we still use in our Mass even as the delegates of the Orthodox Church signed this document. Zero references. In fact, there are zero references to azymes in any of the meetings between the two communions. And they haven't shied away from controversial subjects. It's not like they're avoiding important things. It's not like they're not willing to give controversial takes at these meetings. It's unbelievable how it has just completely disappeared from the Orthodox objections to Catholicism. As well, all you have to do, any of you, turn on any Orthodox channel, go to any Orthodox blog, And you will not find them defending the anti-Asmite position to any significant degree. Before you're commenting in the comments, I know there's going to be exceptions to this, but we're talking about to a significant degree. At best, it's referenced in passing and then not very often. As well, all the debates, and man, do the recent Orthodox, the recent crop of Orthodox, love to debate and own the papists. Go to a search engine. How many of them debate Azymes? If you guessed even one, wrong. Absolutely none. There are no debates. Of all the debates, of all the major hundreds of thousands of views of these debates between Catholics and Orthodox, the number one issue for centuries, from Cerularius, from Leo of Ohrid in the very beginning, saying that the church in the West is outside of the ship. It's not a member of the body. It is cut off because of our use of Azymes. All the way down through the polemical writings, through the Council of Florence, Mark of Ephesus saying that was two sacrifices and ours is dead and without the Spirit, and now they've completely dropped it. Nowhere to be found. So what does that leave us with? As far as I'm concerned, it leaves us with one question. Did the Eastern Orthodox concede the debate? Now, I'm not going to be so bold as to definitively state yes, but if they didn't concede the debate, then why are no Orthodox taking this up? Where are the hours and hours and hours of anti-Latin polemics and lectures? Where's Jay Dyer, one of the more prominent Orthodox debaters, who seemingly every week has on Catholics to berate them about our beliefs? How many hours has he dedicated, or any other for that matter, dedicated to the issue of the Azymes, the great issue of our church? Where's it all at? If they have conceded it, are we ever to expect any kind of formal recognition? If they've conceded it, but there is no formal recognition, can we really trust the Orthodox to dialogue in good faith? You mean to tell me we're going to spend all of this time, and I'm talking at the hierarchical level too, especially there, at an official capacity, discussing and debating and having synods with the Orthodox and with their clergy, with the episcopate and their representatives. And Catholics will think, hey, we're making headway in this. And then when it's convenient, they'll just drop the Azymes on us again, if necessary, after having never brought it up once. That, or they'll just never bring it up in hopes that Catholics just forget, which we've done, and then they just move on to the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. I personally believe that you Catholics out there engaged with Eastern Orthodox, if the particular Eastern Orthodox wants to go rounds with you, challenge them on this. Personally, I don't think that we should be debating them at all. I think that we should let the hierarchy work out on an official level. And on the ground, we should be working towards fighting together areas of common interest like the culture wars. But I understand, right? We face a new crop of very aggressive Eastern Orthodox who see it as their life's mission to dismantle the Catholic Church. Okay, well, make them admit they lost this one before even taking them up on the next thing. And don't even start, like, don't start with the exegetical scriptural debates over Azymes. That's not what I'm talking about. And let me repeat that. And listen closely, because this is not about the validity of the use of Azymes. They may try to suck you into that, and Catholics, knowing what I know about Catholics, you guys can't help but take the bait. The debate here is not about the validity. It's about the fact that the Eastern Orthodox have wholly dropped this. It went from the top to the reason to absolutely nothing with no concession, with no acknowledgement. It's completely absent from modern orthodoxy. So even if they were to pick it back up where it's, been left off for several centuries, oh, so you're just going to drop the thing that was the number one issue for centuries and then pick it up centuries later. And then we're supposed to believe that you guys are acting in good faith. What are they going to bring up next? I mean, when are we going to hear about beards when they lose the Azymes debate? I hope you see this and the importance of it, and I can't stress it enough. So I'll say it again. This is not about arguing with them the validity of Azymes. It's about the fact that they have dropped the debate in what looks like a complete and total concession of what was the principal reason that they gave for schism. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe. I will see you all next time. God bless. Hello friends, and welcome to the City of the Immaculata, a channel where we discuss various topics of history and theology. I ask that if you would, please subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. Help me get these educational videos out to a wider Catholic audience. YouTube is fond of only promoting the worst of our interests, and the quality content gets buried. The only way to correct this is if you, the watcher, engage with the video, so please subscribe, please like, and if there's something you'd like to say, leave a comment. Today, the tone that we will take will be of a more somber one as we discuss the awful events surrounding the wholesale slaughter of Constantinople's Italian minorities in the 12th century. In order to make sense of the atrocities and why they were so particularly violent, we must first consider the events taking place in the East and West in the centuries leading up to them. Maybe the most drastic event outside the founding of Christianity in the first millennium is the emergence of Islam out of the Arabian desert. This new religion purported to be the completion of revelation through a caravan prophet who said he had received messages from God. While the Islamic armies burst out of the east into Latin North Africa and up into Gothic Spain, it more immediately marked out a physical chasm between the Greek and Latin-speaking worlds that threatened to undermine what lasting peace had been sustained up to this point. In the midst of this, statists, which could be roughly considered the equivalent of national politics today, were emerging around the area of modern-day Eastern Europe, especially Bulgaria. As the Slavs were coming into the Christian fold, they would find themselves, figuratively and literally, in the middle of the conflicts emerging between Rome and the so-called New Rome, Constantinople. In ecclesial matters, this reached its apex in a schism between the Byzantine Patriarch and the Roman Pontiff, known as the Phocian Schism, named after its antagonist, Patriarch Photius. While this schism was reconciled even before Photius' own death, the lasting bad feelings were not about to go away. The Byzantine Greeks in particular began to formulate these long list of grievances that they had against the Latins as they were coming to know them. From matters concerning how the Latins, that is the Western Christians, baptized, how their priests shaved, the incorporation of the filioque, which is the Son, as it would translate into, the use of this in their local creeds, as well as the use of unleavened bread. These lists stand as a stark reminder of just how tenuous the communion between East and West had become. One of the major contributing factors to this growing resentment was the rise of Western autonomy, brought about first by a pact made between the papacy and the Frankish court that begins with the coronation of Charlemagne by Pope Leo III in 800, something which the Byzantine Empire especially came to resent. In a somewhat unrelated series of events, William of Aquitaine's charter for a monastery in Cluny began a process that would eventually culminate in the great Gregorian reforms of the Church, wherein the papacy excised itself from secular powers and became an autonomous power, both temporally as well as spiritually. This would lead to the apex of papal powers in the High Middle Ages. Contrasting this with the Caesaropapism of Byzantium
it's clear why the Easterners may come so to resent the papacy. This resentment would find its unfortunate culmination in the mutual excommunications of the Bishop of Rome and the Patriarch of Constantinople in 1054, ushering in the beginnings of the Great Schism. But it wasn't clear to anyone at that time just how deep this schism was until the events of 1182 unfolded. In the 11th century, the rise of the mercantile class, advances in farming, and the rise of medieval cities paved the way for new international economic ventures. Venice is one of the most industrious cities with skilled artisans unequaled anywhere else in the world. Many monarchical courts, Christian and Muslim, East and West, wanted good trading relations with Venice as it only brought in revenue to their own. The Venetians, for their part, were always well aware of their power and their influence, and would harness it to the resentment of many. Throughout the middle 12th century, the Byzantine court tried to woo the papacy back into a reunion through a series of campaigns and alliances that never garnered the hoped-for reunion. As a result of these overtures, the Byzantine emperor ended up on the bad side of the Venetians, who would for years consider themselves at war with Constantinople. By 1081, the Byzantine state seemed to be on the verge of total collapse. Between a series of invasions and the never-ending civil strife, New Rome threatened to flounder under the pressure. While throughout the 12th century, the Byzantine emperor's power remained relatively strong, he was increasingly undercut by the now firmly established aristocracy, who had created a bureaucracy that no emperor could afford to offend. In a whirlwind of intrigue and violence, things finally began to somewhat settle with the ascension of Alexios Komnenos in 1078. Alexios and his successor Manuel managed to bring the empire back from the brink, but at many high costs. The Byzantine treasury consistently ran at a deficit, and all of the emperors of this period were heavily preoccupied with revenue, especially in paying for their military. Like old Rome, Constantinople came to rely heavily on mercenary armies for their protection of their borders. Alexios I, looking about for potential revenue, would turn to the Genoese, the Pisans, and the Venetians in particular to entice them with trade agreements to bring their ships and their business into Constantinople. These agreements would be the genesis of resentment, as it gave the Latin traders a competitive edge against the local merchants. You can imagine the emperor's dilemma here. On the one side, he needed the revenue to fund the empire and keep it functional. On the other, his citizens were becoming increasingly hostile to the presence of foreigners who would come to create their own quarters in the cities, as we shall see. Aside from just traders, the court also brought in Latin soldiers. Manuel, for example, was known to prefer French knights over any other, including his own Byzantine army, and began to place them in powerful positions in the court. Emperor Manuel dies in 1180, having left no adult heir. In the interim, as his young son Alexios II was waiting to come of age, Manuel's widow, Maria of Antioch, was to act as regency. Maria, like Manuel, was highly favorable toward the Latin minority in her city. She, like Manuel also, knew the importance of keeping trade agreements. Added to this complex situation, Manuel had arranged for his son, heir to the throne, to be betrothed to Louis VII of France's 8-year-old daughter Anna, who was brought to the city in 1180. The hope here was that it would secure ties between the East and West, especially with France, but it had the unattended effect of making the populace even more paranoid and jealous over the Latins in their country. Meanwhile, to the east of the empire, a rogue cousin to Manuel named Andronikos was threatening to invade the city and take the crown for himself. For a time during the last years of Manuel's life, Andronikos was sidelined, but after his death, the would-be usurper began to coalesce a resistance. Constantinople was a city of extremes. On the one side, for example, to the far northwest palace in Blockerney, There were scenes of rich imperial opulence, with gardens and fountains to spare. On the other side, the streets were dark, narrow, and cramped, with poor and increasingly destitute citizens. These citizens were looking for a scapegoat, and the monasteries, who were vying for independence, provided them with one. The upper class of Byzantium, especially in Constantinople, tended to be very well educated and cosmopolitan. They were happy to import ideas, themes, commodities from the West. Manuel, for example, brought in knightly-style tournaments in the imitation of the Franks. The lower class, though, tended towards extreme poverty and ignorance. Most all the pleasures of their life they could enjoy were derived from their liturgy and the monasteries that were in close proximity to them. As you can see, the northeastern half of the city was divided into quarters, where each port came to represent the Latin states who docked and traded there. These quarters are akin to, say, a Chinatown that one would find in the modern-day United States. It was at these ports that the Latins established for themselves what they assumed was a relatively permanent residence in a friendly city. After all, the Orthodox population there, though in schism, still viewed the West as what separated brethren. So they thought. With the death of Manuel and the interregnum regency of Maria, the position of the government was becoming untenable. Outside the city walls, powerful landowners seeking to claim their own independence were often the greatest perpetrators of causing internal strife within Constantinople. A Constantinople caught up in its own conflicts tended to be less inclined or able to bother outside the city, and landowners had ironically turned their own peasants into a serfdom. Factionalism became more and more pronounced in this period. The powerful landowners outside the city came to rely on the Latin merchants within the city to buy the olive and the wine they produced. The native merchants within the city came to resent the partiality showed by the government and the preference from the landowners toward the Latins. Yet there was no effective means that these native merchants could call upon to address their grievances, so increasingly they came to press the arm of the ignorant masses, telling them through the medium of their beloved monks that it was the Latins who were to blame for all their misery. To add to the complexity, going back to the hostilities of the 1170s, technically Venice still considered itself at war with Constantinople, even though it had a portion of its merchants still working there. Manuel's death also sparked a cascading series of rebellions on the outskirts of the empire, which internally threatened the legitimacy of Maria's regency. If she couldn't get things under control. In an ill-fated move, though, she began an affair with Alexios the Protosebatos, the son of her deceased husband's brother. This Alexios, who tried to rule with a heavy hand, was unliked by everyone, including by many Latins. By the 12th century, the Byzantine Church was effectively an arm of the state. The ecumenical patriarch, as he was known, could be elected or deposed without explanation or justification on the whims of the government. While accepted by the churchmen at large, on a lay level this was often protested against. Some monasteries, ironically called free, were subject wholly to the emperor, while others attempted to gain autonomy, and it was these that usually had the ground support on a popular level. These monks became notorious for certain demagogues among them who would harness the mobs into the streets to violently push through whatever cause they were pursuing. In 1176, the tax-exempt status was withdrawn from the monasteries. Then, in 1181, Alexios attempted to quell their hostility to his government by reinstalling their status, in turn hurting the revenues of the city. What ends up happening is that the local middle class of the city, who had come to rely on those taxes, were in turn becoming hostile. In response to this, Alexios sought out help from the wealthy Latin population to intervene. The result of this intervention into local politics had the almost immediate effect of creating a very aggressive and potent contingent into a faction almost exclusively based on their anti-Latin stance. Constantinople was sitting on a powder keg, and it just needed an ignition source. Another Maria, Maria Comine, Manuel's daughter, tried to overthrow her stepmother's regency and was forced into hiding in the Hagia Sophia in February 1181. The Patriarch, Theodosius, fearful for his aiding of the princess, refused to go on the Easter pilgrimage on April 10th for the traditional kiss of peace with the emperor. The citizenry was in outrage over his absence, and rumors of a plot against the city began to take hold. In this vacuum, the anti-Latin party was particularly effective in scapegoating the Latins as the primary suspects of a coup which would place the heretical West in power. Mobs led by priests carrying icons, crosses, and holy banners began moving across the city, slaughtering opponents of the princess. Anyone deemed friendly to the regent government was a target. Though this uprising was quelled, from the distance, Andronikos was being fed updates of the revolt and used this opportunity to assemble an army. In the spring of 1182, Andronikos had his army waiting outside the walls of the city. Alexios, in a stalemate, would eventually lose his entire fleet in a mutinous act when they won over to Andronikos. Resistance collapsed. Andronikos, a populist leader himself, had been busy making overtures to the mob, especially the anti-Latin party, promising them the full opportunity of a whole-scale takedown of the Latins in the city if they helped them, which they willingly did. He sent a contingent of his soldiers into the city. It was a predetermined signal that he was allowing the anti-Latin party the chance to kill with impunity every Latin they could find. The slaughter began that night, April 1182. Any attempt to explain the level of depravity displayed by the Orthodox mob against the Latin minority will simply come off as sounding hyperbolic. But all sides at the time agree that the slaughter was unprecedented in its brutality, even for a city so raked with mob violence historically. The mobs descended upon the Pisan and Genoese quarters and began killing everyone. The choicest victims were the elderly, the women, and the children. The madness of the violence must have been exacerbated by an already cramped quarters the Latins had been living in. All over, they were dragged into the streets from where they slept, beheaded, raped, slayed. When the victims fled to their churches, the churches were set alight with them inside. The screams of the burning women and children were said to be heard from those who had successfully made it to the ships and out to harbor. Mobs entered the hospitals and systematically cut the throats of the sick in their beds. Unborn children were seen being cut from their mothers' wombs. The Latin cemeteries were ransacked, with graves being exhumed and corpses left mutilated and hanging. A particular level of cruelty was reserved for the Latin clergy and religious. Nuns were the principal target of rape. The execution of the clerics were delayed for as long as possible to extend the torture that could be inflicted on them. Cardinal John, the Pope's emissary, had his head attached to a dog's tail. In all of this, it was the Orthodox clergy leading the charge, pointing out the Latins and hiding to the mobs. They especially took thrill in destroying the remaining Latin altars. Some Latins tried to flee to boats which were in turn burned in the docks with them aboard. Any Latin left in the city after the initial violence had subsided were captured and sold to Turkish military as slaves. No one is quite certain the actual death tolls. It was certainly in the tens of thousands. Some say as high as 60,000. In the days leading up to the slaughter, some friendly Greeks had been warning the Latins of the dangerous situation they were in. These brave souls helped some flee the city before the onslaught. As the few survivors managed to get on the ships and flee the city, they collectively joined up and began taking vengeance on the scattered Greek islands they passed on their way back to Europe. Greek monasteries became a particular target, considering the sheer appall that they had felt by the role of the monks in the city towards them and their families. Latins had to come to terms with just how far their Eastern former brethren, who they assumed were brethren, had come to despise them. As a result of this night, the Byzantine economy collapsed, and Andronikos was murdered in 1185. There becomes a palpable resentment in the West, in particular among the Venetians, about this incident. Yet it would be too easy to draw an artificial line between the events of 1182 and the subsequent hostility the Latins had against the city in 1204, when the crusading army ransacked Constantinople. The events of 1204 were born out of a separate series of circumstances, unrelated to the events that led up to this massacre, but there should be no doubt that the level of violence attributed to the Latins against the Greeks should be read in light of the first blood drawn by the Greeks towards the Latins. We will never know if the Venetian army would have been just as violent had the massacre of 1182 not happened. But there is a real retributive sense one gets when you read the accounts of the Venetian crusaders going through the city and who their targets were. One thing is certain, the Catholic Church has faced her past many times since 1204. The Greeks are always quick to point out the atrocities committed against them. We Catholics have hung our heads in shame at this act towards those who we should have considered our separated brethren, despite the fact. The highest bishop of the Catholic Church, the Roman pontiff himself, in 1201 wrote a letter to Archbishop Christodoulos apologizing for the atrocity. And again, in 2004, in a personal meeting with the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, he apologized. It is a certain sign of a Christian humiliation that led him to deliver this apology on our behalf. But one has to wonder if at any time during this meeting, if it ever crossed the Ecumenical Patriarch's mind, the year 1182. 20 years after this act from John Paul II, an apology for the wholesale slaughter of the Latin minority is still forthcoming. If you like this video, please like and subscribe. I will see you next time. God bless.
Hello, friends. Welcome to the City of the Immaculata, a place where we discuss history and theology. If you're enjoying these videos, please like the video, and if you haven't already, consider subscribing to the channel or sharing it with others. Thank you so much. Today's lecture is going to be on Mehmed, Caesaropapism, and the making of the Orthodox Church. And just a quick reminder, this is actually part of a wider Orthodox series that we're doing on this channel. Begins with what I call the Road to 1054, where it's a two-parter where we discuss the events around 1054, especially those leading up to the schism. Then we discuss the Azymes controversy, specifically the question of whether or not the Orthodox Church conceded the debate around the Azymes. Then we're going to look at Peter the Aleut, whether he was a true martyr of the Orthodox Church or merely a myth. Today we're looking at, as I said, Caesaropapism and the making of the Orthodox Church, especially as it relates to Sultan Mehmed II. We're going to be doing a lecture on Lossky, Romanides, the general neo-patristic movement as a whole, and the making of modern Orthodoxy. And then we're going to be doing a lecture on Orthodoxy as reactionism. I'm calling against the Latins, contra Latinos. I get asked, it's probably one of the number one questions I've been asked since I've been making videos online. People are very interested in apologetics, and they're specifically interested in the why are you not question. And I did a video once on why I was not Orthodox or Protestant, and I thought that was going to be my kind of one-off answer to that. But the issue, I think, with Protestants can be somewhat obvious why a Catholic may not be a Protestant, though I think that to be fair to Protestants, you would have to give them a whole lot more consideration than they're often given by Catholics and Orthodox. The question of why not Orthodox, though, I'm never quite satisfied with the answers that I see from other people. Why are you not Orthodox? And it's usually answers that, while I had considered, when I consider the whole of our options, I don't think some of the answers are adequate. I don't think they necessarily disqualify orthodoxy as a valid option. Whereas some of the things that I'm going to be bringing up in these series of lectures, while they're not intended, and the case may be that they're not necessarily knockout issues, altogether, I think added up, it sort of lends itself to what I would consider the severe limitations of orthodoxy as an option for someone like myself. And today is going to be one that can be a little bit touchy for people, as several of these lectures are. I know when I'm going to discuss their martyr, St. Peter of San Francisco, as they call him, Peter the Aleutes, I know that's going to be a controversial one, and I think that this one is going to be too, but I'm going to try to do my best to present this in such a way that I feel is fair and reasoned and makes the case without necessarily making too much of it. And hopefully, as we go along, you'll understand more of what I'm saying here. Some points to consider before we get started. This is not going to be arguing against the prerogatives of the state as such. I will bring that up in a couple points, mainly as something of an internal critique provided by other Orthodox thinkers. Often fallacious arguments are made that because the Catholic Church had alliances with secular rulers, that this negates its stance towards Orthodoxy's alliances. This one's really just a genetic fallacy, since the Ortho bros out there, since they love to drop those logical fallacies on you, just because you see the Pope working with a state ruler doesn't mean that the Catholic Church has the same understanding of her own role in the role of the state and their positions towards one another. What you see in the medieval Catholic Church and what you see in the medieval ecumenical patriarch, they're just not the same. And it's not helpful for you Catholics out there to confuse them or to be confused by them when this accusation may be lobbed at you. And finally, in many Orthodox writers' works, there tends to be little emphasis given to the effects of the fall of Constantinople on Orthodox ecclesial structure. 1453, I find, is often treated by Orthodox as something of an historical blip, and then you just kind of keep moving on. And I'll add this one thing as well. I have found in my own discussions with Eastern Orthodox, when you press them on these issues, they will usually start off very combative, very assured, because many of them are just not aware of their own history. The papacy, love it or hate it, has been under the microscope at least since the 16th century when the Protestants began their own critical assessments of us. And some of those critical assessments were quite robust and demanded of the Catholic Church robust responses in order to be able to legitimize itself, at least in the eyes of the Protestant objectors. Nothing has ever really been done like that for the Eastern Orthodox because for the most of the last 1,000 years, they've been pretty inconsequential for most people, especially in the West. I had a terrible time trying to find dates and information and just relevant data on some of the figures that I wanted to cover in this lecture. It can like be locked in the Greek language, for example, or just non-existent. Now, once you start bringing up the points you see in this lecture, then it will quickly turn to defensive mode with many of them, highlighting how persecuted and awful it has been for those Orthodox subjected to Islam. And while I acknowledge the suffering they have undergone, it really has nothing to do with what we're trying to establish here, which is answering whether or not the Eastern Orthodox, which claimed to go back to the 33 AD, is in actuality, in many ways, just a product of 1453. So keep your eyes on that when you're out there if you bring this subject up. That has been a something of a tactic that I have seen with many. I feel it's a tactic. If I were to be charitable, as I was kind of giving my caveat at the beginning of this lecture about, I know some of these are going to be sensitive for some people. I have oftentimes seen it as a little bit of a bait and switch tactic. So just be mindful of that. Now let's begin this lecture by going back to our common heritage with the early history of Caesaropapism. Because for a significant amount of time we shared the same communion, even if not the same secular rulers. So if you see what's today two communions in schism from one another, and then you go back to these centuries when they were in communion, you have varying degrees of accepted what were practices and customs that you find among them. Now, maybe the most important of all is that Christianity did not start out as a state-sponsored religion. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Christianity was a marginal, persecuted minority religion, which the state was at best indifferent to and at worst hostile towards. So for the Roman Church, for example, our paradigm is different because we place the locus on the chair of Peter, which we, along with most Eastern Orthodox, place in the actual Bishop of Rome, the same office that exists to this day. Now, of course, the Eastern Orthodox will say that Rome had no special protection or privilege, but unless you're talking to the most fringe of polemicists, they all agree that Peter went to Rome and established that see. But for them, it's a little bit different. They would want to affirm, along with us, the early monoepiscopate, but the state is a different matter. That doesn't come into play for Orthodoxy ecclesiology until quite late, over 3 centuries, in fact, with Constantine the First. And even then, it's not the official state religion until later with Theodosius the First. And even then, you still don't get the true legal framework for what Christendom and Byzantine Christianity would come to represent until the 6th century with Justinian and his corpus. It's from that we really see the formulation of the kind of symphonia that Eastern Orthodox would come to say was an essential intrinsic aspect of the faith, as we shall see. So you're talking about well over 500 years before this concept is standardized. And we'll be diving more into that in a bit. But for now, with Emperor Heraclius and Constans II, only a century later, we see the empire bogged down with the fallout from the Monophysite schism. Now, I think these men would qualify as one of the more complex tellings of how Symphonia may get lost, even in the best of situations, behind this ever-present struggle of secular rulers, especially rulers more than one ethnicity or faith, to make compromising compromises. In the West, we begin to see something different emerging as early as the 9th century with the rise of Charlemagne in the Holy Roman Empire. Here, maybe the most glaring example is with Pope Leo III placing the crown upon the head of Charlemagne. By the ninth century, this was the custom in Byzantium. Make no mistake, the Patriarch of Constantinople did partake of the coronation of the emperor, even placing the crown upon his head. But the chroniclers of the day note something different about the papal act at this moment, even noting how Charlemagne was surprised. The message in this case was that the papacy could, mind you, not that it had to, but that it could grant imperial authority, whereas that was just never really the Byzantine claim. For them, it was more a symbolic act of an authority that had already been granted. Now, this Symphonia reaches what may be its lowest point in the Byzantine age when Emperor Leo III, in one of the harshest of persecutions Byzantium ever faced, when he cracks down on icon veneration in an attempt really to completely snuff out the faith. Then Orthodoxy is restored under Empress Irene, and we had no more exceptional heresies coming directly from the empire, except as far as Eastern Orthodox are concerned, when the emperor made attempts to reunite with the Catholics after 1054. So to kind of drive home quickly how different these two things go, I really recommend you go and check out. I have about 2 hours, maybe more, of lectures on the Gregorian reforms, where the papacy, through a series of standoffs with the secular rulers of Europe, won the church more autonomy than it had ever really previously known. And as I said, with the papacy, the issue is not so much the relationship with the state. We acknowledge, along with the Orthodox, that there was a time when the state was actually hostile and persecuting Christians for centuries. So it's not incumbent upon the church to have any specific relationship with the state. This is ideas that develop over time, and the two churches are just not in agreement with one another about what this looks like. I do plan to do other videos in the future on the trajectory of the Gregorian papacy, but in short, by the end, you have a Catholic Church which, while working with secular rulers, for example, in the early modern period, making concordats, you also have them independent of those rulers in things like the vesting of bishops. So yeah, whenever you see the Orthodox say, well, what about, the burden would be on them to prove that the relationship between church and state is the same in the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church. I want to quickly cover what some of the Orthodox believe is the ideal arrangement. And I think the first thing to consider is that the concept of a friendly, harmonic relationship between the state and the church is not intrinsic to the Christian faith. It can't be, for all the reasons we've been talking about. Otherwise, the early church would have to be discounted, since it was nothing more than a nascent religious minority persecuted by the state. And it's not until Constantine that an idea begins to emerge around what exactly a Christian society should look like, where it's not just a religion among others, but the religion of the emperor. Then it's not until Theodosius that that becomes the religion of the empire, and again, not until Justinian that the legal codes, that all the mechanics of it are worked out. So what is it then? Simply put, Symphonia in its ideal is a cooperative relationship where the emperor and the church, led by the patriarch, work in unison to promote the Christian faith and the well-being of the empire, with each respecting the other's distinct roles. Now, I want you guys to remember we're looking at this internally from the Orthodox perspectives. While there would be some overlap in how the Catholic Church may view this, we're specifically focused here on how and especially the Church of Constantinople would define Symphonia. And I have just a little quote here. We're going to talk about this a little bit more, but you have Patriarch Anthony. He goes so far, Patriarch Anthony IV of Constantinople goes so far as to say, quote, "Therefore, my son, you are wrong to affirm that we have the church without an emperor, for it is impossible for Christians to have a church and no empire." And that's very strong language. And I just want you to bear in mind, this isn't universal in Orthodoxy. And I'm going to talk about Florovsky's position on this a little bit later. He's among those Russian thinkers who want to place certain limitations on the Patriarchate of Constantinople. And he wrote actually a very critical essays on the Patriarchate and its subordination to the state, saying that it made the see ambitious in worldly concerns over what was supposed to be its primary concerns. But regardless of his position, the Patriarchate of Constantinople has always had a very lofty view of itself. And this is why Rome butted up against it so vehemently in its own time, and why later you will see other sees as well, especially Bulgaria and Moscow, come into conflict with the Patriarchate of Constantinople. So, what exactly was this relationship in practice between the Patriarchate and the Emperor? This lecture will be more focused on the interim years between 1453 and the 20th century, but you need to be aware that the reliance of Constantinople on the Sultan was not created in a vacuum. It finds its precedence in how the Patriarch worked within the Byzantine court. The Emperor had near complete and total control over the Patriarch, if not in word, certainly in deed. By the end of the first millennium, the feeling in Byzantium is that the church is subordinate to the state. As well, you have this just astonishing letter from the Patriarch Anthony IV to the Prince Vasily I of Moscow. Because while in Rome, the Gregorian popes were successful in casting off this kind of relationship, seeking greater autonomy, the Patriarch of Constantinople was just ever more yoked to the emperor. And you have the Prince Vasily kind of inquiring about this relationship. The Patriarch, Anthony here, replies with, just like I said, an astonishing admittance on his part of what the Church of the East believes. And this is what he says, quote, "The Holy Emperor has a great place in the Church, for he is not like other rulers or governors of other regions. This is so because from the beginning the emperors established and confirmed the true faith in all the inhabited world. They convoked the ecumenical councils and confirmed and decreed the acceptance of the pronouncements of the divine and holy canons regarding the correct doctrines in the government of Christians. The emperor is anointed with the great myrrh and is appointed emperor and autocrat of the Romans and indeed of all Christians. Everywhere the name of the emperor is commemorated by all patriarchs and metropolitans and bishops whenever men are called Christians, a thing which no other ruler or governor ever received. Instead, he enjoys such great authority over all that even the Latins themselves, who are not in communion with our church, render him the same honor and submission which they did in the old days when they were united with us. So much more do the Orthodox Christians owe such recognition to him. Therefore, my son, you are wrong to affirm that we have the church without an emperor, for it is impossible for Christians to have a church and no empire. The empire and the church have a great unity and community. Indeed, they cannot be separated. Christians can repudiate only emperors who are heretics, who attack the church, or who introduce doctrines irreconcilable with the teaching of the apostles and the fathers. Of whom then do they speak? Always and everywhere they speak loudly of the rightful emperor, whose laws, decrees, and charters are enforced throughout the world, in who alone only he is mentioned in all places by Christians in the liturgy." Now, there's always going to be pushback against this. As you can imagine, Bulgaria, for example, has to this day disagreed with this notion of the powers of the Patriarch of Constantinople, as has Moscow. Moscow, in fact, will develop an idea of itself as the new Rome once we see the city of Constantinople fall to the Turks, which we'll discuss that more in a bit. So the High Middle Ages in Byzantium is increasingly unstable, and after a brief rebound, the Byzantine Empire keeps losing territory, keeps losing land in just a series of cascading collapses. They begin the millennium, as you can see on the left here, with a significant empire, large. They had just conquered Bulgaria not long before, and they are a player in the game here of world affairs at that time, where by the 14th century into the 15th century, on the right, you can see what they've been reduced to. And to put this into even greater perspective, it was one power which started to whittle away until they had completely surrounded. The Turkish Ottomans had sealed the fate of Byzantium when they acquired the massive bronze cannons which would knock through the historically impenetrable walls of Constantinople. And if you wanted to predict the fate of the city in the mid 15th century, all you had to do was look at a map like this. The man responsible for the conquest of Byzantium is going to be important to this story, so let's take a look at him. Sultan Mehmed II, son of Murad II, was one of the most brilliant leaders to ever rule the Ottoman Empire. In 1453, at only 21 years of age, mind you, he conquers the 1,000-year-old city of Constantinople, losing it forever to the Christians. Even though the city fell, there had already been in the city a very strong anti-Latin party led by Mark of Ephesus and his proteges that Mehmed was going to exploit to his full advantage. You know, there was the infamous saying from Lucas Notarus, who was purported to have said, "I would rather see a Turkish turban in the midst of the city than the Latin mitre." Well, they came to see that day. And in the days after the fall of the city, Byzantium was effectively kaput in all areas civil and religious. And wed as it was to the emperor, the future of the Orthodox Church in the nascent Ottoman Empire seemed questionable at best. But Mehmed was no idiot. He looks about the city in what was then still majority Orthodox. And you see, Islam is very smart about how it conquers. It will use strength of force to take over an area when necessary, but once conquered, you're largely free in the Ottoman Empire to continue as you had, with a few very important caveats. And these caveats result in the long, slow death of Christianity in Muslim majority countries, and Constantinople, unfortunately, is no different. But Mehmed knows he has a large Christian population in a newly acquired city that he has to contend with. So instead of browbeating, he comes up with a different solution. He decides to resurrect the recently conquered Orthodox Church and act as its new vicar in the place of the emperor. And he also knows his choice of a new ecumenical patriarch is going to be very important because the Eastern Orthodox had only just recently reunited with the Western Catholic Church. And that was full of a potentially subversive fifth column within his new city. So if you know anything about newly established empires and emperors, one thing all of them fear and dread is subversion. You have to extend carrots to keep the majority of people who naturally just want a sense of normalcy to return to their lives, especially after something like the major sack of their city. So you must offer them a Faustian bargain that they can live with. And if stability is part of the prize, that's a very tempting deal to accept if you've just witnessed the devastation of the medieval Turks ransacking your city as the people of Constantinople just had. So if he can get some opportunists to come in and offer their allegiance to him, he'll allow them to return to the Christian population with terms of surrender in so much as it relates to their faith, and they'll likely accept it. Because take note too, for most people, the acceptance of this agreement, which they will establish, doesn't really affect the day-to-day life so badly as you might think. I mean, yeah, they're about to lose their churches around the city, but the empire is still offering them a space to worship. And most of the important details, well, that kind of stuff is just going to affect the episcopate anyways. Now, bear in mind, it will come to affect the average Eastern Orthodox over time, but in the immediate, you can see why they might be inclined to accept the bargain. But again, his choice of ecumenical patriarch will be very important. He must be an anti-unionist and must be willing to compromise with the Ottomans on areas that a real hardliner might offer resistance to. And the man he lands on is pictured here in this image. It's Gennadius Scholarius. Scholarius was a layman who was present at the Council of Florence, and though he was initially conciliatory towards the Catholics under the tutelage of Mark of Ephesus, he becomes the most vehemently anti-unionist clergy in Constantinople. In seeking out a candidate, Mehmed was instructed by other anti-unionists in the city that Scholarius was the guy that Mehmed would want to turn to, as he was the most hardline in his attitude against reunion with the West, which was in many respects number one on Mehmed II's mind. He wanted to invade the West. He did not want the city that he had just conquered to be able to pull some kind of alliance together, or rather to maintain the alliance that they had established. He wants to see that absolutely eradicated. So he invests Scholarius on June 1st, 1453, and forces Scholarius to immediately move into the Church of the Holy Apostles. And a portent of how bad things are going to get, Scholarius does not just get to set up shop in the Hagia Sophia as was custom, since all of the best churches and all the best locations around the city are immediately confiscated and turned into mosques. So instead, he sets them up in this church, which even that doesn't last. It falls into almost immediate disrepair and is demolished by the Turks and turned into a mosque. So the Patriarch of Constantinople has to move even to worse locations all the time. He's the top representative of the Christian community in the entire East, and he's just been relegated to a pretty different kind of role, which we're going to discuss here. So Mehmed doesn't just pick up where things left off. This isn't just a little historical blip and then we can move on. As an honest historian, you have to spend a few moments at this juncture because while I don't think it's necessary to overemphasize the differences before and after, I do want you guys to realize that this isn't an inconsequential transition. Mehmed had to walk a fine line between a potential social upheaval if he were to disrupt too much too quick versus letting the city know that a new boss is in town. This is not the historical empire as it had been. As much as he may be desirous himself of being the new quote unquote Roman emperor, he comes with an entirely foreign faith, an entirely foreign ethnicity, and in a sense, a faith that he comes with is in many ways the most antithetical to Christianity up to that point. And what he decides to do, though, is actually quite brilliant. He sets up what the Ottomans call a Malay system. And I say brilliant not because I like it, but because it does what he set out to do. He set up a Orthodox communion as a tool that he can control and leverage without them being a threat in the process. So this is what he does. The very first thing is he appoints the patriarch. Now this was the case under the Byzantine emperor. But remember, in the concept of symphonia, it's supposed to be about a collaborative effort to establish a just Christian society. And as we're going to see, that is by far not what this is. As well, he establishes judicial and administrative control. The Ottoman government will allow the patriarch to handle legal matters for Christians, such as marriages and inheritance, and you'll find this in the Ottoman legal codes. But the Sultan has direct regulation of religious practices, and that's going to come to have serious ramifications for Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire. For example, Orthodox are not allowed to proselytize, which is a very wide definition under this kind of law. As well, after 1577, church bells aren't allowed to ring anymore. There are certain laws around marriage, and if you're having children, the baptism of children. There's certain laws around the repairing of churches, which severely limitates the Christian population from being able to worship anywhere. So, as I said, they set up a system of political leverage, and the goal is not to keep the Orthodox Church intact as such, but to use it as a puppet to coerce the population, the Christian population, to conform to the new government and the new religion. In the 18th century, the Ottoman state used the Patriarch, for example, to suppress Greek revolutionaries, notably during the Orlov Revolt, in where the Patriarch was pressured to excommunicate rebels on behalf of the Sultan. Maybe most significant in all of this was the fact that the Sultan used the Patriarch for tax collection. The Sizye, which is a head tax, was collected from Orthodox Christians through the Patriarchate, with records showing a significant revenue from this system as early as the late 17th century. And this allows for a high degree of financial exploitation, which the Ottoman state imposed some severe and heavy fines on the Patriarchate. So it becomes essentially an office of instability and corruption. Now, if you think I'm being hyperbolic or polemical when I say that, just stay tuned because we're gonna walk through the next several centuries of what happens to the Patriarch of Constantinople. But first, lest we be accused of being too hasty and too generalizing, I made up a side-by-side comparison of before and after 1453 of just a few things that you could kind of consider. Because it's easy for the Eastern Orthodox to claim, relying as they often do on Western ignorance of the East, that, oh, well, it was really just like no big deal, that, there was Caesaropapism before 1453 and there was Caesaropapism after, so you make too much of too little. So let's assess that. Under Byzantium, what was the purpose of the Patriarchate? Well, they managed religion, they managed education, and charity. Under the Ottoman rule, though, the purpose is the governance of Christians to arbitrate on behalf of the sultans, especially to collect taxes. And bear in mind, it's only Christians, and this will become more and more important because when it's Byzantium, especially at the height of its power, the ecumenical patriarch is, in his mind, dictating and decreeing to a huge population of the Christian world. Whereas now he's only allowed to oversee Christian affairs. And if you know anything about Islam, its strategy has always been conversion through attrition. They basically make it very difficult to remain Christian, and all of those restrictions are lifted once you convert to Islam. So there's a lot of pressure to convert or to just emigrate. And by the 17th century, the majority of the city of Constantinople is Muslim. The place of the Patriarch in Byzantium is one of an integral and instrumental role in the imperial court, whereas under the Ottomans, it's really just it's a subject. It's just another it's basically a demi-status. Its position is the official symphonic collaboration of the emperor, if I'm being generous here. I have my concern like my doubts about that and but to be kind to the historical equivalent of what they would say they were, this symphonic collaboration with the emperor, whereas now he's merely the head of the Islamic Malay system. As far as autonomy goes, it was variable under Byzantium. He was certainly a representative of the empire. He was often, I could say, a lackey of the emperor, but he's largely left to govern the faithful, whereas by the time of the Ottomans and moving forward, it's severely limited and answerable to the Sultan. Now, again, if you think the effect of all of this is inconsequential, think again. This system, especially the problems with taxes, finances, and the contention between the office of Patriarch and the Holy Synod, it sends the Patriarch into something of a free fall. And if you think I'm lying, let's just look. So I start with Dionysius the First. He's patriarch in the mid and late 15th century. And as you move down, just notice the increase of depositions. It begins on the left and then continues on the right. And as you go down from the left to the right, you notice it only gets worse. And you have more and more deposed and exiled patriarchs. And then you keep going, and it only gets worse and worse. You have in the course of a century, I mean, look at this, folks. It's kind of madness. This is the Church of God here, supposedly being governed with all of the stability of a banana republic. And I'm not saying this as a knockout case against Orthodoxy. I'm just saying that this degree of vulnerability, fragility, all caught up in a state of greed and corruption, as we're going to touch upon here. It's not a one-off, one century problem either. It's multiple centuries. It's ongoing. At its worst, from 1595 to 1693, you have 105 depositions. 105 depositions, folks. By the same comparison, at the same time in the Catholic Church, there were 10 popes. Even at the papacy's worst, at its worst period of turnover, the pornocracy, it was 24 in a century compared to 105. So how is this actually playing out in real time? I could have picked numerous examples here, numerous examples, but I didn't want this to be a 3 hour lecture. So instead, I just picked a couple. And first, as we noted, the Patriarch of Constantinople has become a tool and a servant of the Sultan. Well, Pachomius II in the 16th century, what happens is the Patriarch becomes, in effect, a glorified tax collector on behalf of the Caliphate. So all the taxable Christian revenue comes through his treasury. And this leads, as you can imagine, to quite a lot of corruption, bribery, and resentment. So Pachomius had been the teacher of the young Sultan Mehmed III, so he's in good with the Sultanate. Then he later leads a faction against Patriarch Jeremias II, who he accuses to the Sultan, telling the Sultan that Jeremias was in cahoots with the papacy, which he may have been, in a conspiracy to overthrow the Ottoman Empire. And he ends up buying for himself the office of the Patriarch of Constantinople from the Sultan. A group of bishops then tried to have him overthrown by offering Sultan Murad the amount of 40,000 florins. Now, at this time, you could buy off the patriarch if you were the Holy Synod and you could get up enough money to bribe the Sultan. But unfortunately for them, the Sultan had already received the equivalent bribe money from Pachomius. So he remains in power, but you see, he also himself has an annual tax that he must pay, that he must receive from the bishops. And so not only that, but Sultan decided to increase that tax. So when Pachomius was due to pay, he had to start selling off church property to get the money, which the church in Constantinople was already in struggle to retain its properties. And regardless, he doesn't manage to get the funds anyway, so he's deposed. You also have the case of Sultan Murad IV, who was exceptionally brutal in his governance. And he's a good example of how the Sultan would use the patriarch as a tool. I mean, Murad was appointing them and deposing them, sometimes the very same men, more than once, sometimes in a matter of weeks and months, all at his own discretion. There was really just like the whatever the whim of him was that week was the fate of the patriarch. And while there was certainly political calculation involved, it was also sending the message of who controls your church and who controls your people. Another factor to include in this is what the Millet system does with the Orthodox system of employing what's known as the Holy Synod. Now, like the Patriarch of Constantinople, this is fashioned after the ancient synodal custom, but there are going to be changes to this as well. And this is especially true if you believe that politics is downstream of religion, as I know some people do. The Sultan had the final say over the synod body, but for the most part, he's going to be uninterested in the internecine disputes over the faith that they may be having. He's a Muslim. That's not something that he's interested in. But he is going to be very concerned at time at how it's governed and to what ends. As time goes on, when necessary, he would leverage his control to create rivalry among the body to keep it from ever becoming unified. He's going to pit the Holy Synod against the Patriarch whenever necessary, and vice versa, pit the Patriarch against the Holy Synod. This is why you have so many depositions, because the Synod could come together and possibly raise enough money to have the Patriarch deposed. And you find this example many times, it's them doing that. This also comes to have a lasting effect on pan-Orthodox identity. The Holy Synod in Constantinople still kind of sees itself in this period as authoritative, like back in the old days, but more and more the other churches, the other autocephalous churches, begin to announce their autocephaly. They begin to announce their independence. They begin to buck back against Constantinople. And even into the modern period, the patriarch still remains just a tool of the Islamic State. You have as late as 1894 a, a damning synod in which the Muslim caliph, worried about rising nationalism, steps in and through a diktat uses the Holy Synod to reorganize the whole structure of the patriarchate to make it yet again more subservient. He steps in and says no longer will non-Turkish citizens be allowed to have a say in their synods. So there goes all bishops in their ability to be represented in other churches by what they Constantinople is still saying, hey, we are the head church. But the Sultan has just said that they're not allowed to be represented in the synods anymore because he's worried about national subversion within his borders. And those bishops which he does allow are handpicked by the Sultan for their loyalty to the Muslim government. Oh, and by the way, remember there was also supposed to be a response from that synod toward the overtures of Pope Leo the 13th regarding unity. Now, how do you think that synod, handpicked by Sultan Abdul Hamid II, decided? Do you think that was a totally unbiased decision that they came to? Because remember, it was also designed to quell nationalist sentiments too. This is the era of pan-nationalism, which we're going to touch upon in a future lecture. Speaking of overtures, that wasn't actually a unique thing, Pope Leo the 13th. There had been many attempts over the centuries after the fall of Constantinople where the ecumenical patriarch, in their desperation against the monstrosity that the Malay system had made of their church governance, was reaching out to the popes to form an alliance. And there was always going to be factions within Eastern Orthodoxy which was opposed to any reunion, especially as nationalism begins to emerge in modernity. But more often than not, it is not an organic outpouring of hostility towards reunion with Catholics. More often than not, it's actually a direct intervention of the Muslims who will absolutely not accept any overtures from Rome towards their Orthodox subjects. And do you think that they give a damn about how heterodox Catholics might be? Do you think that's the problem that the Ottomans had? You think that's really why they intervene? Of course not. Catholics could have relented on every single grievance the Byzantines have ever had with us, and it would have made no difference whatsoever. And I want that to sink in, folks. because this is important and this is essential to this whole lecture. And this is why I say that you can't just pass by this as if it's a mere historical blip. Eastern Orthodox will claim that they are not in union with us to this day because Holy Orthodoxy won the day. But that's not what happened. Unless you believe that the same Muslims that were terrorizing and slowly exterminating your church were also doing the work of God on your behalf against Catholics. Let me give you two notable examples. There is Patriarch Nephitus II, who through some liaison was in contact with both Pope Paul V and with Philip III of Spain to gather an army to help come them liberate the Orthodox from the Turks. There was also Pope Raphael II, who begins a secret correspondence with the Pope, and as a result was forcibly deposed by Sultan Ahmed I and suffered a very violent death and was sent to exile. Of course, all these are thwarted. The Sultan had managed to keep the Orthodox Church in the empire as bitterly divided as he could to maintain without it erupting over into civil unrest. Now, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but just to highlight how wild some of these back and forth depositions go, I just picked one. Now, don't get too hung up on the specifics. The idea here is just to illustrate how confused all of this gets. There's actually a really good book by Steve Runciman on the church, the Great Church in Captivity. It's written in the 1960s. I think it's available online. You can find it. If you're really interested in sort of the insanity of all this, I would recommend that book. But just to illustrate with an example, I want to sort of go into one case of the back and forth between being appointed and being deposed, being appointed and being deposed. So I'm going to start here with Paisius II. In 1726, he is elected as the ecumenical patriarch for the first time. He's selected by a faction that was sent to block Jeremias III's return. In September 1732, Paisius is deposed. He's deposed by Jeremias III, who he had been trying to stop. Then Jeremias is installed. In September 40th, Paisius is reinstalled for the second term after the deposition of another Neophytus VI. In 1743, Paisius II is deposed again by the Ottomans this time. Neophytus VI is restored. In 1744, Paisius is overthrown. Neophytus VI is restored again. In 1748, Paisius II is deposed. Let's see. Paisius is deposed due to complaints about his financial mismanagement. And then we have here, as you can see, Cyril V. He's elected for the first time. In 1751, Cyril V is deposed by the Holy Synod because of some issues with taxes. Then in September of 1752, Paisius II is once again installed and then deposed again. In 1757, after a series of different installations, no, excuse me, 1752. Sorry, I've got it on a list here. It's getting a little confusing for me. In 1752, Cyril is reinstalled for the second time after Paisius is deposed. And then in 1757, Cyril is deposed again. He's replaced by, let's see, Callinisius IV, and Callinisius IV was put in by a French embassy which funded his so the French are actually paying for the Sultan Osman III to place him into the patriarchate, and then Cyril V is exiled. And then in 1763, Cyril V attempts restoration again, but then he's forced into exile once more. And I just have a question for you folks. How's that for you, given the fact that I'm really only focused on two men here? You can imagine how this looks if I were to pick, I don't know, 10 of them. Cyril, by the way, in my opinion, may be more than any other patriarch responsible for the schism between East and West as it exists today, because he began the policy of the Greek Church rebaptizing Catholics who, up to that point, there had been some overtures made and some decent inroads were being made toward some kind of reconciliation. So when you have a chance, look up Cyril the Fifth. I'm not particularly a fan. Then, as you get more and more into the modern period, you will see all of this start to settle. By the 19th century, you begin to see more resignations than depositions. But really, this is due to several factors, including upheavals within the Ottoman Empire itself, as well as the increasing insignificance of the numbers of Orthodox left in the empire. By World War One, the end of World War One, the Ottoman Empire is dissolved anyways. So, all right, so I know what you're thinking now. You're thinking certainly things must be better in Russia, where they are far removed from all the insanity around Ottoman rule. Now, whereas the Patriarch of Constantinople saw itself in a certain way as being given a divine mandate, which in effect placed itself even above Rome, with the addition of the controversial canons at the First Ecumenical Councils, the Patriarch of Constantinople was saying, hey, God has also granted us in Constantinople these special powers, X, Y, and Z. And while, quote unquote, while old Rome may have a place of honor at the table, it's actually we here in the capital of the empire who are the ones calling the shots. Now, of course, that's an abbreviated explanation of their position, but it is certainly true that Rome, true Rome, saw this as a usurpation. We have Pope Gregory the Great in response to what he viewed as the overreach of the Patriarch of Constantinople, granting himself the title of ecumenical, a very stiff rebuke, a rebuke which, interestingly enough, pop Eastern Orthodox apologists will try to use against Rome, totally missing the context of Gregory's admonishment. But as well, this isn't universally accepted even in Eastern Orthodoxy. In fact, far from it. And it plagues their church to this very day. Very few Catholics are aware of what I'm even discussing here, what I'm talking about. But when the city of Constantinople fell, Moscow, understandably so, saw herself as the new torchbearer, taking on for itself the title of New Rome. Now, that's not an official title, but I think that does kind of show in a true sense the way that Moscow will come to see itself. Moscow said, hey, you guys have pretty much lost the justification for why you were granted the status of ecumenical patriarch in the first place. Byzantium's gone. And given that, and given that we are the largest, to this day, the largest church in Orthodoxy, we now should hold the place of primacy. So that's why when you see the ecumenical patriarch in Moscow arguing about the quote unquote right to grant autocephaly to the Ukrainian church, that's where this debate stems from. Moscow sees the ecumenical patriarch as having no authority any longer to grant autocephaly, not over Ukraine, considering that Moscow sees itself not just as the patriarch of Moscow, but also the patriarch of the Ukraine. And the patriarch, the ecumenical patriarch says, hey, wait a minute, guys. Remember those canons in the first millennium? So that's your first millennium church for you. And I think it is, in fact, a very real problem, no matter how much their apologists want to just kind of sweep it under the rug. And it's why I believe this schism that you are seeing now, which has been effectively going on about 40 years or so off and on, is a big threat because they have no way really to resolve it. The Synod at Crete in 2016 ended in a major embarrassment when Russia and Bulgaria just walked out of the negotiations even before the Synod. And there wasn't a thing that the ecumenical patriarch could do but go on and claim the legitimacy of the Synod, where Russia, the largest autocephalous church in all of Eastern Orthodoxy, said, no, sorry, it's not a legitimate synod. But I digress. So let's see how we get to the modern situation here with the Russians in the new Rome. So quickly, let's examine how the Russian Orthodox Church came to be. So the Metropolitan Isidore returns from Florence after the Council of Florence and the reunion and is deposed by the Russian clergy and Prince Vasily II. Now, since Constantinople had fallen, Russia acted unilaterally at this moment and declared for itself autonomy from the Patriarchate of Constantinople, and they elect Patriarch Jonah the First. Moscow and Constantinople go into a schism at this very moment over this act, which is not lifted until 1589. Once again, the Patriarch of Constantinople saw this as a usurpation of authority, of its authority by the church in Moscow, and Moscow saw this as simply doing what the Patriarch of Constantinople did to Rome and everybody else when it was in power. So this act here is going to have long-standing ramifications. And in fact, I believe you can find the origins of many of the recent problems between the Russian Orthodox Church and the Patriarch of Constantinople at this very moment. I believe what you have in Eastern Orthodoxy is not one communion which is interrupted by periods of schism. Rather, I think you have a schism which is interrupted by periods of union. But be that as it may, the real disaster for Russian Orthodoxy happens under the reign of Tsar Peter. So, Peter, he's traveling Europe. He sees these great cities of Europe, this magnificent governance, as far as he's concerned, the magnificent governance of the European countries and their enlightened religious bodies. And then he turns back and he has to return home and he looks at his Russia and he decides, this is in need of a makeover. And among the makeovers his country gets is an ecclesial makeover. And not just a makeover, but an entire revolution. Not dissimilar actually to the Protestant Revolution. He abolishes the Patriarchate of Moscow and all the Rus, and he shifts the power of the church over to the Holy Synod. Now, I don't know any Russian Orthodox in the United States that I'm aware of who, at the very least, is open and candid about this, if they even know about it. Most of the ones that I run into are unable, as far as I've ever seen, to give a really good, solid defense of what happens here. It's once again very similar to how they treat 1453. It's very similar to this situation where it's kind of treated like a blip on the history timeline. And oh, everything then just kind of carries on like normal. But this, though, when you actually research it, it's just not the case. So let's review what he does. His makeover of the church. First off, as I said, right, we've got the abolition of the patriarchate. It's not an unprecedented move, but it is certainly unprecedented in modern Orthodoxy. It hasn't really happened since Basil II, the Bulgar slayer, demoted the Patriarchate of Bulgaria to an archbishopric back in the 10th century. But even more radical, though, is how he replaces the Patriarchate with this Holy Synod. Now, don't get into the word concept fallacy here, because he clearly states that his desire is to model this synodal structure not off the Russian Orthodox Church, not off the Greek Orthodox Church or any other Orthodox body. Rather, he wants to model it off the Lutheran model, where the state controls the Holy Synod, governing by a secular official called the Oberprocurator, who acted as Peter's representative, ensuring certain state oversight of ecclesiastical decisions. And make no doubt about it, Peter was very aware of what he was doing. He had spent that time in Europe. He had moved among the Protestants. He liked what he saw. He was a little bit enamored with the Lutheran setup. And this is part of his broader administrative reforms. He sees that in order, he believes anyways, that in order to have these secular reforms, he's got to do something with the church. Because the church in Russia is much more, with the lack of a better word of saying it, much more old school, much more tied to the peasantry than you would find in like the cities of Europe that he was traveling. So he wants to begin treating the church simply as a department of the state, no different, akin to like the military or financial bureaucracies. So he secularizes the church in ways that are quite damning. I mean, he mandates that priests must begin reporting confessions that involve treason or what he classifies as anti-state activities. Really just kind of breaking the sanctity of the confessional and turning the clergy into informants, basically a precursor to the Cheka and the KGB. If you're wondering where some of these things come from, the Bolsheviks didn't just kind of bring these things out of a vacuum. Peter, he also had a very negative view in his influence through the Lutherans of monasteries, and he saw them as economically unproductive and as potential places of resistance, which they were, resistance to his changes. So he restricts them heavily. He forces monks in monasteries to do certain manual labor duties. He's not he's one of these people, he's just not convinced that monks sitting around praying does any good. And then in what I think is surprisingly turned out to be the most controversial of moves, he introduced certain regulations on clergy and the say like their appearance and certain liturgical changes. And he's encouraging a more enlightened, what he considers an enlightened European, Western European approach to religion, which clashes hard with Orthodox piety. Now, I say it's surprising, but once you actually kind of think about it, it makes more sense because many of these administrative changes, drastic and revolutionary as they may be, they were beyond the like daily living of the faithful. They were beyond the life of the peasant. Whereas the concerns of the very much persecuted group that comes to be known as the Old Believers, whom we will discuss in a future lecture, the things that they rebel over are those which are the things that they have direct access to and notice. And it's not unlike, say, how certain Catholic traditionalists tend to rally around the liturgy in their defiance of the reforms of Vatican II. Then the Patriarchate is reinstituted not under the Tsar, not even under Tsar Nicholas II, but rather under the socialist interim provincial government. And it was even attended by Alexander Kerensky. Mind you, at Kerensky's death in New York City, he was in exile once the Bolsheviks took power. But at his death in New York City, the Russian Orthodox and the Serbian Orthodox Church refused him a burial. It's unfortunately reinstituted right as the Bolsheviks seized power. And the newly reformed Patriarch of Moscow was in no enviable position, to say the least. After the death of the first established Patriarch, Tikhon, now venerated in Russia as a confessor, you have Sergius I pictured here. Sergius made the very unpopular choice to sign an agreement of complete and total loyalty to the Soviet government. At the time, the murderous, barbaric Russian communist government was slaughtering Orthodox Christian by the millions. So for the Patriarch to sign this declaration at the same moment that Russian Orthodoxy is seemingly being exterminated made him a lot of enemies within the church. Now, I tend to have sympathy with these men. This is a horrible position to be in. And we as Catholics should actually have some compassion here, not just for the Russians that are being persecuted at this moment, but also for their leaders who are making some very tough choices. After all, our own popes have been subject to these awful decisions as well. For example, you have concordats being signed with Napoleon or with the Nazi government. A leader like Sergius has to weigh whether his action will save lives of his flock or lead to the persecution of them. And I believe in his heart. I don't know enough about the man, but if I had to guess, when people do things like this, I believe in their heart. While it's very easy to criticize if you're a clergy on the ground, especially if you're a clergy being persecuted, or if you're even just a faithful being persecuted, to be very unhappy with your leadership here. It's easy to understand why he might believe that this document could possibly appease Stalin of his murderous actions against Christians, as the Concordat with Hitler certainly did keep the Nazis from wholesale slaughtering German Catholics. In an even more consequential act, Patriarch Alexei I, under direct supervision of the Bolshevik government, coerced under the threat of torture and death a robber synod known as the Lviv Sobor. Sobor basically just means in the Ukrainian tongue just means a synod. It effectively liquidated the Ukrainian Catholic Church. All of the property was handed over to the Russian Orthodox Church, and the controversial part really is that even though the Russian Christians had the excuse that they too at this moment were being held by the Bolsheviks, once the USSR collapsed and the church was supposedly free from the yoke of Soviet domination and the threat of persecution, they've kind of failed to ever return any of that property, nor to call the synod void. In fact, by the very act of not returning the property, many people believe it is a sign that the Patriarch of Moscow still believes that this synod, which was signed by Ukrainian Catholic priests who had bayonets at their backs, is still standing. Now, you may be asking, why might the Patriarch of Moscow do such a thing when Russian Christians are themselves ever so quick to discuss their own persecutions at the hands of the Soviets? Well, the answer lies in the fact that since the fall of the Soviet Union, the patriarchs have been possibly, possibly former KGB. Patriarch Alexei II is purported to be a former KGB agent. Father Gleb Buchanan, renowned peace activist against the Soviet government, he was a hero in the 70s when he was a priest in the Russian Orthodox Church, speaking against the horrors and the abuses of the Soviet government towards Russian citizens, especially Christians. Well, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, he receives access to KGB archives, and he goes public in a very infamous letter about the collusion of the Patriarchate with the KGB. Implicated in this was Patriarch Alexei II, as well as certain metropolitans like Filaret. The Russian Orthodox Church responds to this from their local hero by having him defrocked. This is actually a story that I find super fascinating. I've read quite a bit about Father Gleb, and I think he's actually something of a hero and a confessor, and I don't know of many Russian Orthodox that are aware of him. So this leads me back to the questions we raised earlier about the roles of the state and the church. Now, the Patriarchate of Constantinople wants there to be a symphonia, a harmonic relation wherein the emperor heads the church, and the church, which, as Patriarch Anthony IV said, speaks loudly of the one rightful emperor whose laws, decrees, and charters are enforced throughout the world. That's one faith, one church, one emperor, all in harmony. Well, we see how that's worked out for the last several centuries. Now, earlier I had mentioned Georges Florovsky, who I think is worth diving into a bit here. Because remember, the Russians have a different view of this. I want to say, first off, don't confuse the era of Russians from the 19th century up to the Parisian exile of which Florovsky counts among. Don't confuse those men with the Russian Orthodox today, who have the whole based Putin, based Patriarch of Moscow mindset they've been fed by the Russian propaganda machine. Florovsky would not have been happy with the situation in modern Russia between Putin and Kirill. Essential to looking at all of this is keeping the historical context in mind. Because for the first part of Florovsky's life, the Patriarch of Moscow did not exist. It had been abolished way back long before his birth by the Tsar Peter. Then, when it was reestablished, the country is thrown into an immediate revolution where many of the great 20th century Russian Orthodox have to flee their government to live in exile in the West. So he says that Symphonia is actually dangerous and easily places the church in a compromised position. What he thinks happens is that in this dance with the state, which is supposed to be so harmonious, it seems to him that the Orthodox Church actually ends up becoming the one that is secularized, not that the state is Christianized. Now, here, many Eastern Orthodox will say, well, what about Rome? Well, this isn't really about Rome, remember? Rome has a different paradigm. That's what they always tell us when it's convenient to say so. Now, I have my own thoughts on this subject, but Florovsky is one of the most important thinkers of the 20th century, and I don't think that they can just easily dismiss his criticisms away. He says that the church has to focus itself on the spiritual and eschatological concerns long before it ever considers any type of secular concerns. Now, as far as the symphonia between the national churches, it seems more tenuous with each passing century. I think the schism that I'm talking about that took place at the moment that Russia announced its autocephaly, I think that's actually the true state of the situation between Russia and Constantinople. I think whatever unions that they have are basically little interruptions to that wider schism, and I think it's getting worse and worse. And I think it's a terrible situation right now with the situation in Ukraine. And I see no good way out of that. 5 years ago, I used to argue with Russian Orthodox over this, and I was promised that it was no big deal. Now, here we are, many hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainian and Russians later, and don't think for a minute that the churches in the Ukraine and Russia aren't caught up right in the middle of this conflict. And there you have it. That's sort of the rundown of the two major national churches in Orthodoxy. Most of the others were themselves under the yoke of Islam, or in the last century, under the yoke of the USSR. You have wholly subservient patriarchs who become, not just for a few decades or a century even, but in perpetuity, the slaves of governments who seek to subjugate and eventually exterminate them. And the numbers play out on this. The Greek Orthodox Church in Constantinople is all but extinct. With less than 2,000 members, it will be extinct within the next few decades. In Russia, they claim high numbers, but I'm not so certain. We did a whole lecture on this channel on the future of the Orthodox demographics. Go watch it, but there is certainly a lesson in all of this. I don't gloat over the plight of Orthodoxy. I truly don't. In fact, when I see these moments where there are chances for us to unite in history and to throw off our common enemies, only to see those chances undermined by men who were put into place by the very same enemy that constitutes an existential crisis for all of us, I see that as nothing but a tragedy. And unlike the papacy, say of him what you will, he has no one to dictate to him under what conditions the Orthodox may or may not come back into communion with us. But can the Orthodox say the same about Erdogan or Putin? Do you really think that those leaders would allow an alliance with 1.5 billion Catholics, were those Catholics even to concede every single issue that the Orthodox claim divides us? That's a question that I have an answer for. If you like this video, please like and subscribe. I appreciate you guys watching. God bless. I will see you next time. Welcome to the City of the Immaculata, a place where we discuss various topics of history and theology And if you enjoy these videos, I ask that you like the video, and if you haven't already, consider subscribing or sharing the video with others. Thank you. Today we'll be discussing Peter the Aleut, Orthodox martyr or myth. Just a quick reminder that this is part of a wider series of videos that we're doing on the channel. They're exclusive right now to patreon.com. That's patreon.com/City of the Immaculata. And we've discussed the road to 1054, the events around the Great Schism, specifically matters of land and issues of the faith. We followed that up with a discussion on the Azymes controversy, there specifically whether or not the Orthodox Church conceded the debate. The last time we did the topic of Mehmed, Caesaropapism, and the making of the Orthodox Church. Today we'll be discussing Peter the Aleut. And I did a little bit of a switch up. I decided as I was gathering my notes together, I don't know if you noticed in the last videos, I had, I believe, Peter before Mehmed discussion, and I just kind of was able to finish that one first. So that one got recorded and released first. But we're following that one with this lecture. And then as well, I had the lecture against the Latins, Orthodoxy as Reactionism, as the final lecture in the discussion. And as I was putting that one together, and as I was sort of putting together the one on Lossky, Romanides, and the making of modern Orthodoxy, it realized to, yeah, as I was doing that, that in order to make sense of the discussion on modern Orthodoxy, we really needed to cover Orthodoxy as reactionism first. So that's going to be the next lecture in this series, and then we'll be finishing it up with the making of modern Orthodoxy. Some points to consider. I know this is going to be a very contentious subject, and I can imagine of all the ones that I cover in this series, this one may bring about the most criticism as it gets directly to the heart of a problem that exists between our two communions, that while not necessarily insurmountable, certainly poses challenges to any future relations that we may have. And to be precise in my intent and language here, I want to hone in on a few areas. One, this is not meant to discredit the veracity of the existence of Peter the Aleut. So if you're Catholic and you're watching this, I know and I acknowledge this, that some Catholics believe that Peter was a fictional character. I would just say right off that that is not really what you're going to be seeing me doing here. So I'm sorry if that's what you came for. I'm not so much interested in the veracity of whether or not a certain man existed at a certain time. So I just want to get that out the way first. If I know that's a claim often made in this debate. Rather, the goals of this lecture is to call into question, one, the use of his death in polemics against Catholics, two, the veracity of the accounts of his death, three, whether his quote-unquote martyrdom can be reduced down to the barest details of events, and four, whether the standard narrative places an undue barrier on Catholic and Orthodox relations. As I said, I think this could be potentially one of the more volatile ones in the comment section. It could very well get ignored too. I don't know. But were it to get picked up by Orthodox out there, I just want to make sure that these points to consider are, you could take me at my word, you could not. It kind of is neither here nor there for me. But this truly is my intent with this specific discussion. And to add as well, and this is just kind of an aside, it's not on my notes of points to consider here. This one was kind of interesting putting together. It's unlike the other lectures that I've done in this series, because where those lectures I have stacks of books that I could turn to and rely on to do my research. This one was a little bit of just internet sleuthing and spending quite a bit of time on the internet because there's not much by way of critical historicism that I could rely on for the story of Peter. But there is some good information that I found online. There was quite a bit of resources around the situation of the Russian American company and the Spanish missions in California and those relations. And we're going to be touching upon all of that today, but it was a little tricky. And there's also, I will say, a resource of Spanish archives that I just don't have access to. So I was not able to turn to those for, to help me corroborate the story or to help me, sort of pick away at it. So if people are interested in this and you were to have access to those archives and you are able to read Spanish fluently, then I would suggest that's a place that you might want to turn to for, either helping buttress up the Peter story or to maybe put more holes in it than there already are. So to begin with, I want to walk through the standard hagiographic details at sort of a bare minimum of what I think most Eastern Orthodox who venerate Peter would say about his life and martyrdom. There are, of course, going to be some discrepancies in this, some details, but overall, as a narrative, most, I think, including authorities of the Orthodox Church of America and the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, I think would agree with. So the standard hagiographic account goes as such. While hunting, a Russian fur trading ship is captured by the Spanish in California. In the raid, a boy named Peter, an Aleut, was among the captured. Peter is taken to the mission of San Pedro run by Jesuits who proceed to torture the youth, telling him to renounce his faith. Peter Peter's only reply is a defiant, I am an Orthodox Christian, I will not betray my faith. The Jesuits, or some other monastic group, cut off each of his toes, each of his fingers, his feet, his hands, and then they cut out his guts. They disembowel him. At a later date, when this story was recounted to St. Herman of Alaska, upon hearing of this, he declares, Holy newly martyred Peter, pray to God for us. And I think by and large, the Eastern Orthodox would say that this is the life of the man they are venerating as a martyr. So let's see how this story holds up against some historical criticism. We want to start the historical sketch by looking at the Russian venture in the Americas. This was a time, as I'm sure many of you are aware, when the European powers were colonizing the world, and Russia, being largely landlocked as she had always been, she had very few options. But there were ventures into Alaska searching in particular for animal furs. The supply was such that Russian entrepreneurs set up the Russian American Company, which was itself sponsored by the Tsar, since all of these business ventures, Russian, Spanish, Portuguese, and otherwise, were prone to be colonizing ventures as much as they were business adventures for the countries. But the stated goal was an effort to open trade, to missionize to the natives, and to have a colony in the Americas. And there are accounts that the initial contact with the Aleuts was fairly hostile, as these things could be. But eventually this would settle in time, and the Aleuts, like those of the Kodiak Islands, found some converts among the missionaries and the work that they were doing there. The issues of supply, though, began to affect the fur trade, so Russian capitalists were forced to look south for better grounds for agriculture to sustain a permanent residence, as well as supplies of the furs, which were increasingly harder to come by in the north. So the first fort established in California by the Russians was Fort Ross in modern-day Sonoma County. How we get to the situation of Peter is that the Russian American company hires the Aleuts to help them hunt. And there's a little bit of discrepancy in exactly how they end up where they end up. But roughly, the general narrative is that one of these ships was leaving Sitka in Alaska, and there was 49 Aleuts on board the ship, including Peter. And there are known dangers this time of potential conflicts with the Spanish when they were traveling that far south down the coast, the west coast of the Americas into towards middle and southern California. And somewhere the Russians refer to as San Pedro, they were met and taken prisoner by the Spanish. This is going to be the events that lead directly to the situation of what happens to Peter. Now we have four primary sources on Peter. There's an 1819 affidavit of a man named Kegley Ivan, taken by another man named Yanovsky. There's an 1820 letter of Yanovsky to the headquarters of the Russian American Company back in St. Petersburg. There's a 1820 Russian American Company letter to the Tsar explaining to him what had happened. And finally, there is an 1859 letter of the same Yanovsky to an abbot of the monastery of Varlam. And we're going to hit upon each of these sources throughout the lecture, but I thought it worthwhile to introduce you to them here. And the very first one is going to be reliant on this man, Kegley Ivan. Now, he's the only witness to the murder. Kegley is hard to find reliable information on. As you can imagine, he was in Aleut. He's picked up on a ship, and they don't have a written tradition. They have an oral tradition in their cultures, and everything that's going to be written about them are going to be written from the Russian perspective. And for this particular story, it's just trying to find sources on a one Aleut hunter that happened to spend a little bit of time with the Russians. It's a little bit difficult. On one side, though, the Orthodox kind of require him to be a reliable witness because, as the sole witness to this alleged murder, there's a lot that rides on the veracity of his account. Now, he is taken into captivity along with Peter, but he, unlike Peter, manages to escape and he finds his way to Fort Ross. There he recounts the story to a man named Kuskov and is sent to back to Sitka where he meets Yanovsky. There is some evidence that I ran across. I haven't been able to corroborate it, but there's some evidence that he and others had actually escaped the Russian ship and that he, along with Peter, were actually being sought by the Russians for crimes, not that they were part of this skirmish that had taken place and were taken captive at that moment. As well, I found more than one. I found some indications that he was less than an honest man, and the word that the Russians would use for him there was that he was not a chestnut man. A This is the word that I've seen that the Russians were using. A Just basically means he was not an honest man. But again, I couldn't corroborate that, so it just seems like there's a little bit of a lacuna on our knowledge of Kegley, but there's certainly a lot that rides on his character. The story is that Kegley arrives back at Fort Ross and he's been gone for over a year. He recounts this tale of what happened to him, and given the extraordinary nature of the accusations, the authorities take down an affidavit to report back to their superiors. And what Kegley says in this deposition is he discusses why the Tarasov ship, Boris Tarasov was manning the ship, was moving down the coast of California further south than where they were intended to be. There was basically some issues with the hunting ground. They weren't finding good hunting ground. There are some skirmishes with the Spanish at this period. During one of those skirmishes, a crew was arrested, and then Kegley and a man named Chukangnak, this is going to be Peter, his native name, are treated horribly and pressured to convert to Catholicism by the Spanish. Kegley then escapes from this and hides with the locals for some time. And there are some questions. I was able to find this publication, which is a Russian publication purported to be the deposition that was given. And I think that there is some, like, what I could find about it. I found some criticisms about this publication that this is a very biased publication. So I don't know, like, it's not the easiest thing to find the deposition of Kegley. This was probably the hardest thing to hunt down, and to hunt down to corroborate that this was actually a legitimate translation of that deposition. But I just want to point out here that there was some criticism, whereas the other primary sources, I didn't find that kind of criticism. This one was. Now, I know that there are some other researchers that have studied this. There's a Father Raymond Bucco, Jesuit, who studied this story, and I believe that he references this publication's use of this deposition. So make of that what you will. It could be correct, it may not be correct, but this is the original deposition given Simeon Ivanovich Yanovsky. He is a graduate from the Naval Cadet Corps in St. Petersburg in 1808. He received the rank of lieutenant in 1812. He makes his way to captain lieutenant. He does famous for the time, round the world voyage in 1816 to 1819. He serves in the Russian-American Company in 1816. He befriends Herman of Alaska, who was a recognized saint in the Orthodox Church, and is influenced by him. Now, one of the arguments that I will hear around this from some Eastern Orthodox is that the men involved in this were just ignorant, that they wouldn't have known about, say, the difference between the Spanish or the Jesuits, etc., etc. And I think the assumption there is that you're just dealing with a bunch of like grunts pulled from the outskirts of the Urals or something. When in fact these men were quite prestigious in their education and careers. Yanovsky is a very worldly man, like quite literally a worldly man. He was one of those early explorations that the Russians did of a world voyage. So he comes from Russia, comes from St. Petersburg, specifically the most advanced city of its day in Russia, from one of the most prestigious academies. His family, his sons would go on to have an illustrious career. He works his way up the social and military ladder. This is no Kulak. This is no country bumpkin. So I would first put that myth to rest here, that the men that were involved in these shipping expeditions were just a bunch of backwards. And even what I could find of the man who Kegley first comes back to at Fort Ross, Kuskov, he led a very illustrious career and came from a very prestigious background. So again, you just have to be wary of like some of the things that I think it's just like a reactionary response from the Orthodox when Catholics give pushback to this story, and they're trying to apologize for some of the errors around all of this, and instead of actually like spending the time to look into the true story, they just want to throw things out like, oh, these are just a bunch of ignorant Russian kulaks who don't know any better. Now, later in his life, as I said, he befriends Herman of Alaska, and he really becomes influenced and changes his whole trajectory because he joins a monastery in 1866. But that's later in life, so it's from him, in the meantime, that we get the first most important details about Peter. According to Ivanovsky's account, the man down in Ross, Kuskov, sends Kegley to him, and it's here that he actually gives the legal deposition. There was an account given in 1819 in Fort Ross, then he comes back to Sitka. Now, the date of that, February 15th, 1820, it's from here that we get the most important details about Peter. According to Ivanovsky's account, the man down in Ross, Kuskov, sends Kegley to him, and it's there that he gives the legal deposition. The dispatch is sent out to the Russian American Company headquarters in St. Petersburg, and this is dated February 15th, 1820. Now, that's 8 months after Kegley's deposition, and that's 5 to 8 years after the alleged event. So, so what does it say? It's actually quite short. It says, quote, "Here is an example of the inhumanity and ignorance of the Spanish clergy. In June of 1815, on the coast of California near the Mission San Pedro, they seized 15 bidarkas of Kadiak men under Tarasov, of whom two Kadiaks fled to the Ilman Island, possibly a Russian name for San Nicholas Island, where one of them died, and the other, Kegley Ivan, lived with the natives of this island until by chance the brig, Russian American Company brig, Ivan came in March 1819, when he appeared before the commander of the vessel, Mr. Bonzeman, and was taken to Fort Ross. I enclosed the original testimony of this Aleut taken by Mr. Kuskov, and he was now sent here on the brig Alaman and tells me the same thing. He is not a type who would think up things. The Spanish tortured his unfortunate comrade, who until the very end replied to his torture that he was a Christian and wanted no other faith. And with these words he died. One must note that this victim, though baptized like the others, was not taught Christianity, probably did not know the dogmas of the faith except God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I suggest that the government intervene so that the Spanish do not do the same with the rest. But we have to keep in mind that the colonies cannot get along without grain from California. And that's it. That's the letter. It's a very concise account. You can see he's clearly just sending the information along to the headquarters back in St. Petersburg. And really, all that we get from this letter is, that the Spanish clergy are inhuman and indifferent. That's gonna, I think, we'll talk some more about that in a little bit here. That there's a mission named San Pedro. Now, the only harbor named San Pedro is actually in Los Angeles, 400 miles south of where these events supposedly take place in San Francisco, which we'll again talk about here in a little bit. That Kegley was rescued by a Russian ship in 1819. That the Spanish tortured his friend despite the man saying that he was a Christian. And that's it. There's no other details. There's no mention of someone named Peter, of which order it was that did this, which monastic order, or the means of how this man named this man this we're going to come to call Peter was tortured. Now, the next letter is going to come to us 50 some years later, and this one as well is from Ivanovsky. At this point, though, he's an aged monk. He's writing to the abbot at Valam. The letter is 9 pages, and it largely deals with the life of Herman of Alaska. And it's dated November 22nd, 1865, like I said, some 50 years after the event. And it's another concise account when it comes to toward the end of the letter, he starts to recount the story of this martyrdom down in San Francisco, except that there is some more details this time. The clergy are now Jesuits. They call the two Aleuts heretics and schismatics. They proceed to cut off one of the men's toes, fingers, feet, hands, and then disembowel the man. They had planned to torture the other man, and as well, they give the name Peter to the man that was killed. So let's just take a minute here and walk through the full transmission of how this story comes down to us. So we have 1815, somewhere around there, during one of these skirmishes, the event happens. Kegley is taken into slavery. He's he leaves, he escapes, and then in 1819 he recounts the story to Kuskov. This is according to Yanovsky. Kuskov sends Kegley to Yanovsky, recounts the story to him. And then in 1820 we have the official deposition along with the letter made by Yanovsky. In 1820 the report along with the deposition is sent by the company based on Yanovsky's account to Moscow. And then in 1865, letter by Yanovsky is sent to an abbot in Finland that mentions the event. So you're going to notice here that a lot, and I mean a lot, of this is going to ride on the reliability and veracity of one man. Not Kegley, mind you, but Ivanovsky. The deposition comes from him, even though he says it comes from Kegley and it comes from Kuskov, it's actually coming through him. The first letter that we officially receive on this account is sent by him. This is the archived letter in St. Petersburg. As well, we have the letter that the company sends to the Tsar, but that too is going to be based on Ivanovsky's account. And then we have 50 years later the letter that Ivanovsky sends to the monastery. All based on him, all based on his account. And there's a real problem with this, folks. If we're trying to do historical critical research of any era, and all of our information for an event comes down to a single narrator, with the telling of the event happening over the course of decades, well, this doesn't bode too well, at least for certainty. And here's why. There are many concerns, both legal and historical, about relying on a single testimony. There's subjectivity and bias. You've got a Russian who is Orthodox, recounting a story about something that happened with the Spanish, in particular the Spanish Catholics. So it's safe to assume that this story may not be fully impartial. Ivanovsky was both a Russian naval officer, a representative of his nation in an official capacity, as well as later he's an Orthodox monk, telling a story about the Spanish, a foreign nation, and the Catholic Church, which the Orthodox, especially a Orthodox monk, might be inclined to have some bias against. You also have the issue of memory fallibility. Any particular testimony is known to be uncertain. When the account gets more detailed over time as well, you're talking more details given to the account of the events 50 years later. We're allowed to call this into question a little bit here. I mean, we hear this, for example, about the apologetics from Muhammad's life all the time. As you get further away from the life of Muhammad, the hadith tend to get more detailed, which implies fabrication and or embellishments are being added. And this doesn't even take into account the all the discrepancies of where this supposedly took place. From the Kegley deposition, it mentions the missions of San Pedro, possibly near San Pedro Bay in modern-day LA, hundreds of miles south of San Francisco, where he's considered a martyr. Los Angeles, whose mission was actually called San Gabriel, not San Pedro mission. Then to counter that, the apologist will say, but, he was probably actually taken to the Dolores missions hundreds of miles back north, which is not anywhere near San Pedro Bay or the quote unquote San Pedro mission. The mission that was actually in San Francisco, it's officially known as the mission of St. Francis Assisi. If this is where all of this was supposed to have taken place, then you're talking about a huge discrepancy of the narrative. As well, there's the glaring problem that he adds the word Jesuits in the later deposition, saying that Jesuits were responsible for this. I mean, that's going to be an issue, as we will see here. The point being that there's a lot of error in what, like a lot of verifiable error in what we know of his account, and confusion by a person ignorant of where they are and of whom they are dealing with at best. And these are our witnesses. There's also a lack of cooperation, and I don't care who you are, everybody that does history wants the story corroborated. No one wants to rely on just a single testimony, especially if it's from someone who wasn't even present at the event himself. Remember, Yanovsky was not present at these events. Now, it's also possible that there's potential fraud here. It's of course possible that Yanovsky was an upstanding, flawless witness with nothing to call into question his reliability, but on the flip side, it's also just as possible that he's a fraud. And with no other corroboration from any other witness or testimony, everything relies on his character. There's also the potential for external influence. Maybe this is a situation of cover your own ass. Maybe something was going on at Fort Ross. Maybe something was going on at Sitka. Maybe something really bad happened during the expedition that they just didn't want the company back in St. Petersburg to know about. Maybe they made mistakes and, they fabricated a story to tell the authorities back home of why that trip went south. He could also just be making a hagiographic story to appease the telling of Herman's story, which was closely, this whole telling is very closely attached to. Any of this is possible when your entire account relies on one individual who leaves two letters written 50 years apart, and that's what you base this entire account on. Now let's shift gears a little bit here and turn for a moment to the Spanish missions in California, because a lot of this story relies on certain assumptions about them. First, as most of you are aware who, are aware of the story, it could not have been the Jesuits, as they had been suppressed at this time by the Holy See and had been expelled from California. And even the most polemic of Orthodox at this point have had to admit this part that of Yanovsky's story is in fact factually incorrect. Now, I've seen them, because the fact that so many of them are, feeling like, I think that they have to be defensive of this story, they will sort of poke fun of Catholics for pointing this discrepancy out. But I think it actually does call into question the veracity of the story, given that, there are these kinds of errors. I don't think it's a knockdown case, but most of what I've seen, at least online, is that these Orthodox will acknowledge that this is a factual error, but then they'll like turn around and just say, oh, well, look at you guys for, pointing this out. This is all you got about St. Peter, which, as you'll see, that's not the only problem that we have with the narrative. Now, the major missionary endeavors in Spanish California at this time were, of course, carried out by the Franciscans, not the Jesuits. Typically, in the citations from Eastern Orthodox around this topic, I have noticed that they will draw from modern secular sources about the cruelties and barbarities of Christian missions to the suffering indigenous. Never mind the fact that many of these same sources would be just as hostile and opposed to the Orthodox missions. I think sometimes the Eastern Orthodox will use arguments ad hoc. This is something I've noticed a lot with them. If the argument fits their purpose, they'll use it. When it doesn't, they just abandon it. But the Spanish missions, as you can imagine, is a very complex subject. Even an admirable man like Saint Junipo Serra has had his name tarnished and maligned, and yet he was about as moderate as you can get in his stance and his pastoral care towards the native people, as much as any European, Catholic or otherwise, would be. So trying to brush aside the historical biases when studying this can be challenging. There's a tendency of the people who are on one side to want to dismiss certain things, and there's a tendency of people on the other side to exaggerate. And I do admit as a Catholic that the Spanish could be a bit zealous for my tastes. But in trying to be an objective historian, I also realized that they were coming into the New World in the 15th century immediately after a centuries long existential battle with Islam for the control of the Iberian Peninsula, and were among the only Christian people in history to have successfully pushed Muslims out of the conquered lands until 1948. So that's going to make people a little fiery in their religion. I grant that. But we're trying to match that with this account of Peter being captured and then being subjected to the most cruel and inhumane tortures you can imagine. I mean, they cut each, according to this narrative, these Franciscans cut each and every toe, each and every finger, cut his hands off, and then literally rip out his guts. And that kind of extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence if we're going to take it on face value. They ask us just to take the story on face value, given everything else that we know. And keep in mind, it's not unlike the Russians to enliven their accounts of how foreign people treated them with tales of gruesome tortures. It's almost a theme, even. One has to but look at the account of Yevgeny Rodionov for an example. In that case, it's a foreign power with a foreign religion trying to force a Russian to convert with the use of knives and axes cutting off body parts. Does that sound familiar? Now, by today's standards and social norms, it is easy, of course, to wag your fingers at the Spanish. And while I do think it fair to be critical in our judgment of some historical people, I think it also important to bear in mind all the factors involved. As I said, the Spanish could be militant in their approach to evangelization. There were forts created in Spanish California which were criticized even in their day. But remember, too, we have details of all of this. We are able to judge critically because we're pretty familiar with what atrocities, at least atrocities in terms of the way that modern persons might contextualize them, which the Franciscans utilized against the Indians. We know this because one, there were critics in those days, including fellow Franciscans, of the treatment, and two, they often the people that were that were utilizing these punishments didn't actually believe that they were doing wrong. And that's something that if you're involved in certain like conspiratorial tales of the past have to consider. Like, did the people, if this is something that they're engaged in, did they themselves think that they were engaged in something wrong, or did they think that they were doing something that was perfectly fine? If they thought they were doing something wrong, then they might be more inclined to hide it. But we have pretty good evidence, at least by what we know of the Spanish and what they were involved in doing, of what kind of treatments they meted out, and they didn't try to hide that. And this is what most of the time that you find the criticisms of the Franciscan missions revolve around. For example, from the Franciscan missions of California, Berger writes, quote, once a convert, always a convert. Even though the confinement was mitigated by the benevolence of their captors, in time the poor natives discovered there was no legal escape from their new homes. For every enterprising runaway was caught and severely punished. Now, of their methods, they would utilize such things as they would have to work shackled, they would be imprisoned in chains, or they would have to sit in the stocks. And the worst crimes would result in they would be placed over like a beam and then subject to lashings, like public lashings. But there's problems with some of the locations that the Eastern Orthodox are trying to place this story. Peter's capture allegedly takes place in a place called San Pedro, which the only San Pedro Bay that we know of is in Los Angeles. But then they want to say that he's imprisoned in the Mission Dolores, San Francisco, some 400 miles north. Now, we know if we were to concede this, right, we know who the Franciscans were at the Mission Dolores at this time. And this was actually a mission. It's a little bit strange. I mean, I guess there's two ways that you could take this argument. It would be kind of strange to say that this was the one that they would take captives to, because it was actually a mission that was all but being abandoned. There was not, they had a notoriously difficult time finding enough food to supply the mission. So if you were going to send them to one, you would probably be more inclined to send them to one that was close by, like the, let me just go back here for a second, like the San Gabriel mission, which would be like right there where this skirmish supposedly took place. I also wanted to add into this lecture where Fort Ross is in relation to all these things. So I put a little, this is all the ones that are in red, the numbered ones are all the Spanish California missions. And then in that yellow there, it's about where you're going to find the Russian American company fort, Fort Ross. So they were pretty close to the Spanish. And we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. But as I was saying, we know the names of the most notorious. Father Dante, for example, he had a notorious reputation among even the Franciscans for his treatments, but there's nothing that compares to the kind of story, not even close, not even close to the kind of thing that happens with with the Peter story. And mind you, the way that this story is told, the Franciscan that's doing this is meting out these tortures. He's actually getting fellow natives to do the tortures. And then, according to Kegley, he receives a letter telling him to stop what he's doing. And the Franciscan stops, and that's how Kegley actually manages to, like, he was about to do the same thing to Kegley, and then the Franciscan receives a letter and he's told to stop. So there's nothing like, apparently, according to this, since he gets a letter, full stop, stop what you're doing, that others are aware that this is taking place. So it's a little bit harder even there to say that this is just some rogue Franciscan with a sadistic streak. More than likely, if you have that kind of rogue Franciscan with that kind of sadistic streak, there would be other accounts of it from other people. But again, we just don't have anything. The worst crimes that are committed by the Indians, the punishment would result in lashings of them. So now let's talk about those Spanish and Russian relations, because that's another thing that people that want to hold this story up in the hagiography will point to just how awful the relations between the Spanish and the Russians were at this time in this place. It's kind of wild though. Like, it's not unusual in the scale of history to find both sides in a short period of time in a very close proximity to one another, finding them like 1 minute being friendly towards each other, and then the next hostile, and then friendly again, and then hostile. These type of things, like, they'll often change like month to month or person to person. And so I'm not going to sit here and make the claim that there weren't skirmishes and hostilities towards one another. There is some evidence, in fact, that in the immediate time around 1815, which was the one purported to be the dates for Peter's death, that hostilities were ramped up in the area where this event may have happened. And this even goes back to those Spanish sources, which I was not able to get any of my hands on, but some of the Spanish sources maybe would follow with account that Tarasov and Aleuts were seized and taken prisoner. Then cites September 22nd, 1815, a letter from Sergeant de Jose de la Guerra, the commander at Santa Barbara, referencing this as well. In Huber's Bancroft mentions it in his work on the history of California. Though I found that work online. I found a PDF version of it, and when I was looking through, he doesn't offer up what his sources were. But just as many times, if not more actually, the sources write about the good and friendly relations that were found between the Spanish and Russians at this time in this place, including among the clergy. Bishop Innocent of Alaska, I think he's a now an Eastern Orthodox saint, visited California at this time and wrote kindly of his experiences and interactions with the Franciscans there. He even writes about the gifts that the Franciscans gave him during his visits. So color me just a little bit skeptical at this point around all of this stuff. I mean, I think there's enough to call into question the veracity of the full story for sure. I think we're perfectly justified to call it into question. Okay, but how is the narrative actually being received by the Orthodox? What's the situation on the ground, so to speak? Among those who are involved in the research of this subject online in recent decades has been a man named Matthew Name. He runs the Orthodox History on X, and he's a guy that I actually respect. I've seen him taking flack from his fellow Eastern Orthodox for what seems to be like just an attempt on his part to offer reasoned accounts on various subjects. And he does contend, as it says here, he says the original 1819 account of St. Peter's martyrdom does not mention Jesuits. That's an error added by the later telling of the story. He doesn't mention that it's by the telling of the story of the guy that is actually responsible for all of our primary sources. But anyways, and he says it's clear that the Spaniard who oversaw the torture and execution was acting on his own, not implementing any sort of Spanish or Catholic policy. Now, I think all of the sources that I could find seem to bear this out. The power of myth and narrative travels faster than any correction can. And even if the corrections come, you often have a group of people that don't want that correction. And I've seen Orthodox go after Mr. Name for other subjects. I don't know if they went after, I'm sure they went after him for this. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But for example, it's still popular among the common narrative of this idea that it was Jesuits that carried this out. I found a report telling of an event from a Rokor youth camp at Fort Ross that Father Yaroslavs Belikov, who was teaching the youth, and he taught them, I quote you here, this is how he taught the story to the youth. Quote, from the life of St. Herman, we learn of the martyric death of St. Peter the Aleut. He was baptized in Alaska. Working for the Russian American company, Martyr Peter was taken captive by the Spanish in Southern California. The Jesuits tried to force him to accept Roman Catholic baptism, but the martyr firmly stated that he was already baptized, showing them the cross he wore around his neck. The Jesuits did not relent and began torturing him. As well, there are others who would wish to go even further than I think even Matthew does and say that the Eastern Orthodox can simply reduce the hagiographic account down to the barest of essentials. They'll often say, how could you conniving Catholics ever dare claim that the story is somehow used to manipulate Orthodox faithful into being anti-Catholics? I've seen it all. I've seen the ones where they'll just say, look, it's not that the Spanish missions are supportive of this, and then there's the ones where it's like, look, this is not anti-Catholic propaganda. We promise you guys. Why do you hate this story so much? And then of course there's always going to be that kind of response where it's like, well, this is what's Peter represents what's wrong with the Catholics. And I think that kind of starts pointing in the direction because it's kind of a classic gaslighting situation here because even that comment there, he represents much as what is wrong with them, kind of points us into what I think is actually the more common use of Peter the Aleuts. There is found very vociferously and strongly stated in the online Eastern Orthodox community this embellishment of the story to not only not reduce the hagiography as a diatribe against the Catholic Church, but to actually accelerate it. One guy here was saying, I saw that St. Peter the Aleut knows where Latin theology takes us, as if the direct result of Latin theology is the severing of a man's fingers and toes and hands and disemboweling him. And then this one here says, never forget the martyrdom of St. Peter the Aleut, who was tortured and killed by Native American papists, who cut off his hands and feet and dismembered him for refusing to convert to papism. And both of these accounts, I know I'm drawing here from the popular, from the Vox Populus, but you know the voice of the people tends to go pretty far in Orthodoxy, and both of these accounts are not uncommon to run across. This account here, you know, he adds to Peter's story a long thread of all the atrocities, and I only included four here, but there's multiple ones that he says that these atrocities committed by Catholics, you know, he's driving home the point that not only was Peter ruthlessly murdered by Catholics, but that it is common fare for Catholics to engage in the murder of Eastern Orthodox. Now here I will typically run into the no true Scotsman when I kind of press Orthodox on the fact that this is what they're doing with the narrative of Peter and the usage of it. So, okay, maybe these are just simply lone wolves online, not representative of the true Orthodox. But then, how do you explain this recent development to portray the iconography of Peter as saying, I am an Orthodox Christian? Because in none of the four official texts do we have anyone saying anything about him explicitly stating that he was Orthodox. And yet here we have it making it into the iconographic status, which, mind you, in Eastern Orthodoxy holds a higher loci than it would in Catholicism. While not infallible, the addition of something to an icon in Eastern Orthodoxy is deliberate, it's calculated, and if incorrect, it's swiftly and quickly condemned. And more I see Eastern Orthodox saying, in quoting Peter, I am an Orthodox Christian. So they're kind of getting themselves stuck with this one. While they'll tell you, oh, you know, it doesn't really matter, it's no big deal, let's have a reductionist reading of the narrative, they'll then continue to allow this iconic image to enter into the sacred tradition. And I believe, in fact, that the image on the right is found in one of the Rocor St. Peter the Aleut parishes. So which is it? I think what it is that like the sort of ad hoc approach that they take to so many things. When it's useful, they'll employ it. When they're pressed, they'll drop it. But again, you can easily press them on it. Oh, ye Catholics out there who are discussing this, where does the word Orthodox appear anywhere? Even in this embellished letter here, which I cut and pasted onto the slide, in this embellished letter, you don't even find it there. And speaking of this letter, I included it because this is like an interesting little exchange that I found in like searching online. So if you look it up, you can find a PDF of this typed out exchange. You'll look at the middle letter there. It's a Mr. Archie Shields in 1934, and he's writing to a Father Caesaropapism about a letter that Mr. Shields had found in an archive. And this letter is this long embellishment of the narrative. And Mr. Shields is asking the father, hey, do you know like anything about this letter? And the father responds with the known evidence and then clearly says that the rest of the letter is directly from the imagination of the anonymous person who wrote it, not of the official story. And yet, and yet, you will still find this being passed around online, passed off as an authentic telling of the tale of Peter. It's even used on a prominent Eastern Orthodox Substack that I found that refers to it as if it's the Yanovsky letter. So you can't make this stuff up. So this level of misinformation and obfuscation is what a Catholic is up against when he dares to question the validity of the Peter story. Now, an important question, which I believe Name actually raises on his research blog, is why did the Orthodox Church of America and the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia decide at that moment in 1980 to officially recognize Peter? And there's some interesting discrepancies in that story. I want to move up the hierarchical ladder to the jurisdictions, the episcopacy. It's something most Catholics are unfamiliar with, both in our own church and in issues that plague Eastern Orthodoxy. And that subject is a lecture all on its own. In fact, so I don't want to get too far astray in this, but jurisdictions in Eastern Orthodoxy do not function the way they do in the Catholic Church. It's unlikely in modern Roman Catholicism that you would ever see a situation, for example, where the Diocese of Richmond is breaking communion with the Diocese of Arlington, or the Diocese of, Rapid City being in a irregular situation with the Archdiocese of Baltimore. But it's a little bit different in Eastern Orthodoxy, and it gets especially confused as you enter somewhere like the United States because there are several overlapping jurisdictions, sometimes several competing jurisdictions in a single area. Now, at the time of his formal recognition in 1980, ROCOR and the OCA were in a canonically irregular position, and this is a polite way of saying that they were in schism, de facto, if not de jure. But one complaint I have heard is that there is no oral tradition at the time among the Aleuts of Alaska. This would be pretty damning if true, and I couldn't corroborate it. Again, like the situations with Kegley, there's a strong oral culture in Alaska among the Aleuts, among the Alaskan Inuit people in general. And so it does make a difference since we know that Kegley did go back to Satke and likely would have told the story to the locals. But it seems from what I could tell they didn't take to it. Now I've also seen this claim challenged by Orthodox who say that there was a tradition of his veneration, but the best that I could attest to was that tradition was found among Russian Americans, not among the Aleuts. It is interesting too because there does seem to be an oral tradition around Juvenali, who's also comes from Janowski's telling of Herman. I think that there's also this need in ROCOR in Alaska, as it was seeking to officially recognize Herman of Alaska, that Janowski's account, was like in trying to like sort of clamp down the reliability of Janowski's account about Herman, they sort of turned also to the account of Peter because it's from that very like 9-page long account in 1858 that we get the story of Peter. And since Herman venerates him as Saint Peter the Martyr, then to buttress up Herman's hagiography, which is I think what most of the Russians in Rokor were interested in, well, we'll just go ahead and also add Peter to that as well. As well, I read that there was some desire by the OCIE in this particular time to imitate Rome in its recognition of the native martyr Kateri, who had been elevated to blessed shortly before all of this. Now, the worldwide recognition of Peter seems, from all that I can tell, to largely be an internet phenomenon, but that brings up another point. The reception of saints in Orthodoxy, there's no official canonization process in Orthodoxy. There's no absolute guide for how canonization should go, what needs to be included, what needs to be looked up with approbation, what can be questioned. There's no devil's advocate, which is useful in the process. There used to be a person in the Roman Church. There's still an office which is involved in this, but what they do is they scrutinize and they go into a possible saint's life looking for issues that may place suspect on the person's virtue or sanctity or the life account. Now, over time, various levels of the hierarchy may recognize and officially permit, for example, a diocesan-wide veneration in the liturgy. Typically, it would begin with the local veneration, and here this should be Alaska, but as I said, there's some questions about that. And then from there, it grows until over time it may grow to a higher level or even a universal recognition of that saint. One thing to mention about the universality of this recognition is that the the Patriarch of Moscow has stated explicitly that Rokor does not have the authority to speak for Moscow in any kind of binding fashion. And there's interesting language in Rokor's document as such, because it says in here that resolved, this is the document that the Rokor Metropolitan Philaret published in 1980 to speak of the recognition of Peter as a saint. It says, inasmuch as the martyrdom of Peter the Aleut and higher monk Juvenalius is not in doubt. And there's some interesting language there, right? Inasmuch as it's not in doubt. This isn't the most unambiguous language in the world. If you're familiar with legal language in Rome, for example, if you hear something like, we define and declare, that's when they're being extremely precise. Here, though, it's inasmuch, and it's inasmuch as it's not in doubt, which is sort of like a negation more than it is a positive affirmation. It also states that they are to be commemorated and specifically says that there is not a need for canonization. Now, I'm not aware specifically of how Rokor's ecclesial structure demarcates these things exactly. So if you have any insights, leave a comment for me. I'd be interested to know. Sometime around 2002, in an address by the Metropolitan Theodosius, where he mentions the saints of America one by one, I heard that he actually does not mention the name of Peter the Aleut, which I found kind of interesting. Now, if you contact the Orthodox Church of America, they will tell you that they venerate Peter in the calendar as a martyr, and it sounds as if the general assumption there, though, is that as the overall hagiographic narrative stands, this is what they are recognizing in their official capacity, barring maybe some of the discrepancies, like around which monastic order it was that carried out the torture. So I just found that interesting. There's again, it's difficult finding reliable, solid information on the history of some of this stuff. Because then my question from all of this would really come down to whether or not the reductionist view of St. Peter's death actually works. I see so many Orthodox online telling us that, this is how we as Catholics should view the story. Well, does the reductionist view actually stand? So let's kind of read what that might be. Loosely, I think this is my telling of it, but this is what I think it might state. You have an Aleut man, not a boy, by the way. That's going to be important because the hagiographic account now is more and more indicating, and even you find it in the iconography, as I can show you here, that it's a boy, though the Russians would usually not take anyone under the roughly the age of 18 years old. So you were more than likely, if Peter did exist, it's almost guaranteed that he was not a boy, that he was a full-grown man. And so this Aleut man was taken prisoner in a skirmish between Spanish and Russians over resources. It seems to have been the man tries seems to have been trying to let the Spanish know that he was a Christian, possibly in the hopes that they'd spare him. He is killed anyway, most likely by a rogue who was acting on his own, not on Spanish authority, and especially not on Catholic authority. And it almost certainly had more to do with tensions over resources than a religious act. So I've seen quite a few people take this reductionist view. And, I have my own particular problems with it. And I want to just make it like known that I'm, perfectly fine if a Orthodox wants to hold that reductionist view. It really makes no difference to my life whatsoever. I would actually encourage, if you're Orthodox, to take something closer to the reductionist view. Otherwise, you're standing out on a limb, and it's easy to have that limb snap. So, as far as my own personal take, though, I'm not going to give much credence to the story. I think there is a anti-Spanish, anti-Catholic tone to the whole thing, regardless of what the reductionists may want to say. The unique cruelty is foreign to any of the other accounts that we have of missionary cruelty, and I would say that there needs to be some extraordinary evidence to present that kind of cruelty, that there's any evidence of it anywhere else. I think the reliance on Yanofsky places a heavy burden on those who want to maintain the veracity of this story. I know that there are Spanish sources that discuss the fact that there was skirmishes, but they say nothing, or specifically two prisoners and a man named Peter who was tortured. I think that is, you're pulling a lot from the fact that the Spanish accounts may say that there was skirmishes between the Russians and the Spanish around this place at this time, extrapolating from that this story may be true. And I think at best my take from this would be that there was an Aleut man who may have lived, who was taken prisoner, who was mistreated and died from his maltreatment. But this is kind of standard within the norms of the time, and it hardly makes the man a martyr against the evils of the Catholic Church. So now I've decided to include at the end of this lecture two saints that we in the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church recognize. And I'm going to let you put them in the comments if you know who these two saints are. A hint, they're the last two saints officially recognized by both Catholics and Orthodox. So I thought it would be nice to end with saints that unite us instead of divide us. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please like and subscribe. God bless you. I'll see you next time. Welcome to the City of the Immaculata, a place where we discuss various topics of history and theology. If you enjoy these videos, please like, and if you haven't already, consider subscribing to the channel or sharing it with others. Thank you so much. We continue our lectures today on Orthodoxy with Against the Latins, Orthodoxy as Reactionism. Just a quick reminder that this is part of a wider series of videos that we are doing on the channel around Orthodoxy, and they're exclusive right now on patreon.com/City of the Immaculata. These are the Road to 1054. That's a two-parter. We cover both the controversy surrounding land disputes, which led to the schism, as well as controversies around aspects of the faith. And we take a deeper dive into one of those controversies, the Azymes controversy. And in that lecture, we specifically look at whether or not the Orthodox Church conceded the debate. We follow that with a lecture on Mehmed, Caesaropapism, and the making of the Orthodox Church. And then we did Peter the Aleut. Today we'll be doing Against the Latins. And next time we're going to be looking at Lossky, Romanides, and the making of modern Orthodoxy. Just some points to consider. There are many Eastern Orthodox who live their whole lives without ever fixating or harboring any kind of compulsive hostility toward Catholicism. And I want to make sure that if you're watching this and this qualifies as you, some of the relevant points in this lecture, while I do believe they apply to your communion, and I guess by in that sense, by proxy, that would apply them to you, they do not need apply to you as such. And I'm going to make those differentiations here in the lecture as we go. But I do want to get that very first thing clear from the beginning. The issue of reactionism is not that there aren't reactionaries in other Christian churches. Rather, it's that Orthodoxy presents itself as a unique antidote to that problem. And again, I want to reiterate this point because so often the response is, well, what about Catholics? Okay, well, one, you just made my point, the point of the whole lecture, but two, I would never claim that there are no Catholics who may be overly concerned about this or that thing which has nothing to do with their faith. That's not the point. There's a case to be made, though, that unlike Catholicism, rather than being an exception to reactionism, Orthodoxy embodies it within and without its own church. And I would add, too, that this was probably the hardest of these lectures for me to compile. There's a very long history in all of this, and it goes back quite a ways in my faith journey. I used to spend time in these Catholic Answer forums way back in the old days, and I would sporadically there run across Eastern Orthodox who could be quite aggressive in their approach. And that was sort of the first, like, kind of moment for me. You see, because I had this rosy view of Catholic Orthodox relations when I converted. In fact, before I converted, as I was going through my faith journey, I really couldn't have told you any difference whatsoever about the Orthodox. And I figured, as I learned about them, that they were just a step away from Catholics, and we would all be hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, and it was only a matter of time. You simply saw what I was, reading about Orthodoxy on paper, the degrees of our separations, and it looked reasonable enough. It didn't seem insurmountable. It also didn't help that when I started attending Mass, the priest at the parish was a very brilliant scholar in his own right who was fluent in Greek and loved the Eastern tradition as much as he loved the Western. And so, spending time being catechized by him, I had a very lofty and high view of the Eastern patrimony, which I still do. Don't think for a minute that I don't. But fast forward a few years, and I started joining these Facebook forums. This was in the 2014 to 18 range or so. It was sort of the peak, in, at least in my own experience, of the Facebook forum days. And I was particularly interested in the Catholic and Orthodox dialogue. And so I joined every group that I could find that would say something to the effect of, Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox, such and such. And I was by this point a little more comfortable in my own faith. I, came into the church in 2013. So I get into these groups and start talking. And I share a few of them here. I went back into one and just sort of clipped some of the old threads of mine back in 2016 and 17. And I was talking to the Orthodox here, and I quickly learned from the aggressive and often hostile nature of some of those Orthodox that the general feeling that we're all in this together I saw from Catholics that I held myself was not reciprocated. You can see too that these were pretty active groups. I mean, one has 77 comments, the other has 120. They were at times fairly robust discussions that were happening there. And I also want to be clear that that aggressive, often hostile attitude was not shared by all. By far not by all. I met many kind, thoughtful, smart Orthodox who really seemed to look upon Catholics as brothers separated. But I noticed over the years, around this time, the late 2010s roughly, that especially as converts started coming into Orthodox, that they didn't seem to be taking cues from the more moderate voices that I had come to know. There was a significant amount of the other kind who were showing up. One moderator of one of those larger groups, he was a Lutheran, and he could be in his own way quite vitriolic at times towards Catholics. Well, he converts to Eastern Orthodoxy, and which element do you think he gets behind? So this all led me to this question. Will the real Orthodoxy please stand up? And I decided to go on a journey to see what was going on here, because another thing in these groups and in these blogs and other spaces, it becomes evident, and it certainly became evident to me, that the two were actually at something of a war with one another, especially over how they were to engage with Catholics. Now, when you're not a part of a group and you're just not aware of its intergroup dynamics, you're not really privy to these types of differences. It's like you'll see with, insider sports, or politics, where there are these little internecine battles happening that people within the group take very seriously, but to outsiders it can appear to be hair splitting. And often the worst of those in those disputes, their vitriol is not directed at the outsider, not directed at the Catholic, for example, but toward the insider who has a different opinion about how the group should handle the outsider. And so I'm going along, and it will readily become clear that most all of the controversy in Orthodoxy stems really from one issue: the response to modernity. And so within the last 100 plus years of ecumenical dialogue and overtures with other faiths, in particular the Catholic Church, this is the debate that is all the rage within Orthodoxy. And when you go in, you will find yourself in one camp or the other. It's part of the, dare I say, unofficial initiation project that you'll undergo if you take Orthodoxy seriously and start journeying in that direction. And this was my journey. I was all in on the Catholic Church. I wasn't considering Orthodoxy in terms of like I was having a faith crisis moment, but I did want to make sure that I wasn't making an uninformed decision on Orthodoxy. So I gave it a go. And I walked away with what I will be presenting for you today. Now, I remind you that in a way, this was the hardest yet for me to compile. The other lectures, I could really rely on the work and scholarship of others to help me navigate, especially since the historical record is so clear in those cases. But this one presented me with some unique challenges because I always want to make sure that I'm giving a fair assessment. And given that much of what we will be looking at today isn't about the Catholic Church as such, but more about the controversy within Orthodoxy about how it engages the Catholic Church, I wanted to make sure I wasn't just dismissing the hair splitting of a few schismatic Greeks. I wanted to make sure that I was giving them their due. Because, for one thing, the more hostile elements within Orthodoxy, those who actively and aggressively proselytize Catholics, well, they're not typically a part of these quote unquote fringe groups, which schism from the main body of Eastern Orthodoxy. At best, they're usually a part of the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, or they're in a church that is engaged in the ecumenical work, but interiorly they think it's heretical. I post a little clip here from the well-known Orthodox apologist Luigi, who says that there is quite possibly no issue the saints were more unified on in the modern era than the condemnation of ecumenism. I can show you quotes from literally 6 years ago by Elderum Ephraim that would have any ecumenist mortified. And so I don't know a whole lot about Luigi. I don't believe he's a part of any of the groups that are in schism from the World Orthodox body, but this is going to be part of the challenge that I'm going to look at today because if these people think it's heretical, I began wondering years ago how they could justify being in communion with what's essentially a body of Orthodox heretics. And if you know anything about that unchanging first millennium church that they like to claim for themselves, if you were involved with disputations with heretics, you weren't, as the so-called fringe schismatic groups would say, you weren't involved in ecumenical dialogue with them. You were involved with anathematizing them. So was it the case that these schismatic groups had a point? Well, let me walk you through what I found on that journey, and I want to begin by giving the full context that is often left out when other Catholics even bother to engage this. The thing is, the Eastern Orthodox Church has never fully isolated itself from the Western. There was always a back and forth, and at times it wasn't always conflict, debate, etc. Sometimes it was a mutual exchange. There was for example, introduction of St. Thomas Aquinas in the 14th century. We'll discuss that more in the next lecture, but There was a long line of Greek scholasticism where the Orthodox basically received St. Thomas Aquinas's works and engaged with it. You have Tsar Peter effectively modeling the Russian church after the Lutheran structure, and he had, spent time traveling in Europe and was very impressed with Sweden, especially. And when he enacted his own reform, you see him eliminating the patriarchate and reforming the Holy Synod to basically make it a subservient body on behalf of the state, as he had seen the Lutherans doing. After centuries of conflict over Easter and the debate of the calendar, one by one the East began adopting the papal Gregorian revisions to the calendar, and we'll be discussing some of the fallout from that today, but by and large, the wider Orthodox body just went right along with this change. And something of a wild moment, you have the Eastern Orthodox, the Patriarch of Constantinople, a very capable and in some ways very brilliant man, Cyril the First, was heavily influenced by Calvinism and was eager to bring about some kind of synthesis of Reformed theology with Orthodoxy. There's also this very interesting practice of Orthodox indulgences, and this one was brought to my attention rather late. I had never heard of it, and most Eastern Orthodox are quick to dismiss it. But for a time, the Orthodox were dispensing certificates of forgiveness for a fee which could be offered for the living and the dead. There were Jesuits present in the areas of the Ottoman Empire and Ukraine and Poland into Russia, and this seems to have been influenced by their presence. So here you have the Eastern Orthodox in multiple locations, and this is just a few examples, adopting what many of them will claim today is some kind of Catholic Latin abomination, not part of the unchanging first millennium church. And it's all quite telling. And it really is all part of this thing some very important thinkers in Orthodoxy in the 20th century would label as the Western captivity of Orthodoxy. And we'll be diving deeper into this next time. But overall, the idea is that for centuries, really since 1054 forward, possibly 1204 if you wanted to be polemical, but really from the Crusades on, we'll say, the East always had people who were desirous of union, who engaged and received the West, including its most important saints and thinkers, and then you had those who didn't. And of the ones who did, over the course of centuries, they had managed to place the Orthodox Church in captivity. Not Ottoman captivity, mind you, but Catholic. And there was always along that this tenuous relationship between them, the contingent of reactionary Orthodox who opposed all of this. And we see this all along the way. Now, if I were to take a positive case, I would bring up how the unchanging first millennium church, there were also those who sought to synthesize the Western tradition in the East and those who reacted against it even way back then, and vice versa. But that would be it too much for this particular lecture. Now, if you do a side-by-side comparison of certain ecumenical moments in the Orthodox Church, you'll see the pattern. And what you have are these periods where reunion is sought and achieved, which is then followed by reactionaries pushing back against those unions. You have the Council of Lyons in 1274, which is followed by the Dialogue of Pagiontes with an Azymite. As well, I didn't include it in here, but you also have the Synod of Blachernae. You have the Council of Florence in 1438, which the reaction to that would be, for example, Mark of Ephesus and his writings. You have the disappearance of the Azymes controversy in the 19th century, which is, while the Orthodox are kind of quietly conceding that debate, at the same time, you also have a reaction of a man named Argenti who wrote the most systematic treatise against the Azymes, called A Treatise Against Unleavened Bread. In modernity, you have the Orthodox Church entering into the World Council of Churches, among others, and then you have the reaction to that being this anti-ecumenist movement. Now, none of this is going to be explained to you as you inquire into Eastern Orthodoxy. At best, they're going to say, hey, don't worry about that. That's just a heretical movement, especially when you start dealing with the more reactionary type Orthodox that you're going to find online. It's all sort of brushed to the side. But more and more, what we seem to see happening, and I have seen this with many, many converts to Eastern Orthodoxy, is they read about all of these amazingly based orthodoxy online. They venture to a local parish. They'll notice something maybe doesn't seem right, but then they just kind of brush it off because it's all so exciting, right? It's based orthodoxy. They come into the church here in the US and they, over time, realize that what they're hearing week to week at the pulpit doesn't exactly match what Jay Dyer told them, or Luigi, or whomever who got them interested into this online. And the reason this is because of the jurisdiction problem here in the US. See, if you were based also in Bulgaria, all you'd get is the anti-ecumenical orthodoxy. If you were in Turkey, all you get is the ecumenical orthodoxy. But here in the US, it's something of a crap shot. It's more likely that you're going to end up in an ecumenical parish than not. Because out of the 13 jurisdictions here in the United States, you could come across only two that are not involved in the ecumenical dialogue. And this is the general trend in the wider Orthodox world. As you can see, of all the various autocephalous churches, only Bulgaria, Georgia, and Russian Orthodox outside of Russia are not involved in the ecumenical dialogues. This is why when you see so many of these ortho bros online, notice by and large they are either in or want to be in ROCOR. Now bear in mind they are in communion with the other jurisdictions, even if they're in communion, even if they manage to get into ROCOR, those jurisdictions which do engage in ecumenism, so effectively they too are engaged in it, even if they aren't. They're going to say, well, no, that's not how orthodoxy functions. My autocephalous church does not participate in the ecumenical discussion. I'm in ROCOR, so therefore I do not. But then the question becomes, what actually unites orthodoxy? With Protestants, and I know many people get Protestantism wrong here, Catholics and Orthodox both, but simply Protestants will say that it's Scripture alone, which is the sole infallible rule of faith. And they want to hearken back to that pristine early church to find where their unity is, right? Unity in essentials, they'll say, liberty in non-essentials. They'll say we are united, right, by the infallible word of sacred scripture. And we carry these confessions, if they're confessional Protestants, as a general rule for, say, how the church should be governed. But the common thread, the theme that binds and unites Protestantism is scripture, scripture alone. They will just do away with the whole necessity of having to justify problems found in councils or doctrine by applying a reductionist antiquarian approach to their theology. Catholics will say, you know, we can get around all of that because yes, we do have a sacred tradition, but that isn't this untethered thing floating at sea all alone. We also have a magisterial body which interprets the tradition, interprets sacred scripture, and it is vested with certain charisms of infallibility which allow the church to know how to read an important passage of sacred scripture, for example, or how to know which traditions are binding. As well, we have the concept of development of doctrine, which lets us say how this particular doctrine comes from its infancy in what we find in sacred scripture or the early church to how it comes to its fuller development, like icon veneration, for example. But this is a complaint that the Protestants have, right? Like you don't see the kind of icon veneration or hyperdulia in the very primitive church that we find in later centuries. Protestants want to go to the first and second century, not to the fourth, fifth, and sixth, as Eastern Orthodox will often do. So how do you get there, they ask, right? And for us, for Catholics, this was Newman's question, and this is why he writes his essay on the development of doctrine. For Eastern Orthodox, they will want to say that, well, it's really just sacred tradition. And we find that by seeking to have continuity with the unchanging first millennium church. But this begs the question because the idea of a unified, unchanging first millennium church has to do a lot of heavy lifting. To just sort of throw it out there thinking that you have nothing to explain, it immediately makes me ask, how were Orthodox doctrines received? What authority do the bishops have in Orthodoxy, especially in that unchanging first millennium church? And if you think there's a singular answer to these questions in Orthodoxy, think again, because there's a huge debate right now between the bishops of Eastern Orthodoxy over this very question of ecumenism. While nearly all the autocephalous churches, in their capacity of having an episcopate, they say, hey, we have the authority to carry out these discussions with other communions. We have the authority to make joint statements, while other bishops say, no, you don't. For example, during a period when they were out of communion with the other churches, Rocor anathematized ecumenism. And even though now they're back in communion, they never lifted those anathemas, even if such a thing is possible. The bishops of Rocor in 1983 wrote down this anathema here. I have it for you guys. It says, quote, those who attack the Church of Christ by teaching that Christ's church is divided into so-called branches which differ in doctrine and way of life, or that the church does not exist visibly, but will be formed in the future when all branches or sects or denominations and even religions will be united into one body, and who do not distinguish the priesthood and mysteries of the church from those of the heretics, but say that the baptism and the Eucharist of heretics is effectual for salvation. Therefore, to those who knowingly have communion with these aforementioned heretics, or who advocate, disseminate, and defend their heresy of ecumenism under the pretext of brotherly love or the supposed unification of separated Christians, anathema. And it's not just the bishops. In 1980, the monks of Mount Athos wrote a declaration which reads, quote, the Holy Mountain cannot accept the opinion expressed in the joint statement of the Patriarch and the Pope concerning the cleansing of the historical memory of our churches and the partial opening by means of a dialogue of love of the road towards new movements in theological work and a new attitude to the past which is common to both churches. Actually, the heretics must cleanse their own historical memory of all their own historically acknowledged deviations in faith and practice from the true evangelical Orthodox Church. On the contrary, the historical memory of the Orthodox, which is based on the inspiration of the Holy Spirit and on the constant experience of the apostolic faith of the God-bearing fathers, must be lived by all as of us in repentance and humility, and must instruct us both in the present and in the future life if we do not wish to fall from that faith. As Orthodox, we must cleanse ourselves by means of the historical memory of the Church, but not cleanse her with an egotistical and anthropocentric spirit, setting ourselves up as judges of the tradition of the Church. If you're wondering at this point, okay, well, where do they get this from? Where do they get this authority, this precedent to go against the Church? Well, one place to look, the more rigid of those will say, is in the so-called pillars of orthodoxy. Now, in recent times, there are several people they have canonized in orthodoxy who reject this notion of ecumenism, which they call a heresy. But the pillars of it, the pillars of the rejection of any capitulation with Rome, is found in these three men: Photius, Mark of Ephesus, and Gregory Palamas. Now, while there's not a particularly strong iconographic tradition of this in the main body of world orthodoxy, you will definitely find it in the schismatic groups that we'll be introducing here in a bit. And you will find it all over the orthotrad sphere. And think about what a pillar is. It's the support upon which the rest of a structure rests. The idea here is that these three men are the principal saints, the defining saints, if you will, of the Orthodox Church. And the common theme among them should be clear. The theme of this lecture, contra Latinos, against the Latins. Every one of these men had disputes with the Latins, and while they may have had other interests, it's in their reaction against what came from the West, whereby they are the basis for the existence of Orthodoxy. It's the whole justification for the existence of their schism, and it's the whole justification of what they're going to use to say that what's happening right now, where the worldwide Orthodox body is in dialogue with the Catholic Church, how they actually are have the authority to reject it. So let's look at that a little bit. To begin with, we have Photius against Pope Nicholas I. In 858, Emperor Michael III deposes Patriarch St. Ignatius of Constantinople, replacing him with Photius. In 858 through somewhere around 59, Photius makes an appeal to Pope Nicholas the Great in Rome. In 858 through around 861, Ignatius's supporters appeal to Pope Nicholas as well. Legates are sent to Constantinople, and a synod there confirms Photius. Yet information comes to Nicholas in 863, and he rejects and annuls the 861 synod and reinstates Ignatius while condemning Photius. Then in 867, Photius convenes a council excommunicating Nicholas and the Western Church and begins writing against the West. And it's in this capacity, in this council that he convenes, in the writings that he writes against the West, that he is Patriarch Saint Photius the Great, one of the pillars of Orthodoxy for their faith. Then we have Gregory Palamas against Barlaam. In 1333, Barlaam of Calabria is tasked by Pope John the 22nd with negotiating a reunion with the East. In 1337 to 1340, Barlaam is in the East. He runs across these monks of Mount Athos and accuses the monks who are using hesychasm of error. Gregory Palamas responds with the work called the Triads. And then in 1347, I've got the dates wrong there. I think it's 1347 through roughly 1350 or 51. There's a series of synods that are held where Barlaam is condemned and Gregory's position is upheld. And then in 1351, the most important of those being the Council of Blachernae, which codifies Gregory's teachings on the essence, energies, and hesychasm against Barlaam, who is seen as sort of a representative of Western theology and its errors. And then we have Mark of Ephesus against Florence. In 1438, you have the Council of Florence. Mark of Ephesus leads the debates against the Catholic Church's theology. 1439, he is the bishop, the sole bishop that refuses to sign the council's union. By 1440, he's back in Constantinople and he's leading the opposition against the reunion. He writes his Epistola against the Latin errors, and as well, one of his most lasting legacy, I think, his protege, Gennadius Galerius, is appointed Patriarch of Constantinople by Sultan Mehmed II, which we discussed previously. Okay, so you may be wondering after all of that, but then how if it's this extreme? If Eastern Orthodox are supposed to follow the example of the saints, and the saints, especially these pillars, are against any of this kind of ecumenical discussions with the West, then how come they are in communion with people that are engaged in this? How come your based online orthobro is in communion with the most grievous of errors and ecumenists? Because after all, aren't these anathema? Doesn't that cast them out of the ship? Well, one group of Orthodox would say yes. The true Orthodox Church. Now, this is an umbrella term for a few different groups of people, but one thing they all have in common is they believe that the ecumenical dialogue, ecumenism, is heretical, and any bishop and any bishops engaged in it are anathema, and any church engaged in it is as well. And they have in effect said that the entire body of autocephalous churches are anathema. So you weren't told this by your orthotrad friends, were you? It's funny how they all seem to know all about and constantly remind Catholics of the SSPX and the Sede Vacantis, but yet they conveniently rely on the ignorance of others to sweep this little tiny problem under the rug. And I wonder if it's, possibly in an attempt to blind others, especially prospects, to the reality that a huge majority of the world Orthodox Church has been actively seeking reunion with Rome for over a century now. But let's bring it all out into the light of day, shall we? What is the true Orthodox Church? Well, again, it's an umbrella term for the most extreme of a schismatic group of Eastern Orthodox who broke away from the main body in the 20th century and went further into their own schism. But now they are the ones claiming that the world Orthodox are completely lost. They've lost the Holy Spirit, and it is they alone, the true Orthodox, who are the remnant, which has the sacraments, which has grace, etc. Now, for the schism that they derive from, we have to turn to this issue of the calendar. Now, this easily gets confusing for an outsider, but simply put, in 1924, there were revisions in the Greek Orthodox Church that allowed them to adopt the papal Gregorian Julian calendar to conform with the state. There was already a large nationalist movement that had taken place in Greece where it gained its independence after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, and then it wants to bring the church along with it, and then a schism becomes formal with the group who are going to be called the Old Calendarists, who claim that the Gregorian, the papal calendar, is without grace. And this group is very much, it's a sort of, they see this as a sign of the end times. And their largest fear is the fear of this subversive ecumenism that they see beginning to take place at this time. And included in this schism were also monks of Mount Athos. The Greek government followed with, on behalf of the Orthodox Church, the Greek government heavily starts persecuting the followers of this old calendarist schism. Because remember, this was after a long period of Greek pan-identity and nationalism. And while the Greek Orthodox benefited from this pan-identity, they also suffer from it. And this wasn't a small schism. You have several different groups that arise from this. You have the genuine Orthodox Church of Greece, which splits in 1935, and they're not in communion with the main body or with other schismatic groups. You have the Holy Synod of the Church of the Genuine Orthodox Christians of Greece, also known as the Matthewites. They split in 1937. You have the Holy Synod in Resistance, that splits in 1970s, dissolved in 2014. You have the Old Calendar Orthodox Church of Romania, which splits in the 1920s. They are recognized by some of the Greek Old Calendarists, but there's no formal communion. You also have the Old Calendar Orthodox Church of Bulgaria, which splits in the 1970s. And this kind of schism over something like the calendar, again, it may seem a bit like hair splitting for outsiders, but it's a huge deal when you actually start to consider it. Consider one, the Eastern Orthodox do have a history of splitting hairs theologically. This is the basis of much of the pillars of orthodoxy. If you think otherwise, just go see the video that I did on Azymes that we were just discussing on this channel. The use of unleavened bread by the Western Church was enough to schism over in the Greek mind. So if we're truly the unchanging first millennium church, then I think that the old calendarists have a point to make. And they're not alone in the tradition of the Orthodox Church, because one has to but look to another group that split over changes of custom. the old believers. In the 17th century, Patriarch Nikon reforms the Russian Orthodox Church. There is a priest, archpriest Avvakum, who leads this schism of old believers against those changes. Tsar Peter then, as we were discussing, reforms and turns this schism into a full-fledged heresy. And the main grievance of these old believers was the heretical changes to the books and the customs, to foreign influence, to state overreach, which they all see as a sign of the end times. And the old believers were persecuted violently by the Russian Orthodox Church. And this was no small matter, as you can see by the response from the state and the church, as well by the old believers themselves who were willing to die for these things. Now, it does get complicated by the fact that the old believers had an internal split in the 1680s and 90s, and one group went toward a sort of anti-clerical evangelicalism when they got rid of the priesthood. But despite that early split, the old believers in Russia are, as far as I know, the single largest body of schismatic Orthodox, with members in the millions. And in a church that is only in the millions itself, this is pretty significant for Eastern Orthodoxy. If you're thinking, okay, well, what exactly then separates the true Orthodox members in doctrine from, for example, the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia? Well, let's take a look. We have on the true Orthodox Church side strong opposition to ecumenism, which they consider nothing more than a heretical compromise. From Rokor, we have the strongly opposing ecumenism, which it calls a pan-heresy. We see that it strictly uses the Julian calendar and rejects the papal Gregorian reforms. Julian calendar as well is used by Rokor, which resists modern reforms. Its a true Orthodox Church is rigidly traditionalist, while the Rokor says that they merely emphasize traditional Orthodox doctrine. And I say rigidly there just to differentiate between what is the group who clearly says that there is zero compromise in the matter, and with the Rokor who is in communion with those bodies who engage in ecumenism. So obviously they believe that there is compromise with that heresy. You have the rejection of mainstream orthodoxy as compromised and fully schismatic, whereas Rokor, at this point, it's merely just they're critical of the perceived liberalizations, but they've been in communion with the wider body of world orthodoxy since 2007. So this should give you a fairly decent understanding of how these two sides relate, and we're not far apart here. In fact, I would say they are in some ways closer together than they are far apart. And I would also have, I could easily have done a comparison of the true Orthodox Church with the monks of Mount Athos. That overlap there is significant as well. Now, something of a point of no return happened in 1993 when the Joint International Commission for Theological Dialogue between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church signed an agreement about uniatism, which effectively said that the two sides will agree to not proselytize among members. Now, I have had a hierarch monk affiliated with the Serbian Orthodox and the Russian Orthodox Church tell me personally years ago that his superiors told him after this, the superiors told the members that lay and clergy alike were not to conform to this document, which their superiors had signed off on and agreed to. They were actively taught to convert Catholics even after this document. And I find that, I found it then, and I still find it just incredibly disingenuous. And it's one of the primary reasons I believe that these ecumenical dialogues are largely pointless and fruitless for Catholics to engage in, because here you have Catholics in good faith coming along with these discussions, assuming when papers are signed that this is an agreement that we're all in on. But the reality is that Eastern Orthodoxy sees themselves as having zero compulsion to keep their word at these synods because they're actually not a synodal church. as their pillars express. In reality, they're a church not totally dissimilar to Protestantism, where if something is deemed antithetical to sacred tradition, or where in the case of Protestants it would be sacred scripture, the Eastern Orthodox will just not go along. Bear in mind, we can't even get a clear answer of how sacred tradition is interpreted by the full body of the Orthodox, as I was asking before. How are doctrines received? What authority is vested in the bishop? And so on. The inability to successfully answer these questions is exactly why the Patriarch of Constantinople and the Patriarch of Moscow are in this perpetual state of schism. It is why the true Orthodox Church is in schism. Now, right now is usually when I will hear, well, what about Rome? Well, the argument here isn't about Rome. Orthodoxy should be able to stand on its own without ever having to appeal to the Contra Latinos. The Eastern Orthodox apologists online sell themselves as representatives of a church which is free from all those pesky quarrels you find in Catholicism or Protestantism. And what do they do at the Synod of Balamand? Well, they come with this declaration that recognizes Rome as a sister church. And as you're starting to see is the trend here, there's an immediate backlash. Claims that the Synod has no authority, even though it's signed by the churches of Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, Russia, Romania, Cyprus, Poland, Albania, Finland. The old calendarist response is univocal. It says that, quote, the near future will show more clearly the abyss into which the ecumenists are heading at a gallop, dragging along with them the Hagiarites who are keeping a treacherous silence in the old conservative. So, yeah, if you're still thinking this isn't a major problem for them, think again. Rokor's response was univocal as well, illustrated here with the letter from the Today's Ecumenism and the Still Small Voice, an article by Hiram Monk Ambrose Young in the publication Orthodox America, and he says, quote, publication of the Balamand Agreement was met with undisguised criticism, not only on the part of Orthodox traditionalists, but even among the hierarchs and clergy belonging to those churches which were signatories of the agreement. Some of these were frankly appalled, even embarrassed. Bishop Antoon told this writer in outraged tones that this agreement is of no effect, that it is nothing, that it has in fact been given no authority and should be viewed as if it had never happened. This in spite of the fact that the agreement was signed by official representatives or delegates of the 9 Orthodox churches, including the patriarchs of Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, Moscow, and Romania. So clearly, Hiram Monk Ambrose here sees that they have a real problem. He's clearly saying that, okay, you're telling us that it has no effect, no authority, should be viewed as it never happened. Yet he's pointing out it was signed by official representatives of 9 different Orthodox churches. As well, we have the monks of Mount Athos signing an even more scathing critique in the Holy Mountain in the Vatican Declaration of the Sacred Community of the Holy Mountain in 1979. They say that this declaration, which was signed by all the representatives in the Common Assembly and the superiors of the 20 sacred monasteries of the Holy Mount Athos, it characterized papism as an enemy of orthodoxy. It decried the papal regime as hateful to God. It censured the papists for resorting to all possible means to destroy orthodoxy. It emphatically stated that the goal of papism is the subjugation of everyone to the Pope by making all mankind Catholic. It observed that papism is a derelict and destructive institution, and finally sounded an alarm so all might come to know in what calamity the Orthodox Greek people are being drawn through the machinations of the papal nuncio in the middle of Athens, with the deplorable Unia as his instrument. Now, your less than forthright Eastern Orthodox pal online He'll either be totally ignorant of this problem or he'll tell you it's not a problem because they actually know who the true Orthodox are. When you see Greek priests and bishops warmly receiving the Pope in 2001 or in 2021 in Greece and welcoming him in their communities, they'll say you are not seeing the face of true Orthodoxy. Rather, you are seeing heresy. Never mind the fact that they're all in communion together. Rather, the real face of true Orthodoxy is found in the Greeks who protested the Pope's presence in Greece and chanted at him, Antichrist, and go home, Pope. This is the true Orthodox Church. That's what they want you to believe. But again, there's some real problems with this. For one, many of the saints and men on their way to being proclaimed saints attest that they believe that ecumenical work is a serpent let loose to destroy pure, authentic orthodoxy. From Father Seraphim Rose, considered a saint by many, you have him saying, quote, today the situation is rather different and much worse than it was in the time of Elder Passius. In place of the veneer of paganism and Latinism, which never actually touched the heart of Orthodoxy, we have today a prevailing atmosphere of modernist heterodoxy and senseless keeping up with the times, which has pierced the very heart of some Orthodox churches so deeply that they will doubtless never recover, and their children are deprived of Orthodoxy without even knowing what they have lost. All over you see Orthodox publications, you will find these condemnations of it. For example, from the Orthodox America publication, quote, too many of us lack a sufficiently developed Orthodox consciousness to be aware of this screaming conflict between the traditional Orthodox ecclesiology and the ecumenist branch theory. Read the worldwide body of Orthodox. Not only is the development of such a conscience greatly hindered by the dogmatic relativism saturating our society, but our natural longing for peace and harmony and the many appeals to Christian love and brotherhood have made us vulnerable to ecumenical sweet talk. An inadequate knowledge of church history and a weak understanding of Orthodox ecclesiology put us further at risk. We cannot afford to be naive. These are dangerous times, and we would be wise to arm ourselves with some of the sobering lessons from history and the art of Vatican diplomacy. This is clearly within the reactionist circles a line being drawn. It's the same lines that we see them drawing at Second Leon's, at Florence, and we know how those turned out. And then we also have the ever-present problem of nationalism in Eastern Orthodoxy. Now, again, right off the bat, here you'll have Eastern Orthodox apologists will say, what about Rome? Silly papists. Don't you know that there are Irish Catholics and Polish Catholics and Mexicans? See, this proves Orthodoxy true. Now, as always, they have to appeal to Rome to prove their position, but for one thing, even if you conceded that Rome has quote unquote national churches, that doesn't prove orthodoxy. But also, just because we see in the Catholic Church an Irish Catholic or a Mexican Catholic, this doesn't prove that it's the same type of nationalism that you see in Eastern Orthodoxy. That's called the genetic fallacy. This conversation isn't about Rome. I have discussed that topic regarding the issue of national churches in Rome in a different video. But as for Orthodoxy, there was something which happened which was different than what we see in Rome. See, in the West, Rome had largely freed itself from the secular domination in the Middle Ages. With the rise of the nation states in the 16th century, it began to rear its ugly head again, and there were emerging national identities which came to plague Christendom as they had always done. But by and large, these were movements of unification which saw Rome, the Roman Church, as really more of a threat than an ally. And even as you see the unification of Italy, this is the same case. At best, they were indifferent. Often they were hostile to the church. In Eastern Orthodox country, this pan identity became synonymous with the national churches, Because for one thing, Eastern Orthodoxy never managed to have its own Gregorian reform. If anything, the Orthodox only became even more yoked to the state. We just finished up the video on the making of the Orthodox Church, if you need to go refresh yourself on that story. In Orthodox countries then, to unite with Rome was similar to what you'd find in, say, English Protestantism. It is an act of political treason. And no matter the concessions Rome may have to be a Serbian, to be a Russian, to be a Greek or a Slav or whatever, was not to be another ethnicity. These pan movements were heavily tied up in church affairs as well. Ask the old calendarists if you don't believe me. Or take this mausoleum here on the right. Do you know what this mausoleum houses? It houses the remains of Gavrilo Princip and the other Serbians who took part in the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, which led to the First World War. Oh, and by the way, it's actually not a mausoleum. It's actually a chapel where the Orthodox Divine Liturgy is said. It's called the Vodavdan Heroes Chapel. So you can't tell me that when you have Serbian Orthodox clergy saying the Divine Liturgy over the remains of individuals, that this isn't their indication of seeing nationalist revolutionaries as saints. And if you're telling me that this isn't going to color how these people view ecumenical dialogue, of course it's going to be heresy for them. And heresy for them is secular treason. They've proven themselves here. They will venerate secular heroes who cause a war that leads to the deaths of millions as Orthodox saints, so long as those people are defensive of the national identities. The funny thing, though, notice who was in the body of churches engaged in ecumenism. It's Serbia, it's Greece, it's Russia. Now, is it comforting to you, O ye Catholics, in the audience, to know that your episcopate is being strung along by Eastern Orthodox churches who they know damn well what the reaction to all of this dialogue that they're having is going to be? It's going to be the same vitriolic reactionism it's always been when their prelates sign off on anything with us. So I wanted to sort of touch upon some common themes here of this reactionism. I included the seven ecumenical councils here to get us started because we're here to represent that unchanging first millennium church. So when the bishops and the emperor they all signed off on those councils, they were of course binding, except for Ephesus 2, which the papacy actually annulled, but never mind that. You do have the bishops signing off on post-schism synods, and depending on which Eastern Orthodox you ask, these are or are not binding. But then you get to these other ones. You get to the Second Council of received by the World Orthodox churches, rejected by traditionalists. You have Florence, received by the World Orthodox churches, rejected by the traditionalists. You have the World Council of Churches, which the World Orthodox churches participate in. The traditionalists refuse to attend. You have the National Council of Churches of Christ in the USA, which the world body participates in. You have the Joint International Commission of Theological Dialogue between the Catholics and Orthodox. The world body participates, the traditionalists refuse to attend. So, what's the thing that differentiates these rejections from the acceptance of others? Well, we'll answer that in a minute, but all you potential prospects, you're going to have a choice to face when you enter Eastern Orthodoxy. Which Orthodoxy are you going to side with? Are you going to side with the World Orthodox churches who engage in interfaith dialogue, who give joint statements produced by those bodies with the other communions, who accept many of the disagreements as differences of customs rather than doctrine, who have agreed to not proselytizing others, especially Catholics, who have given a recognition of the sacraments of Catholics, or are you going to join the Orthodox traditionalists who see nothing more than a dialogue as being a full repudiation of errors or heresy. And they don't accept the joint declarations even when they're signed by their bishops. They see differences of customs as heretical errors. They actively proselytize and they actively seek to rebaptize Catholics. And this, for me, anyways, comes with a whole host of problems. Now, remember, the criticism I am offering is that Eastern Orthodoxy represents itself as the solution to the uncertainty of Protestantism and even Rome. Now, we can grant them that Rome has certain challenges to the questions of certainty, but that doesn't prove their case. The questions that I have that arise about the issue of how doctrines are received and the authority of bishops. Do synods and bishops have the ability to bind believers? Historically, yes. Ecumenical councils, synods, these bind believers. In modernity, it's uncertain. Large portions of the Orthodox episcopate say yes, large portions say no. I also ask, can the Orthodox population reject the decrees of bishops in unison? Historically, no. The emperor received the councils as far as Eastern Orthodox are concerned, and they were binding. In modernity, it's simply uncertain. The emperor is gone, and the reception theory of councils and synods and these types of things are just heavily disputed, and there are the Orthodox churches in schism over it. And what I've always found in my attempts to ask these kinds of what I consider moderate questions is either scorn and ridicule, as is common in the online orthobro side of this. I think that's just sort of a fear to actually engage in what is a challenging and real question. Or it's kind of like a dismissive, it's no big deal, just come on in and it'll all work itself out. I have only rarely found the sincere, honest or Eastern Orthodox who is willing to acknowledge that the problems of the ecumenical reactionism makes any discussion about orthodoxy heavily tainted with all the same kind of uncertainties that you find anywhere else. Some clergy, some Eastern Orthodox clergy, like Father John Chrysivigus here, Archdeacon of the Ecumenical Patriarch, he says, well, I feel that there is an unhealthy form of competition for genuine orthodoxy within some circles and even among some churches. Why do we presume that someone who condemns other Christians is a champion of orthodoxy, while someone who works for dialogue is a traitor of orthodoxy? Well, the reactionaries, Father John, they have an answer for that. They say that the answer to that question is found in the pillars of orthodoxy. This is why a neophyte Eastern Orthodox catechumen will so willingly enter right into this fray, because they are told so by the reactionaries who help catechize them, and they feel confident that they have the saints on their side. And as we move along into the future, the Eastern Orthodox are ever full of saints who are conveniently among the anti-ecumenists. So what does that tell us about which Orthodox represents a champion of Orthodoxy or the quote unquote traitors of Orthodoxy? Again, this is why a bishop in Greece, who has many generations of Orthodox blood going back to the early centuries of this church, who's lived his whole life as an Orthodox, who has studied the faith and gone through seminaries and theological training under others, this is why he is now being lectured by an ex-evangelical who only recently joined the faith a few years ago. And even then, that person may only engage the faith online, but they are able to confront and oppose bishops because he has the saints, you see. And make no mistake whatsoever, this is doctrinal. It's not just a little church matter for the initiated. This is why the true Orthodox Church has said that the world Orthodox Church is broken off. Even in matters as simple as a calendar revision, they see in that an act of treason, an act of heresy. And given what the pillars of orthodoxy once wrote about the bishops who dialogued with Latins, I think those old Greeks upset about the calendar have a point. That whole debate is really not one for Catholics, even though we are engaged in it now in what will probably be fruitless negotiation since they can't decide for themselves which orthodoxy is true and which is corrupted, as they have no mechanism to end the controversy officially. And given their past precedents of how these synods and councils go when they're over, I'd say to Catholics, don't get your hopes up. Regardless, it's not really our battle to fight, it's theirs. And it would be pretty helpful if they did so, so that when, we're talking with Orthodox, we know which orthodoxy we're dealing with. Is it worthwhile to have these long, drawn out, decades long dialogues that are just going to be undermined the moment that before the ink is even dry on the pens of the Orthodox bishops? Or are we going to be dealing with the hardliners, the reactionaries, the ones who set up their entire church contra Rome, contra Latinos? In the meantime, while they tear themselves apart over the question of how to talk with Catholics, maybe Catholics should draw back deep into our own past. And instead of really giving much thought to those so-called pillars of orthodoxy, who are pillars only in so much as they are against the Latins, we should instead do what Catholics have always done and focus on our own, like the three holy hierarchs of the East, or the four Latin doctors of the Church. After all, it's not about the people who divide us, rather, it's about the unchanging first millennium church when we were one. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you did, please like and subscribe. I will see you next time. God bless. Welcome to the City of the Immaculata, a place where we discuss various topics of history and theology. If you enjoy these videos, please like the video, and if you haven't already, consider subscribing to the channel or sharing it with others. Thank you so much. Today the discussion will be Lossky, Romanides, and the making of modern Orthodoxy. And just a quick reminder for you all that this is part of a wider series of lectures that we've done on this channel. Those include the Road to 1054, a two-part video on the fight for land and the fight for faith. We followed that with the Azymes controversy with the question, did the Orthodox Church concede the debate? Then we did Mehmed's Caesaropapism and the making of the Orthodox Church, followed by Peter the Aleut, Martyr or Myth. And then we did Against the Latins, Orthodoxy as Reactionism. And today we finish up this series with Lossky, Romanides, and the Making of Modern Orthodoxy. And all of these videos were released first on our Patreon channel. They were exclusive there for several months before they made it to a wider audience. So if you're interested in these kinds of videos and you would like that sort of early access, please check out the patreon.com/City of the Immaculata channel. And yeah, I appreciate all of the support for you guys for these videos. It's been a lot of work. And this last one, I think you guys are really gonna enjoy it. So just some points to consider. Orthodoxy has had several strands which lead it into modernity. This is only one, though a very prominent one that I think really needs to have some attention drawn to it. Though I do want to be clear that I don't actually think that the Ortho Bros are the problem, no more than I would say that traditionalists are the problem. In some ways, they're more a symptom of the problem. Maybe you could say a symptom of a problem, rather. And I would say for those of us who consider ourselves traditionalist minded, who want to be faithful to the church, who want to be faithful to her social teachings and these type things, that we actually share many common enemies with the same people that the Ortho Bros or the traditionalists would find themselves fighting and in opposition to. So I offer this more as an internal critique than a purely apologetic response to orthodoxy as such. Again, I think I said last lecture that it was the last lecture was the hardest of the series to put together, and I actually take that back. This one here was probably the hardest one because some of these problems that I have with orthodoxy, they aren't so well studied by Westerners. So it takes more time to really get into the sources and extract from them my own opinions without, having the luxury of others' inputs to sort of help form those opinions. And in research, this is always a good thing, of course. You want to do your own legwork where possible, but yeah, this one took me a while to put it together in a way that I think is comprehensive but also fair. And I had to, cut out quite a bit. There's a lot to all of this, and I didn't want to lose my overall theme in the sort of mass of information. I wanted to sort of hone my specific, somewhat intricate critiques to a fine point without adding superfluous things that I don't think are necessary. But again, I think I've got a really good lecture for you, one that covers things that are essential to understanding Eastern Orthodoxy today in the 21st century that you just won't find anywhere else online on outsiders who discuss Eastern Orthodoxy. So you're in for a treat. By now, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the term orthobro, and I say it somewhat affectionately. I'd say it's about, oh, maybe 3 years old at this point. I believe the term arose out of this online culture of debate. Originally, you heard of the quote unquote debate me bros. And I want to say that that is at least 7 or 8 years old, if not a little older. And it kind of blew up sometime in the last 5 years or so. And by no means are the Eastern Orthodox the only group that falls victim to the kind of blood sports debate culture, but they're definitely one that in some ways is kind of subsumed by it in recent years. Even Jay Dyer, one of the more prominent voices in this community, admitted on Ruslan's channel not that long ago that his priest told him to start informing young men converting to Eastern Orthodoxy that it's actually not a requirement. It's not actually part of their catechetical training to join the faith that they then need to immediately start debating. In fact, it's actually detrimental to their spiritual formation. And that's, wise words from the father there. But the cat is already out of the bag, as you'd know if you'd been paying attention. Now, beside the whole debate me bro thing, there is also, along with the ortho bro, kind of hilarious. I don't really know. It's almost like a gym bro culture wrapped up in the whole thing. You find this weird thing happening online today, and it's not just limited to the Eastern Orthodoxy. Again, I want to reiterate that, but there is a lot of competing voices for young men. It's on the dating sphere online, it's on the gym sphere, the online self-help sphere. I think it may have originated with people like Andrew Tate. They may have been he at least was probably the one to sort of kick that door open. And he's rightly pointed out certain unique challenges to men that others in the public sphere up to that point had not been addressing. And I've noticed this thing, and again, not just Orthodox do this. I've seen this certainly in Catholic circles and others as well, where when a person will kick the door open to something, it's almost as if like it gives permission to other men to sort of take that same path, or if it's not given them permission, it's that they're kind of unable to give their own unique opinions on these things, or I guess in the worst case scenario, that they're sort of grifting off a recent trend. And this just seems to be a thing that's part of modern social media culture. And again, I don't know specifically how it came to infiltrate Eastern Orthodoxy. I think there's a tendency when you're looking around for solutions to want to cast off the familiar and search out something new and exotic. You saw this happening in the 1960s and 70s when white European culture in America and Europe began to experiment with Eastern religions like Buddhism or yoga. And you still see that continuing to this very day. For Westerners, these were new, they were exotic, they were untainted, they were a rejection, in a sense, of the 1950s post-war culture. And I think it's not dissimilar at all to see these people who are rightly dejected of modernity to want to write off the whole thing and just go searching for something new. And as we discussed in the last lecture, and as we'll dive deeper into today, There is something uniquely antithetical to the quote unquote West and a portion of Eastern Orthodoxy that makes it ready made for this kind of discontented population. I do think it's somewhat essential that to understand exactly where we're going in this lecture, you will need to be familiar with one, the making of the Orthodox Church video that we did in this series, and even more so the previous against the Latins, because this is not just these topics aren't coming out of a vacuum. Everything we're talking about today is derived from these specific topics that we've discussed in this series of videos. You have to know about how, especially the Muslim Sultan, leveraged the anti-Union Orthodox to mold and reconstruct the Orthodox Church as an intentionally anti-Latin tool for his own use. You also have to be familiar with how an undercurrent of anti-Latin, anti-Catholicism in some ways came to define a large portion of what even makes Eastern Orthodoxy a distinct religion. While it wants to claim for itself that unchanging first millennium church, it's actually much more complicated than that. For one thing, and this is essential to our discussion today, at no time in the history of Eastern Orthodoxy was there ever a complete divorce from the West. In fact, for much of its history, it has been so caught up in Western theology and philosophy that in order to understand today's lecture, you must realize that by the 20th century, after 9 centuries of engagement with the West, some began to think of Eastern Orthodoxy as having been wholly subsumed by Western civilization. And that argument is not without merit. At the same time that you have Mehmed trying to isolate the Greeks from Rome, you also have a strain of Byzantine Thomism, even by the most ardent supporters of the anti-unionists, such as Gennadius Scholarius, who, even as he did everything he could to undermine Florence, also quipped that he wished that St. Thomas had been born east of the Bosporus. You also have Russia under the Tsar restructuring the whole episcopate to model it after Swedish Lutherans. That's followed by a period of Russian intellectual theology that is itself very absorbed in the manualist tradition of the West. And this finds its culmination in men like Vladimir Soloviev, who wrote the monumental work Russia and the Universal Church, where he postulates that in order for the Russian Orthodox Church to live out its true purpose, that it must reunite with the chair of St. Peter. And he's going to have a huge influence on some of the most important thinkers of the 20th century Russian theology, like Florensky and Bulgakov. It's ironic when you think about it. You have the Orthobros coming to Eastern Orthodoxy as a rejection of what they see as the errors of Western culture, where at the same time you have young Russian intellectuals in the 18th and 19th century turning to the West to reject the backwards errors of their culture as they saw it. It's almost as if this phenomenon is not localized to the West as such. There was going to be a reaction to this, but the situation as it was, that reaction couldn't come from the East. The Byzantine Greeks were at this time lackeys and tools of the Ottomans, and the Russians, the only other body really large enough to compete, were largely unintellectual and backwards peasants. Then, when you do get the emergence of a Russian intellectual class, they go to work about reforming the Russian church. And in those reforms, you were not about to speak openly against the Tsarist government or its institutions. Much of the political instability in Russia in the 19th century was all wrapped up in clamping down on political dissent, and this included religious dissent, such as the Old Believers. Now, all of this would change with the coming of the Bolsheviks. In 1922, Lenin instituted an anti-intellectual campaign, purging Russia's intelligentsia, which he hated so, and this began the emigration of Russian intellectuals into Western Europe. This is the so-called philosopher steamship, since it involved so many of the intelligentsia leaving Russia on a steamship and various steamships heading to the West. And surprise, surprise, here in the West, the evil, evil West, a group of Russian thinkers were finally free to look back upon their own church's past with a critical lens, a lens they were unable to use in their own country, mind you. This movement really gains traction here at the St. Sergius Theological Seminary in Paris that you can see on the right. And as always, context is going to be important because the Parisian world that these Russian men would come to emigrate to was itself undergoing something of a theological revival. You see, after the French Revolution, all of the universities that were confiscated by the state all over Europe, well, this absolutely gutted Catholic Europe's intellectual life, tied as it was to the monastic and the university life. By the end of the 19th century, Catholicism's intellectual sphere was in utter abandon. And so you get Pope Leo XIII writing his famous Aeterni Patris, a call to return back to the intellectual and philosophical traditions of the church. And the revival of this was a return to something that becomes known as, loosely, I would say, a school called Neo-Scholasticism. And almost immediately into this clarion call of this revival steps a group of Dominicans who claim for themselves the titles of dogmatic theologians, and they started offering into this once robust world now a lacuna, a very specific reading of St. Thomas, which comes to us today under various titles such as Neo-Thomism, Neo-Scholastic, Manualist, etc. You have Attorney Patris coming out in 1879, and by the 19 teens and 20s, you have a group of young seminarians already who were weaned on this new Thomism, and they in turn kind of rebel against it. The main thinkers that would come in the wake of this reaction, which comes to be known as the Nouvelle Theologie, are going to be like Henri de Lubac, Yves Congar, Daniel Liu. These are some of the big names in this movement. And their main contention, in so much as this was a unified movement, is that they believe that the church had become heavily focused on legalism and scholasticism. And for some of them, this wasn't just a problem with the Nouvelle Theologie. They saw this as a long trend of late scholasticism, sort of hijacking even Thomas. So the response was a humanist ad fontes movement where they want to return back to the patristic sources and re-engage them so that the church could take on modernity. And I want you to keep this Western, French, Catholic movement in mind as we move along because the men of St. Sergius were well aware that this sort of reformation of Catholic theology was underway. And so let's look at some of those men specifically. The very first that we're going to take a look at is Georges Florovsky. He was part of that Russian intellectual movement out of the Bolshevik seized Russian world, and he arrives in Paris in the 1920s. He publishes one of his famous works, The Ways of Russian Theology, in 1939. And his general thesis is that Russia and the Russian Church had been nearly transformed by an adoption of Catholic scholasticism, Protestant pietism, and Enlightenment idealism. And he's actually the one that's going to coin the phrase for us of a neo-patristic synthesis. This is the idea of this is that we're going to go back, we're going to revisit the patristic sources, we're going to kind of leave behind the last several centuries and go back for ourselves into the patristics and re-engage them and try to synthesize them in a way that is void of the influences of scholasticism, pietism, and idealism. The next man I want to bring to your attention is Vladimir Lossky. He arrives in Paris in 1925. Probably his most famous book is a work called The Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church, which comes out in 1944. His main thesis, he believes that Orthodoxy needs to actively counter Western errors of legalism and secularism. And he says that the means by which they're going to do this is through Eastern mystical theology with an emphasis on God's attributes, on hesychasm, and in particular the readings of Palamos that they're going to give to all of this. And he establishes this sort of concept of an Orientalism that others orthodoxy from Western Christianity. Now, these two men, Florovsky and Lossky, are going to get us started in this journey. There are, of course, other important names we could give, but these two will kind of help display the hard reactionism that we will see from this movement moving forward. So here's a quick rundown of the general concerns and issue that these men will be taking on. Probably the most important theme in the entire movement is the idea of a Western captivity of Russian Orthodox theology, and they're advocating a return to the patristic sources to renew Orthodox identity. This is, of course, the ad fontes, right? There must be a return, they say, to the patristic sources where they are re-engaged and appropriated to address and combat modernity effectively. And they saw up to that point Orthodoxy failing in this since it had been in captivity to the West and it had taken on so many of the errors of the West that it was failing in its job to for the specific things that they're going to hone in on, maybe the most important of these is the ideas of theosis and mystical theology. They say that unlike Catholic legalism and scholasticism, orthodoxy is about an apophatic mystical encounter with God. And it's here that they really say they find what demarcates Catholicism from Orthodoxy, which is again the major theme of their project to free Orthodoxy from its capture by Western and what is the basis of Western theology. To them, it's juridical satisfaction and penance for the consequences of original sin. Whereas the East, to them, the focus is on an interior movement from sin to sanctification, which involves becoming ever more godlike. And the whole purpose of all of this is so that the Orthodox Church can be a counter to modernity. After replanting itself in the true tradition, Orthodoxy would be ready to engage the modern problems of philosophy, science, and politics, etc. Now, it's here that I want you guys to just pause and reflect for a moment because I think most people are in agreement that if you look at what the Parisian Russians are doing, they are themselves turning to the West, to the Nouvelle Theologie for inspiration. Only here it's inspired to throw off the yoke of the West. And I think it was more a mutual exchange myself. I believe you found a willing audience in those Parisian Catholics who, they're going to read through, for example, what they're seeing in the joint conferences, like those held by the Fellowship of St. Alban and St. Sergius, and through various publications and journals like Contacts. You would, of course, in that find a willing ear in these Catholics who are looking to re-engage with the patristics and sort of throw off the chains of neo-Thomism, a willing ear when it came to Orthodox criticisms of scholasticism and the sort of drab presentation of St. Thomas that they were being provided in seminary. Because remember, in the recovery of scholasticism, there was no concerted attempt to go back after Attorney Patris and approach theology as, say, Thomas or even Bonaventure did. Rather, it was presented in the seminaries, it's being taught as a very dry, formulaic presentation. And so, yeah, here these young men are looking for an escape from this, and simultaneously, so are these Russians. So, back and forth, you can clearly see they're exchanging ideas. And for both, the catalyst, the raison d'etre, they say that this needs to happen is because modernity came in like a juggernaut with Kant and Hegel and Darwin and Marx and Freud and all of these new paths and avenues that had opened up for mankind. And so to be relevant, to have an answer to this problem, the problem of modernity, Catholics and Orthodox here in Paris are saying that we need a response because, well, consider that neither Catholic nor Orthodox had really been equipped to hold all of this back. And this is big for Lossky and Florovsky. They say, look how unprepared this quote unquote captive Western Orthodoxy was when the avalanche of modernity came rushing in. At that time, mind you, you had Orthodox in Russia being rounded up by the millions and slaughtered, with their churches and monasteries being gutted by the Bolsheviks. All of this by this new modern philosophy, and Lossky is saying, hey, we had nothing to counter it. So at this juncture, to kind of add my own voice, I think they are all correct. Modernity is a problem. It is one that we've both struggled to sort of properly assess and process. Because one side says, retreat, retreat, and the other side says, no, embrace, embrace. And we don't do well trying to provide a systematic synthesis of maybe some of the good aspects of modernity while separating out the bad. Now, where I'm going to disagree with both the Nouvelle Theologie and the Neo-Patristic synthesis is in their solutions. And we're not going to be touching upon sort of the, like what I would say the Catholic answers to all of this would be. But for the Orthodox, let's continue. So Lossky, for example, he's saying, let's look at the condition of the quote unquote, early 20th century Orthodoxy, the one that's in captivity. He says you've got the Greek church, it's been thoroughly Hellenized and coerced into molding its theology to fit a scholastic framework. And be mindful here, he's not speaking of Hellenized in a classic Greek sense. He's speaking of it in a more of a diaspora. It's taken on a new identity in this scholastic framework. You have Russia also given over to dry manualist type of theology, like you would find at the Kiev school, overly legalistic. As well, there's this pietism foreign to the traditional church that has crept in, for example, with like the old believers, but as well, just within the Orthodoxy itself, there's sort of an odd pietism that you found. I think a good example of that might be in the infamous Rasputin that you found in Tsar Nicholas's palace. That's not a unheard of thing in Russia at this time, coming from this sort of, as far as Lossky is concerned, foreign pietism. As well, you have the ecumenical movements that are beginning to creep in, often guised under changes to the rubrics, to the customs, to learning. This would be, for example, the changes that Patriarch Nikon had made, or more drastically, the changes that Tsar Peter had made. Now, I say here to the right, we're going to compare it with the true orthodoxy. I only put true there and I put it in quotes because I don't want to confuse you with the schismatic group known as the true Orthodox Church. Rather, this is like the authentic orthodoxy that we're trying to get back to that we've lost. And this says that in order to be its authentic self, that the Orthodox Church must throw off the yoke of Western influence that has subsumed it. This would be Thomism, scholasticism, etc. It must not only be rejected, but also equally countered. Orthodoxy must isolate itself from the onslaught of modernity and seek to defend its traditional beliefs and stances toward heretics. In the way that they're going to try to hone in on this difference between the errors of the West and the pure East is to focus on Palimism. Now, many of you are probably aware of Gregory Palamas. He's a 14th century Eastern Orthodox, a monk and a defender of the Hesychast movement on Mount Athos, which we'll discuss here in a moment. But first, you have to see that the reason at this juncture here in the early 20th century that we need a neo-Palimism is because the reception of Palamas is not a clear line in the way that you see, say, the Catholic Church receiving Thomas or Bonaventure as the archetypes of high medieval speculative theology. It's more complicated in Eastern Orthodoxy. We can begin by noting that Palimism is generally considered orthodox in the monasteries by the end of the 14th centuries, though there is some pushback in the East, which is why the Palamite synods are going to be held. Over time, there's going to be some sort of back and forth about the relevance and the importance and the orthodoxy of Palamism. But certainly in the monasteries, quite quickly, he's accepted as well. You have the series of synods which are held. Now, he's not his particular themes of theology are not going to be discussed at Florence, though Mark of Ephesus desired to have them discussed there. Then you're going to see in the 17th century a revival in the Ottoman Empire, though the problem there is that there were few Palamos works available, which is actually quite telling in its own respect. When the interest in Palamos sort of was revitalized in the 16th century, that the work is just not there and as ubiquitous as you might expect it. He's upheld in the Synod of Constantinople in 1727, but due to the Ottoman oppression and diaspora, other influences came to dominate Orthodox attention. The Russian Parisians then are going to reinterpret and recontextualize Palamas as the locus of Orthodox spirituality, and you should, for example, be reading the Cappadocians in light of him. And it's here that again we find the Russian Neopatristics, who could easily, for this reason, be called Neopalamites. And let's look at what this theology is presenting. So we get to this through the discussion of the Hesychast controversy. And what this says, in short, is that God has certain attributes which are accessible to man, and these are going to be distinct from his essence. Through a recitation of the Jesus prayer with the focus on one's breathing and an inner stillness, Hezekiah, monks of Manathos say that they begin to experience the light of Tabor, an uncreated light of God's energies. Now, through habitual use of this practice, one becomes transfigured and sanctified with an emphasis on theosis, of being made godlike. When word of this practice leaves the island, it causes a bit of a controversy in the East, which is where you get Barlaam and the series of Palamite synods. The monks are going to argue, the monks of Mount Athos are going to argue that this was part of an ancient monastic heritage, and among those monks, including Palamas, they seem to actually be ignorant of the origins of this kind of practice. And there's a few relevant things to make note of in all this. We don't really have time to get bogged down in it, but these Russians, they're really going to hone in on Palamas's use of the essence energy distinction. Because this, they say, offers the antidote to the Thomistic rationalism, which in their minds derive from his errors of absolute divine simplicity. For them, that is a clear deviation from the Cappadocians, and so proves the departure of the Latins from that unchanging first millennium church. And they're also going to hone in on this mystical experiential practice of hesychasm, whose goal is to place the believer directly in commune with the uncreated light, the divine light, which is part of God's energies. And to acquire this, the monks of Mount Athos say that they have been engaged in this practice of hesychast prayer. Now you're going to find this first mentioned in the Florilegia of sources known as the Philokalia, and according to those sources, this is an ancient practice of the fathers, in particular the desert fathers outside of Alexandria, who are the source and the inspiration for all future monasticism. And these desert fathers would have known about the uncreated light and at least in some infant form hesychast prayer because, they're the unchanging first millennium church after all, so it would just go without saying. But it actually doesn't just go without saying because of this little problem. Now, I am by no means the first person to discover this connection. Meyendorff wrote about it, as did Metropolitan Kallistos Ware. But I think I may be the first person in the modern social media discourse to really bring attention to it. You can challenge me on this. I'm not really looking for credit, but I don't think any other Catholics really brought attention to this before I did, and now you see it commonly. I read about this connection over a decade ago, and I've just always found it super fascinating. Now, typically, what happens here is you'll have the Eastern Orthodox apologists say, wait a minute, what about Rome? But this isn't about Rome. As always, Rome has a different paradigm, as they like to tell us. And we, by and large, unless you're sheltered, insulated rad trad, we acknowledge that Christianity borrows from pagan influence. And we're okay with it because we have this within our paradigm, a theory of natural theology and natural religion, which, according to these Russian Parisian men, according to Dyer and the Ortho Bros, is anathema. So they can't appeal to that as we can. They appeal to this paradigm of the unchanging first millennium church. And what you have to find on Mount Athos has to match what you see in the first, second, and third centuries. And so let's just see where all of this may actually stem from. The first thing I would mention here is that we have no clear transmission of who influenced who. Most of this stuff is being passed down person to person, orally taught, and not written until long after the fact. So we can't fully appeal to the historical record to vindicate this claim, but neither can they. And any claims that we're going to make is based on what's available. And from there, we can make certain educated guesses. Because we do know, as far as the written sources go, that the practice of yogic pranayama traces back to sometime around the 3000 BC period. They're found in the Vedic texts written down there, and because we're finding them written in the Vedic text in the 3000 BC time, I think it's fair to say that we know they likely go much further back. Whereas we find the Islamic Sufi Dikur written of first in the 7th century, we find hesychasm only written about in the 14th century. So this is what the written transmission allows us to know. So what's happening with these three practices? Well, let's break it down. In pranayama, you have a slow, controlled breathing, sometimes known as nadi shodha. In Sufism, you have this slow breathing, synchronized, where there's recitations of the divine names. In hesychasm, you have slow breathing, synchronized with the Jesus prayer. In pranayama, you have alternate nasal, sometimes just simply nasal breathing with very slow with chants of ohms or a mantra. In Sufism, you have the inhale and the exhale of either Quranic verses or the divine names. In hesychasm, you would inhale, for example, on Lord Jesus Christ, and exhale on Have Mercy on Me, a Sinner. In pranayama, the focus is going to be on what's called the heart chakra. This is supposed to channel prana into the heart for a spiritual connection. In Sufism, you have the heart focused Dhikr, or prayer, visualizing the divine name in your heart. In hesychasm, the focus is on the heart. The monk's chin is lowered. They're sitting in a certain posture. They call it navel gazing, but really they're looking at the heart. And they're visualizing the prayer entering the heart for a divine connection. In pranayama, you're supposed to enter into this physical and mental stillness to prepare for meditation. You're not supposed to have any visualizations. You're not supposed to have any other thoughts because you're seeking oneness with Brahman, which is in Hinduism, loosely speaking, it's their sort of concept of the one, right? The God, the unifying thing of all creation. In Sufism, you're supposed to enter into an inner calmness and oneness with God. You're supposed to reduce distractions via the breath and prayer. And in hesychasm, there's supposed to be an inner stillness. This is where the word derives from, through the prayer and through the breath for this oneness with God, this theosis. And with them, the idea of having sort of outward thoughts and these kinds of things are supposed to be what's known as prelist. They're demonic distractions. In pranayama, this all quiets the mind for mental fluctuations for meditative clarity. In Sufism, it dissolves the ego via prayer for achieving clarity. In hesychasm, it clears the logismoi, those are those stray thoughts, those prelist that can lead to prelist, via the Jesus prayer, which is supposed to lead you to mental stillness. In pranayama, you would repeat your mantras, these lines, these sayings, over and over again, synchronized with your breath. In Sufism, you repeat the divine names synchronized with your breath. And then in Jesus' prayer, you repeat it over and over again, continuously as a spiritual anchor with a breathing, with the rhythmic breathing that's synchronized. And what's maybe most interesting of all, if you have all of these connections and they're not already kind of startling to you, is this. The purpose of each of these aesthetical practices is to reach the uncreated light. In pranayama, it's the joyoti. In Sufi, it's the Nur. And in Orthodoxy, it's the light of Tabor. Now, this is absolutely phenomenal. Here we have the Eastern Orthodox claiming that this practice is wholly unique to them, that it goes all the way back to the Desert Fathers, but even more than that, it really needs to, in some way, go all the way back to 33 AD, since they are that unchanging first millennium church. And they say that, unlike the Catholics, who have been absorbed and swamped by pagan rationalism and atheism, that they are the pure, unadulterated church. And yet, and yet, and one of the most amazing of coincidences, the defining thing about them, according to the neo-patristics and the orthotrads, the defining thing shares a most remarkable similarity with an esoteric pagan religion from India. Houston, I think we have a problem. Now, if we were to put on our critical hat, we could maybe see, and I know this is the evil Catholic Jesuitical deception here, but I think it's possible to see how the transmission of this, originating in India in sometime around 3000 BC and developing there, then being introduced, I don't know, maybe when Islam came crashing against India in the 8th century. And oh, another coincidence, we first see the emergence at that time of these breathing prayers in Persia, in the Levant among the Sufi. And then, surprise, surprise, we find it in the East being practiced on Mount Athos by the 14th century. So I'm sorry, it's not being deceptive to point out this obvious correlation. And yes, correlation does not equal causation, but it also doesn't exclude it either. And we don't have a camera following these monks down through the centuries, seeing how they could come upon it. When all we have is circumstantial evidence, well, then you, Eastern Orthodox, have no greater authority to say where it originates than we do. And as far as the circumstantial evidence goes, it all points in this direction. And be reminded now, folks, that these are the same people who say that they don't have natural theology, they don't have natural religion. Palamas says that any kind of pagan philosophy, so much as that would be absorbed into Christianity, is seriously problematic at best. In reality, he says it's demonic. I think this presents a real challenge to them in the particular scenario that they're setting up here, with the Orthodox paradigm being one of this insular, and I'm repeating it on purpose here, folks, if you haven't figured it out, this unchanging first millennium church that we find continuity going all the way back, unlike those polluted demonic Catholics with their rationalism and all of the pagan influences that they've absorbed, those Aristotelian Catholics. We in the Orthodox, we don't have any of that, except for the fact that you kind of do. And it's kind of coming through what at least these people that you are holding up as the sort of modern paragons of true orthodoxy say is the essential thing to your religion, your practices. And it's not just about the ascetical practice as such, because some people like Kallistos Ware wants to just kind of dismiss it as saying, well, the practice in so much as like the breathing and those things, like yeah, it clearly seems to have been influenced by by pagan Hinduism, but that's not actually the important thing. The important thing is all these other things around it. Well, all of those other things around it too seem to have some clear indications of influence by, I don't know, Islam, by Hinduism. Now, I want to shift gears a bit away from the Russians and turn to Greece proper. So the Russians have their claim of the captivity of the Russian church, but so too will the Greeks. And most importantly, probably, to this phenomenon is this idea of Greek scholasticism. Now, this goes back as early as Demetrios Kondones, who learns Latin in the 14th century and decides to undertake a serious study of Latin theology. He translates Aquinas in 1354. He ends up converting to Catholicism. And this is where, interestingly, Christos Ioannaris will say that he sees as a pivot in Greek theology as early as this period in the 14th century, because Condoine's translation is met with a surprising enthusiasm and reception in Greece. Again, all the way up until even the anti-unionist Gennadius Scholarius, you see them admiring St. Thomas. Now, early modern Greece and Russia has received much of Aquinas, and this is where we get this idea of a captivity, as the Russians will call it, or a pseudomorphosis specifically is what Lossky calls it. And this eventually leads to the idea that there needs to be a reactionary response to Aquinas by 20th century Neo-Palamites. And now the man probably most responsible for the Greek response to this will be this man, John Romanides. So Romanides, interestingly, while he was in New York, studies under Florovsky. His works include The Ancestral Sin, as well as a famous work called Franks, Romans, Feudalism, and Doctrine, an interplay between theology and society. Now, Romanides' general thesis is going to be he's interested in the idea of orthodoxy as having been in captivity to the West. Now, he's going to take that to the nth degree, as we'll see. He's part of this movement of theologians in the 1960s in the West who are really starting to challenge certain Western paradigms. The 1960s was a period of social upheaval in many respects, and one of the biggest things that came through the 1960s is sort of a challenge of all authority. And so Romanides is a part of this group of Greek students who are challenging the West. And the West, I put it in quotations there because it's not just the West as a post 1054 schism. They're challenging the West as a theme that goes all the way back well into antiquity. In fact, he wants to place the locus of the West's errors as early as St. Augustine, as well as the influence of the Franks. And so, what does he have to say about this Greek Orthodox captivity? Well, he begins his thesis by asking this question: what has frustrated Greek identity for centuries? Now, I'm tempted to go into a long thing here about this is where I said I had to like remove certain things from this lecture, but there's a lot happening here because these Greeks in the 1960s, they're not just coming out of nowhere. There's been in Greece, at least since the 19th century, a unification movement. The Greeks have been subject to the awful treatment of the Ottomans for centuries at that point. And so they're starting to unite around as the Ottoman Empire is dissolving, and as it finally does dissolve in World War One, and then you get sort of the Greek nationalist movement, and then Greek pan identity is starting to emerge. You're starting to see this next generation coming up, in which Romanides is a part of by the 1960s. And then, you combine that with the sort of anti-authoritarian movement of this time. So you would see why he would want to be looking at what's frustrated the Greek identity for all this time. And so he begins with what becomes his doctoral work, The Ancestral Sin, and it moves over time, it shifts to a more, dare I say, polemical tone with the publication of a series of works called the Romeo Sine. And you will find people who have tried to sort of wrap their minds around someone like John Romanides, because it is a very difficult movement. It's a very difficult person here that you're dealing with. And a lot of the Greeks have a hard time with this, how far his thought goes. You'll find, for example, Pantelis Kalalitsidis saying that the West, as far as Romanides is writing about it, the West is wholly demonized and proclaimed responsible for all the misfortunes of the Orthodox, both theological and historical national. And in Greece itself, even when it's still in communion with the Franks are conniving against the Romans, the Romanidi, as Romanides will want to call them, and the Orthodox, and he'll say that this carries right down into modernity. He'll say a sort of corrupted Hellenism has traded hesychasm for philosophy, that Europeans, Russians, and Latin Greeks, or Neo-Franco-Greeks, as he calls them, these are Orthodox, who are going to be held responsible for the destruction of all of the Orthodox identity. Now, he has his fair share of critics, even coming from the Greek world, even coming from some of the hardline traditionalists in the Greek world. You have Archbishop Chrysostomos here saying, quote, in a certain ultra-conservative Orthodox circles in the United States, and I would add here that this is which Romanides is a part of, there has developed an unfortunate and bitter, harsh attitude towards one of the great fathers of the Church, the blessed Saint Augustine of Hippo. These circles, while clearly outside of the mainstream of Orthodox thought and careful scholarship, have often been so vociferous and forceful in their statements that their views have touched and even affected more moderate and stable Orthodox believers and thinkers, and not a few writers and spiritual aspirants have been disturbed by this trend. And this is coming, folks, from a Greek old calendarist. We discussed them last time, but they're like the schismatics because they believe that even the use of the Gregorian calendar by the Greek Church is a heretical innovation of modernism and Latinizations of the Orthodox Church. So these people are pretty hardline themselves, and this is the attitude that they're going to take to Romanides. But Romanides undoubtedly has had a huge influence in the West. Even though his reception in the Greek world, in the Greek speaking world, is muted at best, in the West, he's found a very receptive audience among a certain group of ortho traditionalists, right down to this very day. And as was the case for most of the men from this school, the 93 Balamand Agreement is going to be a real challenge, and it poses something of an existential crisis for modern orthodoxy. We've discussed it in the last lecture, but just bear in mind that, this is all playing into this sort of Greek national identity in the 20th century that we're talking about. And while Romanides wasn't that popular, you do have certain writers like Christos Yanaros, who was very popular among the Greek intellectuals in the 1980s, and he's writing of the exact same thing at the same time of a Greek captivity to the West. Now, then, with the Balaman Declaration, you get the calling of the Catholic Church a sister church. Well, Romanides and Yanaris and these types, they're going to accuse the Catholics of using love and dialogue as a sort of Trojan horse. And they accused the Synod of introducing Augustine's errors on grace and sacramentology into the Orthodox by proxy. So all of these things are related. We touched upon the Balaman Declaration last time, but all of these things, you have to tie them all in together. Because once again, we're going to bump up against this idea of the unchanging first millennium church. And with the Greek captivity, and now with ecumenism and the Balaman Declaration, this is all going to pose some real challenges. And this is where many, including your modern orthotrads, will want to focus in on this Romanidian idea of the Frankish church. Never mind that you have even Greek Old Calendarists speaking against this. The essentials to this are basically this, right? That there was a Frankish church that believes in the, for example, the Filioque, while the true Orthodox church, and I'm saying true again here just to differentiate, true Orthodoxy believed in the monarchia of the Father. The Frankish Church has original sin, while the true Orthodox Church believes in ancestral sin. The Frankish Church has rationalist theology, while the true Orthodox have experiential theology. The Frankish Church introduced created grace, while the true Orthodox Church has uncreated grace. The Frankish Church views a ecclesiology as legalistic, while the true Orthodoxy theology as remedial. And all of these points, every single one of them, you will find all over online Eastern Orthodox polemics. One of the major controversies around all of this, and once again, you will find it all over Eastern Orthodox online, the very confused relationship that they have to St. Augustine, the Doctor of Grace, and the so-called Frankish Church of the first millennium. The Eastern Orthodox have a very contradictory view towards St. Augustine. He's named among the holy at the Second of Constantinople, but his works are not translated into Greek until quite late, after the schism, in fact, by and large, with few exceptions. And they're going to view his teachings in many respects as heterodox on certain key areas of theology which were wholly received in the West well before the schism. The Franks, in turn, are seen as usurpers and intriguers. Charlemagne, crowned emperor of the Roman Empire, is a usurper to the throne, to the true Roman identity, the Romanidi, as Romanides will call it. And then you have Frankish theologians who are going to clash with Byzantine theologians, and by and large, they're all just viewed as backwards and barbaric by the Greeks. Never mind the fact that many saints come from this so-called Frankish church. I say so-called here because the clear intent of Romanides and the more polemical of online Eastern Orthodox is to other the Franks. They were not part of that unchanging first millennium church. They, in fact, were the forebears and the pursuers of schism, the schism that would eventually take place between Rome and Byzantium. And there are so many problems with this. Take the fact that the Franks were part of the body of the church, recognized as such by that unchanging first millennium church. They held councils, they were universally received. Consider, too, that St. Augustine was all but universally received by the West not long after his death, and that the Western patrimony, in order for it to be part of that unchanging first millennium church, they're either going to need to synthesize Augustine and the Franks somehow, or else they're going to need to condemn them, which is essentially what Romanides is doing. And I will give Romanides the benefit here that I think he sees the contradiction that they're placed in. In order for this Palamas theory to be correct, you have to essentially anathematize the Franks and the Augustinian tradition of the church. You really can't synthesize it. It's almost impossible, and it's a real problem. It's a real problem that I think Romanides saw, and one that I think really would take a series of essays to kind of parcel out. So I don't want to say that I think that Romanides is wrong to recognize this. I'm just saying that I think it's actually a contradiction of the Eastern Church more than it is a problem for Latins in the West. Now, I know what they're going to say. They're going to say here, well, you guys have to synthesize the Cappadocians, for example. Well, yes, this is true, and I do think that the Latin tradition has long sought to synthesize the Greek tradition. This is why you see Thomas, he laments as he's looking across Paris that he would rather have the lost translations of St. John Chrysostom's work on the Gospel of St. John than to have all of Paris. I can't say I could imagine many of the Greek theologians saying that they would rather in the 14th century saying that they would rather have their hands on St. Augustine than to have all of Constantinople. For most of that, they actually, when they come upon Augustine, they're a little bit dismissive of him at best. This is why his works were not translated until so late. And it's much wider than just Augustine or just the Franks. Orthodox prospects have two options when they inquire into Eastern Orthodoxy. They have the option of the world Orthodox churches, which have embraced ecumenism, which have embraced the Gregorian calendar, and have used symphonia and a sort of pastoral moderation towards things like certain Latin customs of, the Azymes, for example, who have embraced various schools of theology. You could be a Greek scholastic who reads St. Thomas Aquinas. As well, there's a certain recognition of the sacraments of the West and grace in our communions. Whereas this true orthodoxy, this orthotrad orthobro orthodoxy, is orthodoxy alone, sola orthodoxa. You're going to only use the Julian calendar. You're going to have a certain autonomy from the state. You need that autonomy from the state in order to actually have this kind of orthodoxy survive. This is why you don't get a Neo-Palamite movement until the Russians actually come to Paris, where they're free to actually begin criticizing their own church. They weren't able to do that under the Sinfonia. You're going to have a rigorous observance of the customs of the Greeks. You're not going to have various schools of thought. You're either a Neo-Palamite or you are anathema. As well, it's going to be a certain exclusive sacramental integrity where other communions have a dead worship. This is what you find in Mark of Ephesus, and I think this is probably, if you drill them on it, what you would find on most of the online Orthodox polemical world. So my question then, oh dear listeners, is which orthodoxy? In the 60s up through the 1980s, there was this early influx of converts into orthodoxy, and they were made up of the likes of men like Timothy Ware, later Callistos, Metropolitan Callistos Ware. David Bentley Hart also came from this time, as did some of the prominent Catholic priests and theologians who came into Orthodoxy in that period. And the funny thing, though, is that they all seem to have joined Eastern Orthodoxy in this time because they believed, for the Anglican, for example, that it offered a means to explore their speculative beliefs while also in joining in ancient liturgy without having to answer to the rigidity of Rome. I mean, how ironic is that? And for many of us who have been following the Eastern Orthodox thing for longer than the last 5 years or so, when the based Ortho Bros kicked on the doors on the party and started drowning out these other voices, Eastern Orthodoxy was by and large known for its speculative theology and ecclesiology for that matter. Where, for example, toyed with the idea of women ordinations and gay marriage. Of course, Hart is known for his universalism, which in one of his old First Things essays, I remember before the publication of his works on universalism, he sought permission from a group of Greek theologians who assured him that he was within the orthodoxy of Orthodox teaching. But then you have this other contingent who have emerged in the last decade or so, the Ortho Bro. And I think it will become clear to you as you learn about all of this, as you sort of digest these series of lectures that we've done, where they are drawing from. Sort of their forebear, Jay Dyer, has had numerous occasions where he's held up Lossky as a model for the true Orthodox Church. Lossky as well as Florovsky and these pillars of orthodoxy that we discussed last time. And he holds Lossky as something of like a Garrigou Lagrange offering the interpretation of Palamas that they want to be there. And it's amazing how this church that they claim is the unchanging first millennium church is also capable of distinguishing itself from two very different streams of thought. On the one side, on the left, we find monks who are willing to borrow theological ideas and practices from Muslims and Hindus, as seems to be the case with the hesychasts. We have an orthodoxy which seeks joint ecumenical dialogues and statements as it's done down through the centuries, an orthodoxy which engages with St. Thomas and the West, and which works on common cultural issues which threatens all Christians. And then we have that reactionary orthodoxy, the one that the online community says represents the unchanging first millennium church, that actively seeks proselytizing despite what their bishops say, that requires an antithesis to Aquinas and Palamas, and that seeks blood sports debates as a spectator sport. Now, the very astute observer to all of this, especially if you've listened to our last lecture, you may be asking what exactly differentiates the orthobro, the orthotrad from the true Orthodox Church. And you're going to find a lot of crossover there, a lot of similarities. While on paper, J. Dyer and the orthosphere can make based orthodoxy say whatever they want it to say, much like what they want to claim about Catholics in post-Vatican II, they have to answer for the fact that since, roughly the 11th century, their church has been receiving Western theology up to this very point, up to the point that, according to their own theologians, which they cite as authoritative, as being held in captivity to. Orthodoxy was not free. It was not intact for them. For centuries, it's been in captivity. And folks, they don't tell you this in all of their based Eastern Orthodox apologetics on X. This goes right on through from the beginning of the schism right up to the 20th century with the rise of the modern ecumenist movement up through the Balaman Declaration. Eastern Orthodoxy was steadily ever more under the yoke of the West until, according to Lossky and Romanides, there was a full-blown captivity, and Orthodoxy as such ceased to be, and the gates of hell apparently prevailed. That is until the Neopalamites came to the rescue centuries later. Now they want to do this thing where they pretend it's no problem, and and personally, your online Eastern Orthodox pal's gonna be a member. He's gonna be in communion with the Church of Antioch. He's gonna be in Rocor or whichever. But they're all in communion with the ecumenical church, which is anathema by their own standard. At the very least, the true Orthodox Church say, not so fast. This is an inherent contradiction. It is a contradiction, folks. It's not consistent with their own beliefs and standards, and this is why the true Orthodox Church says that they have the upper hand. It's not unlike what you find when you look at sedes talking to SSPX. So what's SSPX? SSPX, they're in an irregular union. They say that the popes are valid, but they're against most or all of the conciliar reforms, and this is what their traditionalist makeup is. Yet the sede vacantist will rightly point out that the popes can't be valid if you believe that if you're against these conciliar reforms, therefore making them fully schismatics. But I think if we're being consistent here, the sede vacantist will point out, hey, SSPX, we're just taking all of your arguments to their logical conclusions. To be SSPX in many ways is to hold a contradiction, as do the orthobros. Now, what's my own assessment of all this? I do is probably pretty obvious to you, believe that the true Orthodox Church is more consistent than the orthobros or the orthotrads, whatever you want to call them. I think that it's clear that to hold the views that they hold around what their church is doing, then you have to hold to the fact that you're in communion with the church that is heretical, which goes against what even your own pillars say is acceptable. I also think that there's something of a forced binary with these things oftentimes, and it's a similar problem to what you see in the Catholic Church. The traditionalist will redefine what it means to be traditional, and then they'll label anyone that's outside those perimeters as a modernist or a progressive or a pope-splainer. I think that if you weren't to take this forced binary approach, you could say that there are good, essential aspects of the tradition which must be upheld, but there's also aspects of modernity that must be accounted for. And to be a true member of the Catholic Church, to be a true member of the Orthodox Church, I don't think you're dealing with two completely opposite paradigms in this respect, as they want to claim. I think that they are answerable to certain things. Otherwise, there's an inherent contradiction, and they should be members of the true Orthodox Church if they're not actually being contradictory. I think that the Orthodox churches, the worldwide body of Orthodox churches, which are engaged in all the things that we've discussed, they have a point to be made in their attempts at reconciliation with the Catholic Church. At the same time, the traditionalist voices among the Orthodox shouldn't be discarded. I don't think that the Ortho Bros are a problem. I don't think that the traditionalists in the Catholic Church are necessarily a problem. I don't think that you should discard them. I don't think that you can in the case of the Orthodox churches. I think more and more it seems to be the case that, especially here in the West, in the United States, that the ranks are going to be filling up with probably these traditional voices. So I think the Orthodox churches, especially those ones that have been involved in all of this work that they've been doing for the last century of dialoguing with the West, they've got their work cut out for them. Two men that I think are worthwhile reads who don't really fit the mold of either side are John Meyendorff and Dr. Marcus Plested. I think both of these men, especially Meyendorff, in their writings offer what they think are sincere critiques of the West, while also not blithely ignoring the faults or contradictions of their own sides. And in the case of Professor Plested, he actively seeks to synthesize this massive thing known as Greek scholasticism into the wider Orthodox Church, which would undoubtedly go a long way toward our reunion. I don't think the Ortho Bros can accept that, but we as Catholics should have no problem, and we should be encouraging that kind of work. And the Eastern Orthodox could do so. I think they could absorb those ones that aren't so rigidly contrarian and reactionary, could absorb this project that Plested and others are doing, where they engage the Greek scholastics of their own tradition without abandoning their history. As you know, they're also in this process engaging Palamos. Plested does just that. He says that we're not limited by these kind of false boundaries placed on the Orthodox Church by men like Lossky and Romanides and their heirs today, the Ortho Bros. I want to end here with a Byzantine icon I found of Saint Francis on a Greek Orthodox parish in the island of Crete. And up to the rise of the neo-patristics, and of course now with the orthotrads, we see this great animosity towards St. Francis. But it is a fact that there are many, many instances of Greeks who loved Francis and saw in him a holy and saved man. So I ask you Catholics, when you're frustrated in your engagement with reactionary orthobros online, not to forget that fact. St. Francis of Assisi, pray for us. I hope you like this video. Please like and subscribe. I will see you guys later. God bless. All right. Hello, Catholic Patreon. Brian with City of the Immaculata back with you for a surprise, yet again, a surprise Friday live stream. Can't promise this as a regular thing here. I don't know what the future holds for my Fridays on average, but you know, when opportunity arises, I will try to take advantage of it as I can, as it's pertinent to things that I want to discuss. And I do want to just take a few minutes. I've got a couple of these, I'd say a few of these series in the making. We just did the Errors of Orthodoxy series. I've got a series that I'm planning to present to you guys very shortly. I promise. I know I've got the ad out for it and all, and some of you guys have been eagerly anticipating my next series, which is on Jews in the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages. That's going to be a three-parter. And then I've got another one planned for what I'm going to call Islam or Muslims in the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, which may be a 2 or 3-parter depending on how much I want to kind of get into that. But the plan that I have is, as I end these series, to maybe do one of these like recap videos. And that's not that I'm trying to like milk the content more for what I can get out of it, until it's a dead horse laying on the ground. No, rather, I think that there's things that are interesting and things that are pertinent to the discussion that aren't necessarily, there's no good way to present it in these like standalone lectures. In fact, somebody on YouTube just a few days ago, he had a good comment. I'm thinking of this spur of the moment here, but let me see if I can pull it up. This guy had a comment about, he was asking me to present to him in my YouTube comment section the argument that I would make against orthodoxy, I think was how he was asking it. I could be slightly wrong about how he worded the question, but let me go to the let's see here. 38 replies. The ones that I did last time on here with discussing Jay Dyer and the Orthodox Church got quite a few views for me, anyways, on YouTube. Let's see. Okay, so I said, blah, 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 blah. I was replying to somebody else. This guy chimes in. I was replying to somebody else that I thought that Christianity was Catholicism or bust. And this guy says, well, that's a pretty extraordinary statement to say that it's Catholicism or bust, especially given the number of concessions that have come out of the Roman Catholic Church, acknowledging that Rome did not exercise universal jurisdiction in the first 1,000 years of the church, blah, 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 blah. Respectfully, I'm not sure what specific justification you have in mind that you believe allows you to hold those ideas in tension, but they're mutually exclusive. And I said, I understand. It sounds like an extraordinary statement, but you have to understand, I didn't come into Catholicism via some other Christian group. I became Christian because I believed Catholicism is true, and that's ring true for me for my entire time as being Christian. My Catholic faith isn't some accretion to a general belief I held first. It was the foundation of my faith. That said, while I objectively respect aspects of Protestantism or Eastern Orthodoxy or Oriental Orthodoxy, I do not find their positive cases compelling. I find it more extraordinary to habitually see Orthodox behaving as if falsifying Catholicism automatically proves orthodoxy. This is actually a radical position your side takes for granted. A person would be dishonest to claim it's not rampant in Eastern Orthodox apologetics. To which he says, this is a long comment. He was giving me some long comments here. Let me see if I can shorten this. He says, I don't make that claim myself. Okay, fair enough. Though for a Catholic, it would be the most sensible position given that all other apostolic churches were already long in schism anyway by the time the East and West split in 1054. So if you were retracing your steps, as it were, to see where the departure happened historically, it makes sense to revert back to whatever confessional state the church was in during the last known period. But I agree, it isn't an argument in and of itself. Blah, blah, blah. I get that you referred the OP to your playlist. I referred the original poster to go to this 7 series of videos. But he's asking here, this other commenter is asking here if I could lay out for him some of the general outlines of my opposition to orthodoxy, like it's false theology, or that it doesn't satisfy the 4 marks of the church. He says, I'd understand finding orthodoxy less compelling, but to reject it outright such that you default to a kind of non-denominational Protestantism. It's not what I said. I think he's inferring that there. But if I'm being honest, gosh, where is it? So he was upset that I said it's Catholicism or bust, but he's asking for me to, like, in a nutshell, make my case why I'm not Orthodox. And my response to that was, it's actually quite difficult to summarize as it is the totality of the presentations I make in these 7 videos. And even I would say more than just these 7 videos, but just for this case of argument here, for the sake of argument here, granted, I don't thread the arc of the 7 videos into a cohesive rebuttal, as they were largely intended to be standalone. That said, I do plan to do a recap video that will thread those arguments into the sort of thing that you're asking for. So that's a little bit of what my intention here is to kind of take the thread, take the needle, and sort of run it through these 7 videos and kind of tie together what I feel like makes these videos a compelling argument against orthodoxy being the church that I myself landed in, as I did a pretty serious, I feel, investigation into orthodoxy. I don't just dismissively say the things that I say. But as far as giving a nice, neat little 1-paragraph summary, it's not an easy thing to do. So I presented here on this Patreon channel a 7-part series of videos, which you all should have seen by now. When I end this live, I'm going to go through and make sure that they're free now to all members. They've been out for some time. All the paying members have had enough time, to kind of watch and digest it. And I hope that you paying members felt like you get your money for these videos. I do put a lot of effort into them, and I feel like it's very substantial content, and a lot for you guys, for you to be able to digest, as well as you guys just make it possible for me to do all these other videos. So much appreciated there. But I'm going to make it available to the wider audience now. Some of them are already free on Patreon. Some of them are starting to be released on YouTube. They're now all going to be free on Patreon. And for the benefit of your viewership, as to, well, what do we make of this as a cohesive argument against orthodoxy? Well, that's a little bit of what I intend to do today. Though, again, this isn't systematic. This is my own journey, my own faith journey, my own faith experience, the things that I kind of came to. And I want to present to you guys truthfully, not just truthfully, but also as objectively as I can, right? This isn't the case for Catholicism. That would be a whole other separate series of videos that I would have to make. And I kind of make the case for Catholicism based on these very strong positive cases that I make on this channel. I don't really do apologetics per se. I present my case for Catholicism through the way that I present all of the work that I do for you on City of the Immaculata. But why I'm not Eastern Orthodox is a very complex subject. And I did do, very early on in my hobby of doing this for the last 3 years now, very early on in that, I did a video called Why I'm Not Protestant or Orthodox, because there's a lot of those videos out there that people make. I like to flip the script on the sort of standard fare that I see makes the rounds. And there's a lot of, why am I not Roman Catholic? Why I'm not Orthodox? Why I'm not this? Why I'm not that? And I state in that video, and I stand to my overall thesis in that video, I state in that video that I'm not particularly interested in building up this why not orthodoxy. For one particular, um, for one important and I think arguably the most important reason I don't engage in that as much as I would otherwise, because it's kind of fun to debate and rebut some of these things. But I also want to see, in the spirit of goodwill and in the spirit of my own like actual authentic love of the Eastern tradition, as much of it retained as we can possibly concede and get away with, as we seek, you know, um, better relations, and in the long run, God willing, formal union. So I'm not looking to like make, you know, I know it's very tempting, especially when you have people that are as brazen as some of this new crop of Orthodox are, to come in and, you know, I liken them like everybody's at a party and everybody's been kind of like sipping their wine or sipping their beer, quietly having a good time, and then uh, the rebels come in with their ammunition strapped across their chest, downing shots of tequila and eating the worm and shooting up the ceiling in the place. That's kind of what it feels like at times when these sort of brazen Orthodox show up. And it's not even like they're not even doing it in like a cool way. It's just kind of like, you know, hey, we were actually like working towards something positive before you guys showed up. But sure, okay, you want to play that like rough. It's easy for men to sort of fall back on that kind of like rough and tumble approach to things, but I don't think it's the best way. I don't think it's the healthy way. So I stand by what I said in that video. At the same time, there's a lot of Catholics that I see making really poor decisions about how to approach the Orthodox situation, really failing to consider any of the context and the nuance that I think the subject requires. And even in a sense, kind of the kid gloves that it requires. Because if you hold like I do, that we respect, we love the Eastern patrimony, two lungs of the church, as Pope St. John Paul expressed it, and we want to preserve that as much as we can't give way to the temptation of Yosemite Sam guns blazing, shooting the place up, as much as, you know, that's how we would like to respond to it. I think instead we should be working with, by and large, working with those Orthodox who, in goodwill and in good faith, in an open discussion, are looking to have honest debates, honest conversations. They're not looking to do the gotcha. They're not looking to, because to be clear, I do think a lot of these Ortho bros, their goal and their intent is to dismantle and quote unquote destroy the Catholic Church, which is not what we're looking to do. It's not what we should be looking to do to the Orthodox Church. We just want to see the Orthodox Church get out of the error of their schism. And I do admit there are some theological problems that we share between the two communions that would have to be resolved, but I don't think they're unresolvable. I don't think that we have to leave a smoking crater of the Orthodox body before we're able to like say, hey, all right, now you guys are ready to come on into the church. So again, this is my attempt to carefully weave together this really, really very complex thing that we're faced with right now. And most of the time, what I see Catholics doing is they're either A, completely on the defensive, where the Orthodox are just like, it's like the Gish Gallop, right? They're just lobbing every grenade that they can at us. And we're just trying to catch them all, you know, we're playing along with the game instead of like knock that crap off. Let's actually make each other, if we're going to have these debates, then we need to have Catholics need to have a better understanding, because then when Catholics the other thing that they're doing is that when they do respond, they kind of respond in kind instead of going into the more deeper, I think, substantive problems that the Orthodox have, that most Catholics, unfortunately, even the ones that are heavily engaged in the debate, aren't aware of, and just have no knowledge to even argue these things with them. So that's a little bit of what my attempt here was with these 7 videos, is like an introductory kind of crash course into some of the real problems that the Orthodox have, that many of them are not even aware of themselves. And then today we just want to contextualize some of it and sort of bring it together a little bit. So I decided, I think what I'm going to do here is we're going to go through them. It's not going to be wholly methodical, like 100%, because I don't really have got very scratch notes for what I wanted to present today. But we are going to present like just the slides for the lectures. And like I said, we're not going to go through them like perfectly, but we are going to go through them a little bit. I'm going to let this one be a stand-in for both the part 1 and part 2, the 1054 lecture that we did. So I did 1050, it's called The Road to 1054. Part 1, A Fight for Land. Part 2, The Fight for the let me see here. Is it the or a? How did I word it? The Fight. So part 1, The Fight for Land. Part 2, The Fight for the Faith. And the reason I'm calling it The Road to 1054 as opposed to just covering the events of 1054 is because I do believe we need the context of everything, as much as I could like fit into these 2 lectures, of why I believed that 1054 happened, and why I believed that it's not. The reason I included these in this series of lectures as well too is to not make a sort of open and closed shut case that the Orthodox were wholly in error here, and the whole entire East at this point broke communion from Rome, and we were in any kind of real capacity in schism with them. Now, I do know that there was a trajectory from 1054 moving forward, but even granting that trajectory, the purpose of these 2 lectures, parts 1, parts 2, the Road to 1054, is to sort of make the case implicitly, and I'm going to say it explicitly here, that I don't think that 1054 is a justification for a 1,000-year schism. Just what happens around 1054 itself. I don't think that rises to the level of a justification for a 1,000-year schism. Now, I would say, for example, that the divisions between the Chalcedonian Christians and the non-Chalcedonian Christians at Chalcedon, it's substantial enough that it justifies a break. I can't necessarily say it's just like once you start getting 1,500 years in, it's like maybe we should try to like resolve this at some point, guys. But I understand, like I do think that there was a substantial enough problem with Chalcedon between the Chalcedonian and non-Chalcedonian Christians that would at least in a very contextualized sense justify the 1,500-year schism that has ensued since. But 1054 is different. 1054 is not in the context of an ecumenical council. It's not even really in the context of the papacy in a normal, under normal conditions. Because as we go through, especially as we cover in the Fight for the Faith, the papacy of that, or maybe I think we begin in the fight for the faith. The papacy at this point is really just reemerging from some very troubled times that it had recently itself gone through, and was only going back to something that was a little bit more of the primitive papacy compared to what it had been for like the last century plus, with this era that is known as the pornocracy. And so I don't think, with all of that in mind, what happens between Michael Carolarius and the Latin legates in Constantinople in the summer of 1054, in many ways, it really just reads like a tragedy of errors, because at so many different points, it's like the Titanic. You see the iceberg, you as a historian see the iceberg, you know it's coming, you see all of the missteps that are taken along the way, and you're like unable to prevent it, because there's so many instances, as we illustrate in the road to 1054, where had just a few things been different on either side, a few little notches in this direction or that direction, or this person having a little bit more charity, then the whole thing, we would have a much different history at that point. Now, I also grant, this is why I call it the road to 1054, that there was a general sense of like a continental drift between the two churches that had long been taking place. And in some sense, 1054 was just a pretext to reignite that conflict. But we were very close. We were frustratingly close to a full out, like, we weren't in schism at the time of 1054, but there was a lot of conflict. And due to the Norman invasion of southern Italy and all of the threat that was to the Byzantine interests in southern Italy, and all the threat that it was to the papacy further north, the papacy in Constantinople was super close to making a agreement with one another that could have lasted in a centuries long, like, binding commitment between the two respective cities and the two respective churches. And of course, it doesn't end up that way because of all of the. So I'm sort of presenting here 1054 as a, more than anything else, just a sort of, it's not a blip in history. It is, because of the significance of everything else that happens afterwards, it is important. But the importance of it as, like, in and of itself significant, I don't think has any standing here for us in the year 2026 of our Lord. The excommunications have been lifted, mutually lifted between the two. So whatever legal standing that had, as well, we've had several conciliar meetings between the two churches, and then we have these joint interfaith dialogues that we have between the two communions. So I don't think that, like, 1054, it's the good textbook reason for the schism, but it's not necessarily for us as Catholics who are living out the faith and seeking, that we all be one as Christ is Christ is one with the Father. That we don't use this, we don't overly emphasize this or use this as a justification for the schism. I don't think I really have anything that I need to, like, point out in this one. The fight for the land, you watch that one, that's largely going to be about how the empires, East and West, the newly reformed Holy Roman Empire of the West, the Byzantine Empire of the East, and their sort of collisions with one another, and the impact that that's going to have on the attitudes about how the two churches are feeling about one another. And then with the fight for the faith, we discuss the emergence of the Gregorian papacy, specifically that were pre-Gregorian in 1054, but I loosely refer to it as the Gregorian Reformed papacy, though really it begins with Bishop Bruno of Toul, who becomes Pope St. Leo IX, who is the one that comes into the city of Rome to be a part of this reforming body to clean up the longstanding corruption of Rome And then he's trying to work on a deal with the Byzantine emperor to deal with this problem here, as you see in this slide, of the Norman invasions of southern Italy, which they were very close to achieving, except that what happens in the summer, the late spring and early summer of 1054 unfolds as we know it does. Okay, so let's see from there. Let's remove that. I got to go back to Patreon. So the next one that I want to look at is the one that just was released yesterday on YouTube, and I've had a little bit of a response from it. I'm going to go into one thing here about it in a minute, but I'd like to bring up the slides first and foremost. Okay. The Azymes controversy. Okay, so this is the one that I thought might be the most confusing for people, because what I'm presenting about the Azyme controversy is not in so much as the Azymes are ever even brought up. Usually when they're brought up, it's because you have some armchair theologian with a vested interest in the schism, and they're reading back into history and they're finding these old texts and they say, wow, look at this, the Azymes, that's a real problem with the Latin church, let me research into this. And then they go into the old arguments and they dig them all up, and then they're able to have a conversation with an ignorant Latin about the issue of the Azymes. But now what I was trying to do with this particular issue is to find out whether or not, when the Orthodox are in dialogue with Catholics, whether it's intentional or not is not so much the point I want to make here, but whether or not they're even capable of having a good faith debate or dialogue, be that at a lay level, or more importantly, probably to the point, be that at a hierarchical episcopate level. And my takeaway from all of that is, as we're going to discuss here, is that I don't believe that they're actually capable of doing it. I'm not saying Orthodox, especially individual Orthodox, aren't capable of having goodwill. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. What I'm saying, though, is that the way that they have set all of this up for themselves makes it impossible for them to actually have good faith discussions, even were they to want to. And so this lecture here was really me testing the perimeters of what Catholics should even consider when we go out to have discussions with people. Because I found early on, I used to, in my early days of being a Catholic, I would say within 2 or 3 years of converting, I was on Facebook arguing with individual Protestants mostly, and occasionally Orthodox. And what I find was, when I was arguing with these people, it wasn't the Catholic Church arguing with the Protestants. It wasn't the Orthodox arguing with Catholics. It was someone who claims to be Orthodox. These are strangers on the internet for the most part, right? This is my own experience. Who claims to be Orthodox. Okay, let's grant them that they are. a single Orthodox person arguing against a single Catholic person. And neither of us really, in that context, have any authority to speak for the body of the churches that we represent, for the communions that we represent. But I do believe that Catholics, because of our episcopal structure, are able, in a meaningful way, to have certain dialogues where we are able to make certain statements or clarifications about, even just at like a as like a meta narrative, when we go into this meeting that we're about to have, while it may not be infallible, definitive, the scale of how you want to read it, there's a good sense in which, like, if we're going to go, and I'm going to say I, not I, if a group of cardinals representative of the Roman Catholic Church go to Chiete, for example, and they sit down at the table at Chiete and they're working through, okay, what are the issues that actually separate us, that divide us? I do believe that Catholics, the Catholic representatives there, are able to speak on behalf of the Catholic Church and say, these are the things that we think are still dividing the two communions. Now, the Orthodox Church sends their representatives to these same bilateral joint meetings, good faith, we assume, right? And those Orthodox representatives say, these are the things that we think are church dividing issues. And we look at them, they look at them, and we sit down and we say, is this one really an issue? Is that one really an issue? And then blah, 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 blah. And at the end, we have a joint statement that we make about it. Now, at this point, we have had many of the joint international commission for theological dialogue between Orthodox and Catholics, something like that the body is called. We've had many of them. We've had several declarations come from these. And we've even had, as I illustrate in this, we've even had some Faith, Sacraments, in the Unity of the Church from Bari, June 1987, which discusses the Eucharist. In there, nowhere is there any mention of the issue of the Azymes. Now, I just put this video out on YouTube, and I got a response on X. And the guy on X was saying, do I want to try to find it? Do I even want to try to find it? The guy on X was saying something like, hey, I'll debate you on this. I would like to debate you on this. And I kind of knew right away what he meant. And I warn in the video here what my position on this is. He wants to debate the theological validity of Azymes. He wants to pick up those old debates that we had over 2 centuries ago, where we argued about Azymes back and forth. Those debates from the 13th and 14th century, where it was a very contentious issue as far as the Greeks were concerned towards the Western Church. But that's not what I'm arguing here. And I'm really trying to drive that point in and make sure that Catholics get it, even if the Orthodox aren't understanding it. He seemed to not. And I mean, granted, I looked at this guy's profile, and this guy's very interested in the bread. It seemed to be like his whole shtick. And he's writing some book, probably a well-meaning guy. I don't know. He's writing some book on the Orthodox Eucharist. So he's vested in that argument, it seems like. Maybe not from an apologetical level. I don't know. Don't know the guy, but at least from a personal interest, he's very much vested in the Orthodox Eucharist. That's not what I'm trying to do here. And I was trying to get that across to him. And he, again, I know he's vested in this, so he doesn't want to have this conversation right here, the one that I'm trying to drive home, which is that, look, we're trying to have good faith discussions with you guys, right? This issue with the Azymes, it was never our problem. We were always happy, going all the way back to 1054 when this first arose as an issue. We were always happy to drop it. The West, you never find the West attacking the Greek custom of using leavened bread. Don't find it. That's not, we were always happy to drop it. You get to Second Council of Lyons. The argument was, we will have our customs, you will have yours. You get to the Franciscan and Dominican debates with Easterners. You get to the debates with the Greek and the Latin. I can't remember their names off the top of my head. Actually, the reason I have the PDF here, right? All right, so you get to these mendicant debates in 1234. We have Anselm and Nicetas, 1136. The debates of 1112. You come all the way up, you come down through the years, and what you find is that the Latins say both customs could be held. We weren't trying to force Azymes onto the Greeks. That was not good enough for them. You go back to Leo of Ulrid, all the way at the beginning of the schism, the 1054 schism. He's saying this is the primary issue for our separation. He said this separated Latins from the church. The fact that we use Azymes and we have unleavened bread in our liturgy. And then you move on down through the centuries, and they say this is a real problem that we have with the Latins. Mark of Ephesus at Florence, representative of the Eastern Orthodox position, right, pillar of orthodoxy that he is, says that our sacrifice, the Western sacrifice, is dead. It is a dead liturgy. This is a real problem that they have with us. And we are in good faith every time they bring it up and we're in conversation, we discuss it with them and we argue it with them. And we get into the minutia of whether scripture says this or that, or the church father said this or that. And you know how those conversations go. Those really become the spiral that we end up like looping into. Well, this church father said this, or this church father said that. And then we don't ever really end up, each side walks away from those debates thinking that their side won. That's not what this is about. I wasn't going to take that bait from this guy, well-meaning as he may have been. Because once you get to the early modern period, after Florence, the conversation that they have towards us around Azymes slowly starts to dissipate and disappear. And Catholics, they can hate us all they want. They can say that we're devious, mischievous, the cruel things that we've done to them. Catholics have always seemed ever ready to just like drop this stuff, right? Like, hey, okay, thank goodness she's finally done whining about the bread, right? So we can move on to the next thing. The problem with that, the problem that I have with that, I understand it's the goodwill of the church trying to be pastoral and bring these separated brethren back into the body. The problem I have for that is that they don't actually concede that they gave up on it. They want to say that the issue is just not being brought up by the hierarchs of the church, but we down here on the ground level, well, we are the ones that are carrying that torch on. And I'm like, really? Are you guys really the ones that are carrying that on? Because as I point out in here, go do a quick search on YouTube, Catholic Orthodox debate Azymes, Catholic Orthodox debate Eucharist, bread, whatever it may be. Nobody's debating this. And the Orthodox love to debate us, and they're not debating this. They're not interested in having the debate on this. I think because they're mostly embarrassed by it, for one thing. They realize that, hey, maybe this is not actually a church dividing issue. It's a little bit embarrassing for our side. But if they do want to bring it up again, the whole point of this video for me was for Catholics to put in your guys' minds, test the perimeters of what your goodwill is. Is it goodwill for us, or is it, let's just say, is it prudent for us? Is it smart for us to enter into these debates, these dialogues, these good faith discussions with people who can't even get their own house in order about what the problem is? And then they're just going to come along and slap this on us somewhere down the line, right? We'll get everything else resolved. We'll think we're ready to come into communion. And hey, guys, sorry, but by the way, you didn't settle this Azymes issue that we've been ignoring for 2 centuries. Now, to get into the complexity of this, I don't think I really covered this. I covered this in a later video. This is where the thread is for me, like tying some of these videos together. Most Eastern Orthodox in the 14th and 15th century are not as against the West as you might expect. And I would carry that on down through. It gets a little tricky with the coming of Mehmed and the Ottomans. They are always ever ready. The infidels are always ever ready to drive a wedge between our differences. But 13th, let's say 14th century, 15th century, and somewhat 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th century, up to the early 20th century, will from the Eastern Orthodox towards the Catholics. There's always going to be the exceptions to that. You're always going to have your mark of Ephesuses, your marks who are going to buck against it. And then, of course, the Orthodox canonize him. And, of course, the Orthodox end up calling him the pillar. Or getting to that, I'm jumping ahead of myself. But one of the things that this has to consider is I think that the reason that the Azymes slowly begins to dissipate around the exact same period that Greek scholasticism really begins to take off. And you have an era of centuries where the Greeks are largely interested in St. Thomas of Aquinas. They're interested in the Manuel's tradition, and they're drawing from it, and they're inspired by it, and they're interested in it. And then, hey, what do you know? The issue of the Azymes kind of falls into the background. And what I think are actually some of the more challenging issues that separate our churches kind of come to the fore. Now, with I don't know if I want to jump ahead too much right here, but keep in mind the scholastics. Bookmark that in your brains. The thing is that there's always going to be a contingent of Orthodox against the agreed to resolutions. There's always going to be a contingent, like I said, I'm going to try to be fair in this. There's always going to be a contingent of Catholics who may be against some agreed to resolution between the Catholic Church and some other non-Catholic body. But the Catholic Church doesn't function under the same paradigm. When the Catholic Church says, we have agreed to X, there's a little bit more force behind that. And I think most of the Orthodox would agree to that. In fact, it's one of their complaints about us is that we do have such a, like the force, the merit behind declarative statements from the Catholic Church sort of demands a certain obedience from its members that you just don't find in Eastern Orthodoxy. You could have the overwhelming majority of Eastern Orthodox agree that Azymes are not a church dividing issue, and then you have the small contingent that says no, it actually is, and we're going to canonize our most vociferous polemicists against the Azymites that we can possibly find, and then that's going to be our standard bearer for what is the true Orthodox Church moving forward. Now, within all of this, I think the Orthodox have a tendency to both drop and accelerate issues simultaneously. And you do find that here because, where do I make note of it? Eustratios Argenti, the treatise against unleavened bread. Even as the worldwide body of Orthodox churches were moving away from arguing about Azymes, there was still anti-Azymite literature as late as the 19th century. In fact, in the 19th century, one of the most important systematic treatments against the Azymites was written at this period. Eustratios, his treatise against the unleavened bread, is probably one of the most polemical pieces ever written on the subject. And so you can kind of see there's a little bit of a anarchic, a little bit of a chaotic way in which the Orthodox move. While they're dropping the issue, they're also simultaneously accelerating the issue. And I don't think they have any mechanism or any control other than punting the ball down the road, saying that we just believe that the Holy Spirit will solve all of this in due time. Okay, fine. Like, that's what we believe too. So now we're at an impasse. What I actually think is happening is that there's just a spirit of anarchy and disobedience in their church that they have no ability to contend with. They have no ability to resolve. They don't have the emperor anymore to sort of drop the gauntlet. They don't have the papacy anymore to drop the gauntlet. And yeah, I mean, it leaves them kind of in a state of this anarchy where they can't make any kind of determinative decisions about even what we can agree to disagree about, so that we can proceed forward with fruitful and important debates. And you find this in a lot of different areas with Orthodoxy, this tendency to both drop and accelerate issues. I say Orthodoxy, I want to be fair here. I don't want to speak in a complete monolith. A huge part of their apologetics are just ad hoc. Does this argument serve me right now in this moment? If it does, I'm going to use it. If it doesn't, we're going to quietly table it, hope that the Catholics don't notice that it's on the back burner over there, and then we're just going to focus all the spotlight on this thing. Oh, well, we get kind of cornered on this thing. Well, then we're going to pull this one back off the back burner again and deflect. Hey, pay attention to this over here. And Catholics, my criticism here for Catholics, I said this in the video, I'll say it here. The bulls, right, with the nose ring, and they just get led around. That's kind of what the Orthodox do to us in debate, because we don't have the knowledge requisite to even, you should not be engaging in these discussions if you're not aware of these things. This stuff is not like original to me. I've kind of put this one together myself to an extent, to this particular argument, but I'm drawing from other people and I'm drawing from other resources to sort of formulate my own argument here. And if you're not like familiar with this stuff, if you're not aware of it, you really shouldn't be involved in the conversation. Like, just like, don't let them. What you are tempted to do, what many of you are tempted to do, is to go read up on the scriptural verses on Western justifications for the use of Azymes, which I think are sound enough. The church has used them for hundreds of years at this point, whenever the subject comes up, and the church fathers. But you're not going to win over the Orthodox with scriptural or patristic argumentation, because they're just going to say, well, what about this verse, or what about that church father? Like, to me, the real problem is the fact that they dropped it, and now they want to like let it exist in this ethereal quasi world where they're never going to bring it up unless they do. And we're supposed to just kind of like accept that. And that, I said, is part of a meta narrative of what are the perimeters of our goodwill in this stuff? Like, how are we ever supposed to say that we are in discussion with Orthodox? Like, are we actually, like, when we debate these things, am I in discussion with an Orthodox, or am I in discussion with a particular person who's may very well be in disagreement with Orthodox who have the authority to say that we are the representations of the true Orthodox? So, what is next? Okay. Do I have anything I want to say else on the Azymes? I think that's it for the Azymes. All right, let's go to... I don't have a lot that I wanted to say on Mr. Peter the Aleut. I'm going to bring it up, though. All right, so fourth video that we did was... No, I think I got the order backwards here. This was the fifth video. Well, I want to talk about the fourth video first before I do this. I think I maybe do. So let me drop this one out. Let's see here. There we go. That's what I want. Mehmed, Caesaropapism, and the making of the Orthodox Church. I want to make sure I cover. I got scratch notes here, but you know, sometimes when I write a note and it's one word, I know better than that. I just get in a hurry. Okay. So the point of this particular lecture, Mehmed, Caesaropapism, and the making of the Orthodox Church, is to explain after... So we had a reunion council, Second Lyons, which falls apart for various reasons. And progressively, the situation gets worse and worse and worse until inevitably the city of Constantinople is on the brink of falling. It was going to be an inevitable situation regardless. And the Turks at this point, especially once they got those larger cannons, the defense of Constantinople just became impossible. And as that's happening, there begins another attempt at reunion at the Council of Florence. Many of you are aware of this. The reunion comes, legally, at least as far as we're concerned, the reunion comes. And then, of course, the inevitable happens, and Mehmed enters the city, takes the city, and ostensibly reshapes the Orthodox Church in many ways. And this is my attempt at showing how I think that process kind of plays out. As far as my notes go here, let me see. All right, so if you look at the trajectory of these things, from 1054, basically from 1054 forward, there are many different moments and times where the two churches really try to have a reunion. And unfortunately, there's failures all along the way. And then you have this sort of I want to almost call it a historical blip, though it's not. It's a significant chunk of time, especially if you're an Eastern Orthodox, where what was no longer is. And the Orthodox, the body politic of the Orthodox Church, comes under the auspices of the Sultan of Istanbul. And I'm going to call it Istanbul here because that's what it is. The Turks did take the city. The idea that we can still, call it whatever we want to call it is a little bit of a LARP. Like the Orthodox lost Constantinople long before the fall of the city. Like they were losing and losing and losing. It was kind of a done deal. So once Mehmed comes in, he's sort of left with this choice that he has to make, where it's like, well, do I keep this going as it is? That's not an option. Do I completely shut it down and risk, as I'm trying to consolidate my gains, risk the city erupting into violence over the loss of its religious services? That's not an option. So what he decides to do is to reinstall the Patriarch of Constantinople with a vassal, a puppet, and then set up this system, set up a system of governance for the Orthodox Church in Constantinople, known as the Romanides system. And basically, while the Sultan really isn't so much interested, especially at first, in their religious practices, he is interested in the regulation of their religious practices because he doesn't want them to evangelize. And he wants them basically on with a noose around their necks and on a rickety table, a few feet off the ground. That's kind of what he wants to leave the Orthodox Church like, with him ever ready to kick out the table if they don't comply to whatever the Sultan of that moment wants, whatever his particular pet thing is that he wants to use to leverage for the Orthodox Church for his purposes. Now, the Orthodox want to say that this is just kind of an historical, the changeover here is just an historical blip, but that there's this unchanging, continuous thing that was never ceased to be, and the Patriarch in the Church of Constantinople is the same in the 16th century as it was in the 11th century, right? They want to say there's really nothing to see here, nothing behind the curtain, pay no attention to this. And I argue that it actually is a problem for them, because what they end up with is really, it's kind of a nightmarish scenario where the system that the Sultan sets up, imagine this. The patriarch, the individual patriarch, is pretty much subject to a bribe tax. He has to bribe the Sultan to keep his position, and he has to set up a taxation system on the subjects, his flock, his own Christian flock, which is basically extortion. And he has to then pay the Sultan to remain in his seat. The Sultan also, though, sets up what's called the Holy Synod. Now, Holy Synod had existed as a body, as a polity in Eastern Orthodoxy during the time of the emperor, but what the Sultan is interested in doing is kind of setting up something that's both stable, but also one that he's able to turn against the other as sort of fits whatever the specific situation may be. And so you constantly have, for example, the Holy Synod upset with the Patriarch, and if they can raise the money, more than what he could raise, they could bribe the Sultan to depose the Patriarch. Or the Patriarch, maybe he's in exile and he's able to raise up the money and he's able to pay to come back into power against the wishes of the Holy Synod. And what this creates, as you can see here from the Orthodox Saint Dionysius I, as you move on down, this is from basically after Gennadius Scholarius. forward, you get this series of resignations and depositions, resignations and depositions, and then it just starts to like becomes a free fall. It starts to like just spiral out of control to where the patriarch is like resigned, deposed, 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 executed, deposed, resigned, deposed, like one after the other. It's the most unstable, anarchic thing that you could imagine. And we're supposed to believe that this is the church acting under the protectorate of the Holy Spirit. Now, of course, the persecuted can always claim that they're persecuted for God's sake and they survived this. So therefore, Eastern Orthodoxy is true. But I just say, as far as this wider picture of things that we're looking at, I do think that the issue with what happens to the patriarch during this time is substantial enough as to raise eyebrows. As well, it sort of thwarts the otherwise good spirit of the ecumenical movement that had been taking place up to that point. Say what Orthodox, say what you will about Second Leon, say what you will about the Council of Florence. There had been all through that time, though, Eastern Orthodox and Latins who agreed that they needed to resolve this issue. Once the Sultan gets control of the church and it's under his grip, there is no amount of concession that the Latin church could make to the Eastern Orthodox in Constantinople that the Sultan would agree to let those two churches come together. So at that point, folks, reunion between the two churches is solely based on the will of an infidel sultan. And think about that. That's a serious problem, right? If the church and the Catholic Church were to agree to every single condition that the Greeks wanted us to concede to, the Sultan would not have allowed for the union to take place. Because he knew that a united Greek church and a united Latin church was a dangerous thing for his tenuous position, especially considering that the Ottomans were ever trying to move west. Like they had their sights on us this whole time, and they would not allow for there to be any kind of unified front between the two of them. The other thing that I bring up in this lecture, which I thought was important to mention, is that, how did I just do that? I just let that go. That was dumb. Let me see, present. The other thing is that there's also this issue of Russia. Now, what happens with Russia is that Russia sees what's happening in Constantinople, and they call for themselves their own elevation to the preeminent place, the primary seat of Eastern Orthodoxy. Much as Constantinople claimed that it did to Rome, when Rome split, when Rome fell for whatever reasons that Rome fell, the Russians said, we are doing the same to Constantinople. In fact, when Constantinople fell, almost immediately you have the Russian church calling autocephalous for itself. And they looked at the Greeks and they said, basically, there ain't a damn thing you can do about it. We're doing this. This is how it's always been. And honestly, in the structure of the Eastern Orthodox paradigm, maybe they're kind of right. Maybe as far as what the Orthodox say about themselves. Now, I have met many, many Greek Orthodox, who do not like this. They don't think this is a valid proposition. They think that there are special ecumenical privileges, as in conciliar privileges granted to Constantinople that have never been granted to Russia, and that Russia has usurped its authority. Now, this is my own particular take on this, but I believe that the Russian Orthodox Church and the Church of the Greeks, Constantinople, the Byzantine Church, I believe that these two churches have basically been in schism since the time of the fall of Constantinople, with these like interludes of communion. But in the same way that you can see that road to 1054, most of that stuff is seen in hindsight. Like, not really anybody in the year 1054 would say, well, this is it. This is where we break off. Everybody kind of knew, though, that there had been up to that point a spirit of drift that had been taking place. And I think everybody kind of knows that for the last 500 years, Russia and Moscow and Constantinople have been drifting apart from one another. And who's to say? Maybe the recent issues around Ukraine could be their own, sadly, their own 1054 that they experience between one another. So there's a lot of like pushback when Catholics, I think when Catholics say in response to Orthodox, which Orthodox church, which one do I join? And then they will like throw back at you, well, you just don't understand how Orthodoxy works. I think there's some truth to that. I don't think many of the Catholics do understand how Orthodoxy works. At the same time, I don't think many Orthodox will admit this fact that there's a major problem, and it's been for centuries, between these two communions and how the differences on paper that they view between how the autocephalous body churches can work and operate. You're kind of dealing with two different ecclesiologies. And I think that's a problem. So we go into that. Now, back to Peter the Aleut. I don't have a lot I want to add about Peter. The only thing I want to say about the Peter, maybe two things. The first thing is as I was doing the lecture, I want to make sure that I'm clear about the primary sources. I don't want anybody, I realized the way after it was recorded and I put it out that there might be some misunderstanding of what I'm claiming. I want to make sure I'm clear about what actually the timeline on the primary sources are. So in 1819, there's an affidavit given by the other Inuit, Kegley, to the Russian American Fur Trading Company in Fort Ross to a man named Kuskov. And I mentioned this in the video. That affidavit is sent to Yanovsky in Alaska, headquarters of the Russian American Fur Trading Company in Alaska. So when I'm saying that all of the primary sources point back to Yanovsky, basically what I'm saying here is that like we don't have access to like Kuskov. I imagine Kuskov was probably the kind of guy that's very busy. He gets this Inuit walk into his office one day, says this wild story, says, okay, we'll do a deposition, we'll write it down, we'll send it north. We'll send your story north and you can go north with it. We don't have anything, we don't have any like written testimony from him about it or his thoughts on it or any of that. All we have is Yanovsky. And you have to watch this one to understand really what I'm getting at and the importance of that. But Yanovsky is the only source that we have. There's an argument that this image right here is part of the 1819 affidavit that was taken by Kuskov. But there's also some questions about the sources which published this as being a very anti-Western source. And I don't know how well it's corroborated in terms of other people that are, some of this stuff is just locked for me anyways in Russian. I don't speak Russian. I don't know who the sources are particularly, like this particular article, but I did read even non-Catholic people that are looking at this saying that this isn't the most reliable source. Regardless, though, the only way that we get this affidavit is through Yanovsky's hand. So he's the only source that we have for the story of Peter the Aleut, and a lot rides on him, and that's what we talk about in this. And then maybe the other thing I guess to point out in this is just I think the inconsistent narrative thing here that I talk about. Inconsistent narrative, inconsistent usage. Now, this is what I was talking about earlier, the tendency of the Orthodox to both drop and accelerate issues at the same time. So what they're doing with St. Peter is they're saying, on one hand, some of them are saying, look, we're going to do this reduction of the historical account of Peter down to the bare minimum. And what's left is basically you have a young guy who was tortured over basically political reasons between the Russians and the Spanish. Really has nothing to do with the martyrdom per se. But then you get in this, and I got Christian Mario here. I got Zealous Seraphim, pretty active people on the online communities. They're all saying well, the claim is not that the Spanish missions were supportive of this action or that murder was supported by the Latin Church. This is kind of the take that some of them are taking to sort of salvage these questionable things about Peter the Aleut story. On the other side, though, and Catholics, if you've seen this come up, this is true. You have a lot of them that weaponize Peter against Catholics. A lot of them do this. They'll say, St. Peter the Aleut knows where Latin theology takes us, implying, of course, that Latin theology takes you to the torture and murder of innocent people. Another thing over here, never forget the martyrdom of St. Peter, who was tortured and killed by Native American papists who cut off his hand. So, the papist rhetoric, and it gets worse and worse and worse with each retelling of these people about the horrors that Peter the Aleut suffered. As well, they've started to change the hagiographic narrative, even in the iconography, which if you know anything about Orthodoxy, that's very important. They've changed the language to where Peter is now saying, instead of I am a Christian, he's now saying, I am an Orthodox Christian and I will not betray my faith. Really driving home that these evil satanic papists knew that he was an Orthodox Christian, but he was defiant and they still tortured him anyways. So that's kind of what you're left with this very ad hoc, inconsistent thing that the Orthodox like to do. And who's to say, will the real Peter the Aleut stand up? He can't stand up because they can't agree on who or what he was and what even the intent of his hagiographic story is supposed to tell us. All right. Let's see. Where are we at? Lossky. Nope, against the Latins. That's where we're at. Then we have here against the Latins. Once I add it to the stage. Okay. So against the Latins. Now, these last two were my favorite ones. And I really wanted to get at the heart of the dynamics of the schism as it exists online, because this is the modern world. This is the world we're all working with now. Much of these conversations are taking place in an online format. My approach to the Eastern Orthodox had always been to see how it stood on its own, how well it stood on its own. And I wanted to make sure that I was always looking at it from that vantage point and not constantly having to weigh it against the merits of the Catholic Church and what the Catholic Church's arguments were. What I found, though, was that even if in theory the Orthodox Church has legitimate claims that it can make about its own communion and its own self. In praxis, it really operates as a reactionary body against modernity, against progressivism, against, I guess, most importantly, not to compare this to those first two things, but against the West qua West. The West as a, oh, what's the word? The West as a civilizational reality. Not just the West as a church, but the West, Western civilization, all the glory and greatness of Western civilization. In many ways, I saw Orthodoxy as a small faction of Eastern-minded men and women who saw themselves as reactionary against this. And you will often find in some of the more, dare I say, conspiratorial minded folk among the Orthodox this claim that basically all of the West's problems can be traced to the introduction of the filioque, for example, or the schism of 1054, or whatever it is that they want to like cherry pick as the reason that the West has gone off the guardrails. My approach to that is actually much different. I plan to have a guest on hopefully soon. We've been having some issues coordinating with them. A friend of mine, he wrote an excellent article for Communio about really the article was about the Eucharist, but in there he makes some really fascinating points about the trajectory of philosophy and where ideas lead us. And I think about this a lot. Like I think about where ideas lead us and whether certain events or things were inevitable based on, like you hear this idea of things being downstream from something else. Is culture downstream of politics? Is, religion downstream of ethnicity or whatever the case may be? And I think that's like a convenient way of viewing the world, but I think that oversimplifies the way that history and human beings have functioned. Now, it's the case, in my opinion, that Western history moves in the direction that it moves because of the ideas that are able to take foothold in the West. But I don't think it's the case that simply because, let's just say, for example, nominalism was introduced as a philosophical idea in the West, that the introduction of nominalism was inevitable because of Western philosophy, if that makes sense. But the Orthodox here would say no. Like every single ailment that the Orthodox Church have ever faced about anything, the slightest toothache, the slightest inconvenience that they have is because Latins. The Latins are the reasons that these things happen. I know I'm being, and I even grant here in the very opening, there are many Eastern Orthodox who live their whole lives without ever fixating or harboring any kind of compulsive hostility towards Catholicism. And the intent with that is to say that that's not what I'm treating on here. I'm treating on a very specific category of Eastern Orthodox that are real. You cannot gaslight me that we don't run into these Eastern Orthodox types all the time, especially the way that the dynamics of online discourse is taking. Because online, it doesn't matter what the trajectory of the ecumenical movement has been for the last 1,000 years. What matters is that I can frame this narrative as, well, these are the remnants of the Orthodox Church that have existed within the Orthodox Church since the time of the schism. And we extract from the historical narrative that remnant, and we say that right there, that is the true Orthodox Church. And I'm using true as a lowercase t, not to confuse it with the schismatic true Orthodox Church, though they are a part of this conversation that we have in this lecture. So that framework there, that this remnant, and it is a remnant, right? This is why the next lecture after this, these two lectures I think are the most important ones in this whole series. This next lecture, we go into the reframing that the 20th century Orthodox theologians do, where they say, hey, all of this stuff that we've been doing up to this point, the ecumenical dialogues, the conversations with the conversations at the conciliar events, what else? The debates that we've had, the introduction and the transmission and translation of St. Thomas Aquinas into the East, and the rise of Greek scholasticism, all of that is a sham. It's a mockery. It placed Eastern Orthodoxy in a state of captivity. Oh, you didn't know that, did you guys? You weren't taught that by the Ortho Bros who say the first millennium church, right? The first millennium church is the same church that's existed in the second millennium. But by the way, inconvenient truth, that first millennium church in the second millennium, for most of it, has been in captivity to the West. That's their narrative, that the church was in captivity. This is what Lossky teaches. This is what Romanides teaches. Romanides goes all the way back to Augustine. He doesn't even say it was post-schism. He says basically the West has almost always been in schism. So the true Orthodox Church, right? That title of the true Orthodox Church, we have to go back and we have to cherry pick. Okay, Gregory of Palamas. Yep. And let's just take, he's a prime example. Let's take Gregory Palamas, right? Okay. So moving forward, right, we see Gregory. Of course, he's going to be studied on Mount Athos. There's some interest in Gregory that we can follow down along the centuries. But by and large, the Orthodox aren't out there, like, it's not their... Gregory was not the Thomas Aquinas of Eastern Orthodoxy for many centuries. In fact, there was a period, I think I cover it in here somewhere, there's a period in the 19th century, I think, where there was a revival of interest, pre-Neo-Parisian revival. There was a revival of interest in Gregory, I think, as the Greeks maybe were starting to break away from Ottoman rule. But there was like they couldn't find Palamas literature. They had to like scour the old monasteries for Palamas literature because he wasn't being read. I think my son is coming up, so I may have to cut this short if it's time for them to come home. Yeah, 1 second, guys. Let me mute. Okay, well, family's home. Got to prioritize that. Let me see if there's anything else I have to cover in this. Yeah, there's other things I wanted to say, but I think I'm just going to have to let it go for this. This was my recap. I feel like there's some stuff here I really would like to say, but I'm just going to have to let it go. The family's home. They're back from their adventure. So such is life. All right, so that is, barring what I didn't get to, that is the 7-part series of Eastern Orthodoxy. Basically the gist of the final part was, and this is the part I really wanted to cover the most, was that in the emergence of the neo-patristic synthesis in the 20th century, a new Orthodox mind is formed that is separate from what the Orthodox mind had been up to that point. Now, they can claim that they're going back to the true Orthodox mind, but they have to sort of jump past some of the important developments that had taken place in the meantime. both in the polity and in the theology of Orthodoxy throughout this period known as the captivity of the West. And as a result, I do think that Orthodoxy, in many respects, exists historically and today as reactionism against the West. And when you see the huge point of this particular lecture was that the pillars of Orthodoxy, these men, Photius, Mark of Ephesus, and Gregory, the reason that they are pillars is because they are contra Latinos. They are against the Latins. And that's why, because this little remnant has existed throughout the centuries, this is why the true Orthodox Church and even the more traditionalist among the Orthodox are able to say, well, that actually is the real Orthodoxy. All that other stuff that's been happening on a mass scale, all that other stuff, well, that was just a fluke. That was a sham. That was an apostate church. It's not real. And even though I think, and I didn't get to this, when the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire came about, what did you have emerge out of that but an ecumenical movement towards reconciliation with the West, same as it had been up to the point of Florence. The only thing that really stopped that movement from continuing was the introduction of the Ottomans. And that's one of the things that I really wanted to press to you guys, was this idea that I think I covered it in the Mehmed lecture, where there was this saying that better to live under the turban of the Sultan than the tiara of the papacy. And I think that's just such a horrible attitude to have. And it's such a reactionary attitude to have. And I would rather any day live under a Christian nation, be they Orthodox, be they Protestant, be they Catholic, than I would under an infidel regime that seeks nothing but the demise and the destruction of my people. But unfortunately, in the online discourse, that particular attitude, even though it's actually it's not a real quote, the guy didn't really say that, but that attitude, I think, has emerged popular online, and the future remains to be seen of how all of this stuff is going to work itself out. But this is my attempt to sort of thread together that story kind of as best I can. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I have to go. Family's home. I will see you all next time. God bless.